channel of uncertainty that the coaches would love to see their fast bowlers bowl. He has started very well just on that off stump and in that corridor as well.
It's an interesting field as well. There's a man out at D point. So the Jamaican team here may have done some sort of research on Zion Brathwaite. It's a positive player as well. As the first over comes to an end. And at the end of it, after being inserted, the Barbados under-19 team, they are won without loss.
Yes, good start by both teams here. Good start by this fast bowler. I've not seen him in action for the tournament, but really he has hit a very good line outside the off stump, carrying to the wicket keeper with good pace and bounce to add to that. And really a good start for him. The batsmen from Barbados are very much watchful. One delivery going past the bat. And really, we look like we're in for a very good game. And I think there are a few things that may go wrong. Yes, we are human beings and we are playing a game. There's no perfection. But the team who really capitalize on those mistakes, I think, would be winners in this game here.
Capitalized indeed. That's what the Barbados team did in the last round of fixtures. They were reeling at one point, 37 for 5. But a very good innings there from Prescott. That man Prescott, we spoke about him extensively in that last encounter. Nathan Seeley as well, the captain. They put on a very good partnership. Staged somewhat of a recovery for the Barbados team. And in the end, the guy and the team never really looked like getting over the line in terms of a victory there against the Barbados team.
Yes, and when you have players of Prescott's caliber at the back end of your team.
This one is forced off the back foot there. Bit of an outer portion of the bat from Jordan. Flew past the man there at a gully region. And the first boundary of the Barbados innings.
Yes, a short delivery outside the off stump, and he pressed that one through backward point. Really lovely looking shot. And it raced across the outfield at Arnesville into the fence for four lovely shots, 4 lovely runs that is from him. And a real positive start here for him. But a not so positive start for the bowler.
So the new bowler is Javon Winter from the Beckwith end. Normally we'll have Rian Edwards starting the proceedings, but he's not part of the setup today. I think he's nursing somewhat of an injury. So Winter has a big task here to fill the boots of Rian Edwards. Rian Edwards has been a consistent performer for them. Left arm seam as well. So that bit of variety missing in this encounter.
We see some similarities in both teams. Brown, who have been a consistent player for the Barbadian team, opening the batting for a number of years here, have been left out. And now the left arm seamer from Jamaica, who has been consistently playing for them, has been left out in this innings as well.
This one is a brilliant catch, is it?
No. Oh,
I think Michael Clark there. It's caught, is it?
We're not sure.
Interesting to see the replay here, Kenroy, sorry.
I'm not sure.
Short of a length outside the off stump from Winter, and there was Jordan again trying to force that one through the offside. A similar shot to what he played earlier in the over. And there was Michael Clark diving to his right. And not too sure what the umpire would say here. Looking at the replay here, he's diving to his right. Took it in his right hand. And it's
well.
He's walking back to the pavilion.
We are not equipped with a referral here, unfortunately. But really, the umpires have made a decision. He is gone, unfortunately for the youngster. But it's a finals. I understand that, but still you have to be fair when it comes to cricket.
Just looking at it on our monitor here in the commentary box again, he dove to the right. He took it initially, but I think when he fell, that's not the best angle to look at it from, but I think when he fell, Kenroy, that was where the ball would have eluded him, his grasp. But in the end, both umpires on its field, not having the benefit of the replay that we have seen here, and are judging Kyle Jordan to be caught by Michael Clark at slip. So Barbados, they lose their first They lose their first wicket here, the Barbados team. It's now 5-1.
Yes, unfortunately for the youngster there, I think when he hit the surface, his elbow hit the ground, the ball popped out and it fell and he grabbed it back. He grabbed it and unfortunately the umpires didn't see that with their natural eyes. But he has made a decision and he has gone back to the pavilion. Unfortunately for the youngster, but that's the way cricket goes without the referral.
I guess in that situation, the umpire depended on the honesty of the player.
Well,
There, Michael Clark.
and cricket is a gentleman's game.
Agreed. So, Barbados losing their first wicket as Winter comes in again, bowling to Dawn. He's punching this one nicely. A similar shot to what we saw from Jordan. Once again, I think the bounce on the last delivery was what defeated Jordan. Bit of movement away as well. So we mentioned the bounce on his wicket, Kesnoy, and so far it's been relatively consistent.
Yes, it bounces pretty good here. It will get better as the day goes on. The ball will come onto the bat, but you have to be technically sound very early in the innings.
So driving out to cover. Motara comes around. There's no run. I think the batter there, I know you're a batsman as well, Kenroy Martin. I'm sure you could understand and sympathize with how Kyle Jordan might be feeling at this point in time.
Yes, and he's been in such good form. He's been in rich form for the Barbadians, and to lose him in that manner is really heartbreaking. But the batter who have replaced him, Don, he's a youngster who came into this tournament at 15 years old. And his first game he scored 100. And really, he has not really moved on from there. He has had some 40s and so on. I think 1 or 2 half centuries, but I think it's time for him to really come to the fore for Barbados. And today is really a good day for him to do so.
Yes, it's the end of the second over. We'll come back to that discussion after the change of over. Barbados on the 19 after being inserted this morning here. They're 5 for the loss of 1. Javon Winter, getting the breakthrough in that last over.
Well, 1 wicket down, Barbados, unfortunately, but Jamaica celebrating 5 for 1. James have picked up the only wicket so far, 1 for none. A good over bowled by him though. Have to give him credit. That off stump line kept it right through the over and really bowled a nice decent line outside the off stump. He has replaced the left arm seamer and he has struck very early for Barbados. For Jamaica, that is.
This one is outside the off stump, works it out to the man there at Gully. So in the last over, we were speaking about that feel, Kenroy, in terms of having a man there at deep point. So definitely something that they might have seen in the previous encounters versus Zion Brathwaite. I know he's a player who was very aggressive through the offside. So that can be both a run scoring position as well as an attacking position.
Well, as you said, they did their homework. And the line that they have been bowling to Brathwaite is just on that off stump as well. They have not strayed. So they are sticking to their plans.
Good line, good length, once again from James. Deshaun James, a West Indies under 19 fast bowler, played in the last under 19 World Cup. This entire tournament is littered with under 19 internationals, and I think that's something that we spoke about extensively in the last game, or even before the tournament started, in terms of wanting to see some of these under 19 players who are part of the West Indies under 19 setup really shine and put their hand up and be counted, and so many of them has really disappointed so far. Joshua Dawn really not getting the returns that he himself would be pleased with. But once again, there's an opportunity today. The last round of fixtures. Short of a length, well played, Zion Brathwaite. Even Jordan Johnson, we mentioned him earlier as well, not really troubling his scorers as much as he would like.
You call some names, the Redwood, the Weatherborn, the Johnsons. You know, those posters have been in this tournament for the past 3 years. I think this is their 3rd year in the tournament and have not really come to the fore. Johnson, I think, has scored 100 for Jamaica in the last tournament. if my memory serves me right. And the others have not been as consistent as they're supposed to be. Really, we would love to see that consistency from the youngsters coming through in this tournament.
So a short of a length, walk down to fine leg for a single. Yes, Adrian Ware is another player who falls in that bracket.
Yes.
The attacking right-handed opener for Jamaica team. Also West Indies international player as well. I think he has 111 runs in this tournament. But just the consistency, as you mentioned, Kenroy. A couple of good innings, but then we see in the lack of consistency for these players being so experienced at this level.
Yes. And when you mention West Indies international, when you come back to these tournaments, you ought to show that sort of degree of the caliber you are, of player you are. Like persons like Ramnarit Sawan, when I played, when he came back from the West Indies, Ito, we knew we couldn't get him out. To be honest, he was hard to deal with. Christopher Gale, who was on the verge of doing so. Those persons, Marlon Samuels, the Ryan Hines, those sort of players, they were forced to be reckoned with. So these players ought to do the same as well, Take a page from those fellas' book and really come back and dominate.
This one is outside the off stump, should be called a wide is, well taken there by wicket-keeper Trevon Williams. It's very impressive in the tournament. Very agile. Williams. Having a look at the field once again. There's free slips. A man at gully, point. A straightish mid-off. There's a man at mid-on. A man at a deepish square leg, not all the way back to the boundary. And a man at fine leg. As we see the sun making its way out now in all its glory. Good conditions here for cricket. A slight wind blowing across the ground. Always important to have that wind just to cool the players down. And also can assist in terms of your swing and movement. This one is on the line of the leg stump. So just losing it in the last couple of deliveries here, Deshaun James. Previously he would have started from the Beckwith end. On this occasion he's coming now from the commentary box end. Not to show if he's all that comfortable coming from this end. Normally gets the ball to move away from the right hander. So I think a better option would have been to start him from the Beckwith end, where you can use that wind we spoke about, blowing from left to right on your screens. This one is driven sweetly through the offside. Should get close to the boundary. It does now. A wonderful shot there from Joshua Dawn. That's the type of talent we've spoken about in terms of him.
Yes, an over-pitch delivery there by the fast bowler, and Dawn just pressed that one through the covers as he ought to. Middle of the bat, race across the outfield into the fence for 4, and that's the end of the over. So a really positive-looking shot there by Dawn to end the over.
Yes, at the end of the third over, they are 11 without loss. Barbados on the 19. Been inserted here this morning at the Annesville Sporting Complex. Dawn, he's on 4, and Zion Brathwaite on 1. The only wicket to fall so far, Kyle Jordan taking that slip rather controversially, I must say. But in the end, the Jamaican team will be pleased with that early breakthrough. Barbados looking to build partnerships here.
That will be crucial going into this game. Loss of a first wicket, unfortunately. And they would love these two to have a partnership actually batting through the first or at least, of this game and getting some runs on the board and then take it from there on and really adjust the situation and play in accordance with what is happening. Barbados would love that if they could bat through the day as well. But that's a long way away.
That first hour, Kenroy, is always crucial as a batting team. Batting first. We want to get through it relatively unscathed. We want to lose a lot of wicket because that will really put a lot of pressure on the middle order. We mentioned that so far it's the middle order who have really stood up for the Barbados team, the likes of Morris, Prescott and Seeley. These are the players who have really done it for them in the middle order. From a team perspective, they would like to have a good start, put less pressure on the middle order. This one is beating him outside the off stump, a bit of bounce, a bit of lift.
Well, a good delivery there, just outside the off stump with some pace and bounce on that one. One of the better deliveries we have seen for the morning. Beating him into the keeper's glove, really. He put some effort into that as well. As we normally say, when you bend your back, you get the results. And he did that. And it flew across the bat into the keeper's glove. Good delivery ball by him.
Yes, Winter doesn't appear to be the quickest on that occasion, as you mentioned. Maybe bended his back a bit more. Got a bit of lift, a bit of carry. But so far it looks to be a very good batting wicket. We haven't seen a lot of lateral movement from both of the opening bowlers. What we have seen is consistent bounce, and I'm sure both of these batters, having grew up in Barbados where fast bowling is so prevalent, they'll be relatively pleased with what they've seen so far. Umpires today, umpire Afram Bayam and Imran Mukan here for the final. Bayam, local umpire, operating at the Beckway end, and Mukan coming here from the commentary box end. Speaking of Beckway, could see it in a distance there. Not the best of visibility at this point in time. He's punching this one out to that man out at deep point. Is Brathwaite. Gets another single. A single rotation of strike is going to be important here for the Barbados team as well.
Yes, and you mentioned something earlier with the first hour of play. It kind of sets the tone for play for the day. If you lose a lot of wickets, you will be chasing the 8 ball. If you bat through the first hour without losing wickets, then you set the tone for the others to come. And you have done your job. Really. So this is what Barbados is looking to do here. Bat through the first hour and then pace yourself through the day.
This one is punched. A bit of a misfield there from Redwood. Dawn gets a single. But good looking shot there. Just punching it off the back foot. It's a shot that we've seen employed in the 3.5 overs we've seen so far. That back foot punch really a feature. It tells me that the pace and bounce in the wicket can be trusted.
Dawn timing looks really good this morning. He is timing the ball sweetly. He surprised the man at backward point there. The pace, the ball got to him and he really hit the hands before he could have even closed them, and that is why he gave away that single. But his timing looks really good this morning.
Brathwaite working this one past him and that square leg for another single. So good batting here from these two. Just walking the ball into the gaps. And at the end of the 4th over, Barbados on the 19 after being inserted. They're 14 for 1.
Yes, steady start here for Barbados. Good start for the fast bowlers as well. Must give them credit. They have hit that off stump line. They have not been too inconsistent. 1 or 2 balls down the leg side, but that's okay. Human beings, we do all. But a good start here for both teams. Barbados losing their first wicket pretty early, and these two so far has batted nicely. Dawn is timing the ball, and Jordan is giving him support at the other end. So sorry, Brathwaite it is. Jordan is the first wicket. Brathwaite it is. So there are 3 slips, a gully, a deep square cover, really, a sweeper, you could say. Really on the boundary and a mid-off, mid-on. Mid square leg and a fine leg.
James there losing his run up. Just to ask about that man at square leg, Kenroy. He's not all the way back on the deep square leg boundary. To show what is he thinking behind that position.
Well, it's a longer version. It's when the bowler tends to bowl a little straighter. The batsman normally come in and clip it to that area, through square leg. So I'm thinking that's just a protective feel, really.
So it's safe to say it's more of a defensive position.
Yes, and just to mention too, if you're bowling that line and length as a fast bowler with the new ball, basically you're saying that He's not taking the short ball out. He's not taking it out. You still have a square leg, you have the fine leg, and you have the man at mid on. But if that man is moved from there, you're actually taking the short ball out of play. So he's still keeping that option. So that's probably one of the reasons why he's still there.
Fair enough. And Zion Brathwaite in the last game, we saw him playing the short ball reasonably well. I mentioned he has been promoted to opening the batting in this game. This one is lifting and moving away from him. Well played in the end. Didn't really follow it. Hitting the gloves. Yes, opening the batting is not something he's alien to really. Saw him opening the batting in last year's tournament. This time around with the introduction of Kyle Jordan, he would have been demoted to number 3. But on this encounter, the final here, he's been promoted back to his original position. So far has been reasonably watchful, 3 from 13 deliveries. So on the line of the leg stump, going to walk that somewhere down to fine leg, not making the type of connection he needed.
I could tell you, Kato, batting at number 3 and opening is a whole different mind game. Whether the opening batter gets a 1 ball or he bats 10 or 12 deliveries, I could tell you that. Batting number 3 for a number of years, and it's a real different ball game in coming to facing the first delivery and facing the second delivery. It's a whole different mind game.
This one is punched over the man there at golly. Into the fence for 4. Bit risky there. He was always going to go hard outside the off stump. The man there at deep point really had no chance on that occasion. 4 runs there for Zion Brathwaite. His first boundary. It's now 18 for the loss of 1.
Well, short delivery, Brathwaite strong in that area. And that's the reason why the sweeper is back on the fence. But he played it behind point this time. Over the man at gully, and it flew into the fence for 4. Strong error for him. So fast bowlers have to be careful how they execute, or they could go for some runs within that area against Brathwaite.
It's actually the first shot we saw him playing in anger really. The room was given outside the off stump. Short of a length as well. Really slashed, and it slashed hard as they would recommend. The man there at gully jumped but wasn't really able to effect that catch. It sped away down to that deepish point position for boundary. The outfielder's quicken up considerably as the sun continues to beat it. I think we'll see it being quicker and quicker. This one is taking the inner portion of the bat. Goes down to Winter there on the fine leg boundary for a single. Barbados continue to accumulate here. 5 overs completed. At the end of it, 19 without loss.
Yeah, good over there for Barbados. Just getting just about 5 runs from the over. Brathwaite punching that one over backward point nicely for 4, and just turning it off his legs down to fine leg for a single, and brought the over to an end. So good steady batting here by Brathwaite and Dawn for Barbados, but some good steady fast bowling from the Jamaican fast bowlers as well. I must give them credit for that. They have kept the batsmen in check and really bowled that tight line just outside the off stump. The only shot that was played to the one is just what Brathwaite did a while ago. Other than that, they have been very disciplined in respect of the execution of their duties here this morning. Jamaican team rather quiet on the field though, surprisingly, but they are. And the weather, the sun has just left us and it's become very cool here at Arnesville. Very good weather for fast bowling.
It's going to be Winter again from that big way, and he's punching this one nicely, Brathwaite. Up on his toes, out to the man there, Mutara, at that deep point position for another single. Just to let you know, there are 2 other encounters in this round. We have the Leeward Islands versus Windward Islands at Sand Hill Playing Field, and we have Trinidad versus Guyana at Park Hill. Not too sure there have been any play so far in those encounters. But we'll get an update for you in a while. Also taking place at this point in time is the test match in England. Kenroy, I'm sure you're smiling at that batting performance. This one is punched over the man there at a deepish point for 4. Joshua Dawn up and running once again, timing the ball beautifully here. It was not the best of deliveries, short and wide, and he really took advantage of that.
Yeah, short delivery outside the off stump, and he just stand up tall and punched it over backward point over the head of that man, and it raced into the fence for 4. A very confident looking Dawn here this morning.
Yes, he's been very fluent. I think it's the most fluent we have seen him throughout the tournament. We all know about his temperament. He's not the player who would get flustered in any way. Normally likes to bat and bat long. But so far we've seen a bit of positivity into his batting.
Pretty good signs for him. He has not scored a lot of runs in the tournament so far. So being positive to the start of your innings, it helps you. And then you could get right back into your game and actually play the game that you want to play.
So I think it's been controlled as aggression. Hasn't been reckless to any degree. Just being able to put those bad deliveries away. Played a gorgeous cover drive. And there we saw a cut shot over backward point. This one is covering up. Plays back up to Winter. Well bowled by Winter. Yes, I was asking you about that test match, Ken. Have you got no chance to take in any of the action?
Well, I saw some of it. I'm happy for Hodge, who got his first 100 at test cricket level. He has been very consistent, a very busy player he is. Happy to see somebody in the middle order coming through for the West Indies. And we'd love to see the others come through as well, like that. He has been there for a while, but I'm very happy to see that coming from Hodge.
We have Alec Athanaze as well, making a good contribution. Quite disappointed that he didn't really get that century. And Joshua De Silva as well, batting well with the tail. So very good batting performance from the West Indies team, something that we've been yearning for. Not too sure a lot of people would have bet their money that performance was in them, considering what we saw in the first test.
They may have spoken about it, but putting the money is a different thing at this time. But good job by these batters for the West Indies. You haven't seen that in a while. And
this one is walked by Joshua Dawn out to a deep mid-wicket position. A chance for a second, yes. Good positive run in there from Zion Brathwaite. I think that is what we'll get from him. A quite busy player at the crease. Likes to run hard between the wickets as well. As another over comes to an end. At the end of it, 6 overs completed. Barbados under 19 after being inserted this morning here at the Annesville Sporting Complex. They're 26 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, good steady batting here by Barbados. And coaches normally say and players normally say the longer you bat, the easier it becomes. And I think things are getting a lot easier for the batters here. Fast bowlers are sort of just into their 4th over or so. And really a good start for the Barbadians here against Jamaica. 26 for 1. Number 3, Dawn, he's on 11. And Brathwaite is on 9. And joining me in the commentator's booth here, Stacey and Adams. Welcome, Stacey, and good morning to you.
Good morning, Kenroy, and hello to all the viewers out there. Yeah, both batters looks as if they're just following up from where they left off really in that last game. Zion Brathwaite, he had 34 off 31 not out, and Joshua Dawn 24 off 30.
Well, positive signs here for the Barbadians so far. Unfortunately for them, they have lost a wicket. But good cricket here by these two batters. Looks steady. Dawn looks positive for the Barbadians. This one is a good delivery on the off stump and just calling for that quick single. That's something that would be very critical as well, Stacey, and the running between the wickets.
Yes, indeed, it's something we've spoken about quite often here in the commentary booth about the intent to score. And so far, these two batters, they've looked quite positive, looking to get that drop and run as well.
Yes, and you spoke about intent to score, wanting to score. But the thing is, how do you score those runs? When do you score those runs? And that is the decision that these batters have to make, as Dawn is now on strike for the second delivery in this over.
Yeah, and they're taking advantage of that deep fielder. He's now a bit in, but he's still pretty deep. they can just use soft hands and get a single in that area. That man at point I'm talking about.
Yes, and good observation there, Stacey. And that man has just been brought into the short extra cover area where that single has just been taken. So skipper is on the ball, looking at things. And really, the sun is out in all its glory here now at Arnisvale. Just a few grey clouds ahead or overhead. And really good conditions for cricket. Good start for Barbados. Positive response from Barbados, from Jamaica. Looking forward for excellent day of cricket here, Stacey.
Yeah, I do believe we're in for a highly competitive match. If you guys can recall, last year these two were up against it for that first place trophy. Jamaica coming out victorious in the end.
Yes, and Barbados have been very consistent over the past 3 years or so. I think they've played all finals.
Yeah, they've actually played all finals. Always looking to play for that first place spot. The year before, Leeward Islands actually pipped them to take the trophy. So they're certainly looking to get that trophy this year.
Well, it has evaded them for the last 2 years. This time he's playing and he's edged it into the keeper's glove. Don has played an aggressive shot, just edging it to the wicket keeper. And Jamaica have picked up wicket number 2, the wicket of Don.
Yeah, he's been punching it quite nicely all morning outside to that third man. Sorry, that deep point area on that occasion. Just a bit too close for the shot. And just tailing away from him also, Deshaun James. Very excellent spell from him, getting just reward.
Well, James, the experienced fast bowler from Jamaica, has picked up the experienced Don from Barbados. Those two, I think they are evenly matched, really. And James getting the better of Don. He walks back slowly to the pavilion. Jamaica has picked up wicket number 2, and Barbados are 27 for 2. The experienced Don goes back. Well. So, really good start here for Jamaica. 2 wickets within the first hour. We spoke about that just a while ago. That first hour is very critical. Barbados have scored 200 plus about 3 times in the tournament. But they have scored that once in the first innings.
Yeah, their top order hasn't really come to the party so far in this tournament. The likes of Joshua Morris, who's just come to the middle, and Jataria Prescott has gotten them out of a lot of trouble. So Zion Brathwaite is still there. And I think that's Joshua Morris that has just joined him.
That's the wicket-keeper batsman. So he's been here for, I think it's 3 years as well. I think he played last year, but didn't keep the year before, Morris. But he has done pretty well for Barbados in the middle, as you said, with Prescott. They're hoping for him to continue doing so.
Yeah, he's been pretty consistent with his run scoring. I mean, he has 118 runs in the tournament so far. Just hasn't gotten to that half century. He'll be hoping to better his score of 48 that he has in this tournament so far in this innings.
Well, he'll be facing his first delivery to someone he has not faced for the tournament, the experienced man from Jamaica, number 19 on his back. Picked up Don just a while ago. Last delivery he bowled. 3 slips, a gully, square cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and the fine leg. He runs away from us. Down the leg side, there's a loud appeal. The head of the umpire just shakes from left to right, says not out. Morris is not worried.
The bowler wasn't interested in that either, Ken Roy. I was about to call you Keswick again.
Well, the keys, don't worry, it's the keys. It's just a spelling in between, in it. Keswick and Kenroy, that's all right.
Yeah, I was just looking at Deshaun James. I really like the look of him. He has a very organized run-up, very smooth approach as he gets to that bowling crease. Not the tallest bowler, so he uses that jump to his advantage quite well. So I like the look of him, the young man.
Yes, and he has hit that corridor of uncertainty for a very high percentage. You have a high percentage there just on the off stump. This one is a straighter delivery, and Morris is Right behind of that, playing it nicely in the middle of the bat. Called for a single, but his partner wasn't interested, and that's the end of a successful over for him and Jamaica. So 27 for 2 here at Arnesville, still within the first hour of play. As we see the flags, the 4 flags, the West Indies, Jamaica, Barbados, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines flying on the eastern side of the island, of the playing field, Stadium newly refurbished for the World Cup, which has just been concluded here in the Caribbean and United States. India coming out victorious. Home team West Indies not making it through to the final 4, unfortunately. Over number 8. Swan is outside the off stump again. Good carry to the wicket keeper. So Stacey, you have been in this tournament. You have looked at the players who so far you have been very much impressed with.
I mean, I don't think any of us can go too far from Jatari or Prescott. I mean, he has evolved a lot from last year. I mean, it's not a name that you would have heard us mentioning a lot last year, but this year for sure he has surely put his hand up with bat and ball. Most runs in the tournament so far, and I think he has 7 wickets to his name in the tournament.
Quick single taking there by the 2 batters. Good calling, good running, good communication. Yes, Prescott has been very impressive for the tournament. As he said, he didn't get much opportunity last year because of the makeup of the team, but this year he has taken full advantage of that and really playing well for Barbados.
Yeah, I'm mostly impressed with his concentration. He comes in at a very tough period when usually there's a lot of wickets down. For example, in the last game he came in when they were reeling and the top order batters were shut out quite early, and his concentration is just something to be applauded. He stays in and he plays a very simple cricket, nothing too flashy or extravagant. He just plays the ball and its merit, and it's been quite successful for him so far.
Well, and to have that mental capability to do what he does is very, very important when it comes to cricket. To be under pressure and perform in the way that he does is very commended. It's very commendable from where I'm sitting here to do that on not one occasion, but on 3 occasions so far.
Yes, indeed so, Kenroy.
This one is a length delivery. There's a short leg now being employed by the Barbadians, by the Jamaicans, sorry. Third slip has been taken out. Helmet has been given to him. So just a little slight change in plans here for the Jamaicans, looking to bowl closer, more body line to Morris. Morris is very aggressive from what I've seen over past 2-3 games. This one is a good shot delivery, just on top of it and just ride it down to the man at point, really gully who comes around and feel.
Yeah, Javon Winter, he's been impressive so far, consistently in that good line area. I mean, to come in and follow in the footsteps of Ryan Edwards, who's out today. Unfortunately for him, he's been that bowler for Jamaica who was consistently running and caused a lot of problems to the batters, opposing batters, that is. So Javon Winters has really stood up tall and done an excellent job for his team so far in this opening spell.
Stacey, you have spoken about the all-round ability of Prescott. The fast bowlers you have seen in the tournament, who stands out for you?
Well, that's the thing. I've only managed to see one game in the tournament so far. It was that game, Guyana versus Barbados. We'll continue after this. Nicely played there. We've been talking about it all morning and they continue to do that. So really excellent to see from these 2 batters as the over comes to an end. Scored 29 for 2 after 8.
Yes, good over again by the fast bowler, Winter.
Yeah, so just continuing on that point, Kenroy, I mean, I cannot go too far from Isaiah Thorne. He has improved a lot. I have spoken about his maturity in that bowling innings against Barbados. Usually he's been predominantly short in the tournament, but on that occasion he was willing to pitch it up, use the conditions to his advantage. Ranico Smith himself has been impressive. Deshaun James, I'm looking at him, he has a very organized game in the way he approaches his bowling crease. So just a few names to mention in terms of fast bowlers. Kyron King, impressive fitness from him as well, hits the deck hard, gets a lot of bunks. So just a few that I've seen in the tournament so far, unfortunately.
Well, at least you saw a few and you could mention them. Apologies for putting you on the spot like that.
That's okay. I mean, I just came in for my second game, my first game, the last game, and it was Barbados versus Guyana. And the fast bowling has been impressive so far in the tournament, especially the opening bowlers.
Yes, indeed. Some young, bright, fast bowlers coming through. This one is hitting the edge, falling short at of the first slip. Not getting it cleanly, but a good line and length there by the experienced man out from Jamaica, hitting the outer portion of batter of Morris. And Stacey, and really, what's your thoughts so far of this fast bowler?
Yeah, that's why I already mentioned it. I like him. I like what I'm seeing so far from him. He's a very organized fast bowler. The way he runs in, very organized run up, very smooth. And I mentioned the jump that he uses to his effect because he's not the tallest, and he's using that jump quite well and consistently hitting that good line and length area, that corridor of uncertainty to the batters.
Good line and length again. So he has that ability to be very consistent, this fast bowler. And really, if you had to add anything to him, what would you add?
I'll look at another ball and I'll tell you. So far he's been pretty consistent. Now and again I notice he probably just falls away to the left now and again, which has caused some sporadic deliveries, but for the most part he has been really consistent. What would you add to him, Kenroy?
Well, really I would like to see him use the short pitch delivery just a little bit more as a fast bowler with a new ball. Yeah, that ball is absent. And I just spoke about it.
Well, what I was about to say is I like the fact that he's been predominantly full with the new ball, and it's been turning out quite good for him so far. And that short ball that you were speaking about, I believe that it should come as a surprise delivery, and almost there getting Joshua Morris to play a fall stroke. Luckily for him, just going over the head of mid-on.
Well, it should be a surprise delivery, but it has to be something in your armor that you use, as you say. And actually, the first time I've seen him use it for the morning and almost brought him a wicket. Fast bowlers ought to learn to utilize it in the best way possible. Almost worked for him there, as he said. This one is a straighter delivery. Just probably tying a little bit here.
Yeah, and the way the field is set, you suspect that short delivery might come at any point in time, but it's just a case of him not allowing the batters to not becoming too predictable with that short delivery. And he's bowled one so far in his spell. And you'd like to see him bowl more.
Well, early, bowling to a batter who's unsettled, that short delivery could do a lot to a batter who's not settled. But one who's settled, really, it does little or not too much based on my experience. That again, a good delivery on the off stump. So that short delivery only to a batsman who's not settled could really give you some props. Give you some early wickets as well, once it's utilized in the way that it should. And it always sends a message to the other batters coming that it is in your arm and you use it very well. So 30 for 2 here, Barbados. After being insulted by the Jamaicans, I think they should be pleased with their work so far, the Jamaicans, after winning the toss and sending Barbados into bat. And we see, as the over come to an end here, Stacey, and we see Jamaica just changing their strategies a little bit here, where they have now put a short leg in place, and they are now bowling the ball straighter at the wicket and causing the batter to play even more and move away from that off stump line that they have been bowling earlier.
Yeah, in the last game, there were a few deliveries on that straighter length that popped up a bit in that direction of the short leg. So maybe they saw that and decided to have that fielder in early, just in case they have one popping up in that direction.
Well, Winter will continue bowling here for Jamaica as Barbados been sent in 30 for 2. Morris is on 2 and Brathwaite is on 11. Both men battling here for Barbados. This one is a lovely shot, 2 covers. It's getting close to the fence, but it get there. Yes, the ball wins the race. So a lovely shot there by Brathwaite, just on the off stump. Came forward and drove it nicely, 2 covers. 4 runs to Brathwaite, 4 runs to Barbados.
Yeah, nicely played by Joshua Morris.
It's Morris, sorry.
Waiting on it and just placing the gap. That's all you really have to do. So really good gap finding from him.
So Morris. Both batters are rather aggressive, Stacey, from what I've seen. Good shot there by Morris. Lovely shot it was. As Winter just stopping in his run-ins, his delivery drive. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. But that was a really lovely shot by Morris there. Everything on the ground, textbook, everything. And really well executed by him. Winters again short, and that one is punched through covers. Is running close to the fence. Will he get there? No, it doesn't. Picks up another 2 runs. 2 runs again to Morris. So good batting here by Morris. Short delivery outside the off stump. Giving himself a little bit of room and just punching it through covers and picks up 2 good looking runs.
Yeah, all of the batters that has batted so far, they've punched quite well. Did bring about the demise of Joshua Dawn, but that length isn't going to trouble Joshua Morris. He got up on his toes quite nicely and punched it to that vacant cover area. There's a man now there. A man from short leg is now in that cover area, still with his helmet on.
This one is smacked really and brilliantly stopped by the man at backward point. Brilliantly stopped. Good feeling there. Four was written on that all over, but a brilliant piece of feeling here by the man at backward point. I'll give you that name in a bit. $37 for 2. Good line and length again by Winter. Just under the off stump. Fully packed offside field. 2 slips, a gully. Sweeper, backward point. Sweeper is on the backward point, but the square cover area. Short extra cover. Short mid off, short mid on. Fine leg. Good start to this game. This one is outside the house and fans at that. Really an ill-advised shot for me from here, Stacey. What do you think?
I mean, it was a very wide delivery. He tried to reach it. Unfortunately for him, he didn't get to it. But you were mentioning that both of the batters are very aggressive. And to me, it tells me that the Barbados batting unit, they're a very confident side. They're really prepared to play their shots. And rightly so, it's a 2-day game. And they are the only team that have won an outright game so far. Looking to drive that one in no position to do so. A dot to finish the over. So 37 for 2 after 10.
Yes, another good over ball there by Winter. Full delivery to finish that one. Just squeeze out to the man at mid-off. Brings you over to an end. So over number 10 has been bowled so far within this hour. As the two fast bowlers have been operating for Jamaica. We have not seen a change in bowling. They have been successful so far. So we see the number 77, as I mentioned it has been done for Jamaica. We'll get that name for you in a bit.
Yeah, the new bowler is Michael Clark.
Clark.
He's been a pretty consistent wicket taker for Barbados actually in this tournament. He has 9 wickets to his name. He seems to be the type of bowler that, when his captain requires a wicket, brings him on and he does that for him. So Michael Clark is a new change.
He replaces who? Yes, please. Mr. James. The West Indies West Indies West Indies rep. He has replaced on the field. So Clark replaces James for Jamaica. Still within the hour. Barbados 37 for 2. We have Brathwaite and Morris batting for Barbados as he misses his run. Dead ball signal by the umpire. Is he as fast as, or is he a medium? What is his strength, Stacey? And do you know him very well? No, you don't? Well, we'll see that in a bit. As Clark, number 77 on his back. Short run he has. Stocky, well built. Runs away from us. Okay. Good delivery on the off stump. Has that similar action of that of Dwayne Smith out of Barbados. Seems to be doing the same thing as well from his first delivery. I'm not too sure.
I think what the captain is asking of him is some stability. Just run in and bowl it on that goal line and then keep it as straight as possible to these batters, not allow them to score freely. This one whipped off the pads on that occasion, so get an easy single.
Yes, have this sort of wrongish action. Seems to be the bowler as you just described, just to keep things tight. Bowl a few overs, probably pick up a wicket or two. Then he goes to spinners, something like that. Use occasionally Clark.
Yeah, he has 2 fourers in the tournament so far, Michael Clark. So he does have a knack of picking up wickets, it seems.
So 2 deliveries so far in this over. 38 for 2. 38 for 2 Barbados after being inserted. They have lost the wicket of Dawn. This one is a full delivery. Described Stacey already. He's bowled just within that area, causing the batter to play. He's bowling straight as well, which is pretty important.
Yeah, and these 2 batters so far have shown the propensity to play that wider delivery quite well. And anything with width, they're prone to go after it. So just need to keep it as straight as possible as he's doing right now. Ask them to play a different shot.
This one is Yorker length. Seems to be bowling a very heavy ball as well. That one sounded like that coming off the bat of Brathwaite. Good delivery, right? Yorker length as well. He has 1 slip, a gully, square cover, short extra cover, 2 extra covers really, a mid-off.
Yeah, umpire Mokan just telling him to be wary of getting into that danger zone.
This one is just tickled off the pads by Brathwaite. It goes close to the fence. It goes over now. So 4 runs to Brathwaite. just straying a bit on the pads of Brathwaite, and Brathwaite playing that neatly down to fine leg for 4.
Yeah, 2 straight on that occasion from Michael Clark and easily played by Zion Brathwaite. Nice balance to flick it to that area to collect 4 more runs.
Good, lovely sunshine. Barbados continues to bat here, 42 for 2. Clark, another full delivery. Oh, so some aggression coming from Clark. They win that over as well. Probably not too pleased with that 4. But that brings you over to an end. 42 for 2, Stacey. And we're close to the hour break, really. Your thoughts so far on Barbados' start here in this innings?
Well, they'll take this start after the start that they had against Guyana. They were around 35 for 5 going into lunch. They are now scoring better. They are 42, and they only have 2 wickets down. And Joshua Morris and Zion Brathwaite, I mean, they've looked quite positive at the crease. And Joshua Morris and Zion Brathwaite, when you look at these 2 batters, you feel like they're due for a big one, just the way they come out and show that intent to score. So I think the Barbados contingent, they'll be happy with the position that they're in so far. I mean, Jamaica, they won the toss, they decided to have a bowl. We mentioned that most of the teams, they want to bowl first in this tournament, but I think Jamaica would have been hoping to have more wickets in that column.
In a final, when you have runs on the board, you have runs on the board. And really, winning the toss and sending the opposition into bat, you have to have a really good plan. Your bowling attack have to be very strong as well. And based on what I've seen, I think Barbados have batted well. I think that's their strength, really, the batting of Barbados. And Jamaica has bowled well to keep themselves into this tournament. Have to see introduction of a leg spinner. Number 10 as a single. Not fielded cleanly.
Yes, Tamari Redwood. He has 11 wickets in this tournament so far.
So Redwood have been introduced. First delivery, single, not fielded cleanly. Have some wickets so far in the tournament. This one is short. Feel well set. There's a man just on the edge of the square there. Does the feeling. That one was hit with some power as well. You could see the effect of that from the fielder. A slip, backward point. Redwood again.
Yeah, I remember Redwood from the tournament last year. He took wickets, but he was pretty inconsistent. So I was really excited to see his progress in this tournament.
Again, he's on the money, calling Brathwaite forward.
Yeah, he picked up 6 wickets at this venue against the Windward Islands as well. So a ground he's familiar with.
One just a little wide outside here. Some batsmen just shoulder arms into the keeper's glove. Had no reason to play that, really. Jamaican leg spinner, Redwood. Have some experience at this level. I've been playing for Jamaica past 3 years. Not a delivery outside the off stump. That brings you over to an end. So after 11 overs and the force of play, the umpire signals for the water cat to come on. Jamaica winning the toss and sending the Barbadians into bat. They are 43 for 2. 43 for 2 here at Arnisville. As we take a break here at Arnisville, the first hour of play have been completed. We'll be right back to continue with coverage here at Arnisville in this finals between Barbados and Jamaica.
Yes, welcome back to beautiful sunshine here at the Annisville Playing Field, coming to you from the enchanting island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We are here for the final between Barbados and Jamaica. Jamaica won the toss and they inserted the Barbados team to bat. Barbados are 43 for 2. Deshaun James and Javon White picking up a wicket apiece. In the studios with me is Mr. Sylvanus Morgan Horn. Michael Clark to continue. To Joshua Morris. Full and punch beautifully down the ground. I think that will get to the boundary. So 4 runs to start right after the water break.
Stacey, thank you for introducing me, and present day to viewers and listeners to CWI Rising Star Under 19 cricket. Lovely cricket here at the Annisville Stadium is back again, and some very familiar names that we are accustomed to, Stacey.
Yeah, I see Michael Clark just continuing on the full line, full delivery punch nicely down the ground by Joshua Morris. It's full again, this time to that fielder at mid-off. So we also have 2 other games that's supposed to be playing today, 3rd place playoff between Windward Islands and Leeward Islands, and Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana for that 5th place playoff. No match has started. None of the games have started as yet. Bit of wit on that occasion. The field is well packed for that. Yeah, we also have action between the United States women and the West Indies women in under 19s women's tournament. There are 5 T20s to be playing. West Indies versus USA. USA currently having a bat in Trinidad and Tobago. So lots of cricket right now, Sylvanus Horn.
Yes, and it's always good to see the youngsters flexing their muscles, using the gifts, the talents. You know that Cricket West Indies is looking for youngsters and building the team. We want to get back to that glory days. We have seen some good prospects, Stacey. So we're watching Michael Clark from the commentator's booth. That shot just taking the inner half of the bat, mid-on fields. So far, Stacey, my thought on the first hour of play I've seen Barbados was rather even Stevens, you know. They had a good look at the Jamaican bowlers and they didn't play too many rash shots. This one is driven up to mid-off, fielded by the bowler, he returns to the keeper on the run. Michael Clark, Stacey, is not of the quickest of bowlers for the Jamaicans. He's medium built and just putting it thereabout. Medium pacer, but bowling a very steady line. Yeah. 47 for 2 at the end of 13 overs. Barbados sent into bat by Jamaica. What do you think, Stacey, would be a reasonable score for the Barbadians?
Well, getting to 200 is always a good target, especially in the 2-day format with these youngsters. So I think they'll be looking to get to 200 or so.
Yes, and we have not seen any explosive attack by the Barbadians. We know what they can do, but they're taking their time and they're selecting their shots. This ball is pitched outside the off stump and driven with deep mid-off. Fielder runs around to his left. Batsman in the meantime cross for 1. Total goes up to 48 for 2. 48 for 2 of 13.1 over. We would have seen a long spell, Stacey, between the 2 opening bowlers. There's a ball that is played on the onside, just behind square, and the batsman scampered through first. Another single pushes the total up to 49 for 2. We're looking at the 14th over.
Yeah, that's a really good line to Brathwaite. He seems to really like playing on the back foot a lot. Hardly ever comes forward, so That's a nice line there to create some uncertainty for him from Redwood.
Yes, he's a very diminutive figure, and he has a repertoire of shots, and he selects his shot very well. And so far, he has been the anchor in the Barbadian innings. Thus far, he has seen two of his colleagues back into the hutch. This one again from Redman on the middle stump. He just plays straight back to the bowler, no run. Lovely day for cricket here at the Annisville Stadium. Here's a ball that is trifle short, and there's a misfield here by Deshaun James. Of course, that ball was pushed up to mid-on, and he was trying to avoid the single but overran the ball and allows the batsman to get one. So the total goes up by 1 to 49 for 2. That brings the 14th over to an end. Stacey, your thought on that over?
50 runs actually came up for Barbados in that over, so they're now 50 for 2. It's a good over from Redwood. I mean, he's just getting into his work, the young leg spinner. We also have wrist spinner points in this tournament, so Jamaica will be hoping for him to continue being consistent. And I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. The first 2 overs, I remember last year, sometimes it was very hard for him to land it on the surface. He picked up a lot of wickets in between. He would get some of those brilliant deliveries, unplayable deliveries. This year he has been consistently lining it up and landing it well. So I'm very happy with his progress so far, Tamari Redwood.
So it's Michael Clark who will continue from the commentary end. Brathwaite on strike. He pushes out to extra cover. It's no run. Sissy coming off of the just concluded preliminary World Cup T20. We have seen a transformation in the grounds. Very, very good indeed. Looking in immaculate conditions, and it's good to see that these players have a chance to be playing here at this renewed stadium, so to speak. Here's a delivery from Clark again. Brathwaite is on the defense. He plays out on the offside, no run.
Yes, indeed. So, Mr. Horn, it was an indescribable feeling, really, to have World Cup cricket here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and international cricket after such a long break, 14 years, I think, to be exact. So, I mean, as I said, indescribable feeling. Yeah, that one got some bounce on that occasion. Surprise young Brathwaite.
I'm pretty impressed, Stacey, with the line that the Jamaican bowlers were bowling in the first hour of play until now. So they continue to bowl that steady line, just nagging line, making the Barbadian batters work for their runs.
Yeah, it's been a good contest so far. No team has really run away with it in the first hour, as you mentioned, pretty even. And the Jamaican team, they're pretty patient with their line and lengths. Seems like they have found something that has worked for them in the tournament. I haven't seen them before today in the tournament, unfortunately, but it seems like they have found a certain plan of attack, and they're continuing with that.
Here's a delivery. In defense is Brathwaite, and he was able to score it for a single. Total for Barbados, move up by 1. It's now 51 for 2. 14.5 overs being bowled. Still a quiet period after the water break. I haven't seen any explosive shots from the Barbadian. They're still being watchful and still taking the time, looking to build a big innings. This one is played down to second slip. That brings the 15th over to an end. So after 15 over, Barbados are now 51 for 2. Looking to really build a partnership here after losing 2 wickets. One, I would say, most of us would say from the commentary box and from what we have seen, of course the umpires are always in a better position. A bit controversial. A catch that was taken with the back of the player turn somewhat to the umpires, but it was difficult for us. We thought from here it was a drop catch, but the umpires thought differently, Stacey. So Redwood is going to continue from the back way end, or southern end as we say, and he will be bowling to Brathwaite. Again, he's on the back foot and punches out to extra cover, knocked down by the fielder running around to his right. Redwood Stacey continued to bowl that nagging line. I've seen from the seamers earlier that the wicket definitely has shown that it has a lot of moisture in it, and we've seen some bumps. The Barbadians was able to, compromise, play their shots based on selections. And here's a ball played up to straight mid on, again another misfeeling. It's all about concentration. We don't know if we water break.
Yeah, the Barbados team, they've shown a lot of purpose since the water break. They're looking for every opportunity to score. So that's good from them. The Jamaican team, on the other hand, they're really trying to bowl in that consistent line and length area. A switch in the field. Javon Winter, who has missed field 2 in that area, is being replaced by his opening partner, Deshaun James, at that short mid-on position. They picked up 2 easy singles there, so captain just looking to cut it off with one of his more agile fielders perhaps.
Ball pitched outside the off stump. Morrison allows it to go by to the keeper. So far we have not seen that bounce yet from Redway. Here again he pushes forward to a delivery right on target. No run. Very good, favorable cricket conditions. And here's a ball short, looking to penetrate the outside, but hitting it straight to short cover, resulting in no run. That brings the 16th over to an end. And the total for Barbados, 52 for 2. So Clark will pick it up here from the southern end again. Yet to get his first wicket. He has been bowling a very tidy length. Not a fast tearaway bowler by any means, but just doing what the doctor's order. Sure, Captain Barnes will be pleased with that. And here is one down the leg side and he's out. Yeah. This one was badly directed and the batsman tickled it and the appeal went up and he was given.
Yeah, strangled down the leg side. Zion Brathwaite, a disappointing way to get out. Was pretty off balance in his shot. Was really on the move in playing that shot compared to that last time when he tickled it down the leg side. He was well balanced on that occasion, tickling it straight to the hands of the keeper, Trevon Williams, who takes a pretty smart catch to break the partnership that was building quite nicely. So a welcome wicket for Jamaica.
Yes, indeed. So unfortunately to see the way that Brathwaite go, he was playing so well all morning. And I was just speaking about Clark bowling. He's not a tearaway bowler by any means, but this one was ill-directed and Brathwaite had a switch at it. Took an edge down the leg side, a smart catch by the keeper, and he has to go back into the hutch. So Barbados has lost his third wicket. 52 for 2 of his 17.2 overs. So yes, Michael Clark Stacey has just picked up his first wicket, and he would have worked very hard, except to see that it wasn't any route of a delivery by any means. So we should say a bad shot by Brathwaite.
Yeah, so the new batter is Akeem McCullin. A bit of wit to start to him. He's prepared to be watchful, leaves it alone.
Yes, and his first ball, he's outside the off stump. He have a good look at it and let it go by to the keeper. Surely this wicket for Clark would have inspired him. New batter to the crease. Again, Barbados now has to adjust, consolidate, rebuild an innings again. This one is short. Batsman attempting to pull. Didn't quite get hold of it. Just reaches as far as short leg. No run. We're seeing a pack offside field for Clark this time. Stacey around. Slip. Gully a cover, extra cover, mid off. Here's one outside the off, some pitch wide, and here is Morrison. Flashes his blade down to the third man boundary for 4.
Yeah, a bit of a width offered on that occasion. Ill-advised. I mean, yes, he has a packed offside field, but that's not the length or the line really that the captain is asking him to bowl. And McCullen, basically 3 runs for him in that slip cordon. There's only one field at slip and one at gully, so all he had to do was find the gap.
So he has opened his innings with the boundary.
Yeah, sometimes you find that happening. Just going back to that wicket, Sylvanus, I mean, the delivery that you don't expect to pick up the wicket does so. I mean, he's been predominantly full, and the one that strays down the leg side ended up taking the edge.
Here is one slightly short, and again, McCullin trying to pull. Still not timing the ball as he would like. He just stays there on the back foot and having a swish at it.
And it's not getting up as much as he expects it to. I mean, he shouldn't expect it to get up as much because Michael Clark isn't bowling with a lot of pace.
Full length, full toss actually, and didn't really do justice with that one. He just held the bat there and it was played out into extra cover region. So that brings over number 18. Over number 17 to an end. So after 17 overs, Barbados are 56 for 3. 56 for 3. Akeem, the new batsman in, is on 4.
Somewhat of a stifled appeal there from a bowler. So Redwood continuing in his spell. He's executed quite well so far. And I really like the way the field is set as well. They're giving him that cover on the outside.
And here is one again. He's trying to beat Norlands up actually. He was in a tangle there. This ball was between middle and off stump. But
that one appeared to have pitched outside the leg actually.
So Redway still in search of his first wicket. Morrison settles, and here he's coming forward, taking the inner half of the bat to a short mid-wicket region. No run. Of course, Barbados will want to bat up until lunch without losing any wicket, and hope that they will be able to get close to 200 plus. There's a ball from Redwood driven up to straight mid-on, no run.
Yeah, I must say I continue to be really impressed with Redwood. I mean, his control this year is quite immaculate compared to last year, and that's what we've been talking about in terms of players learning and growing as we see them from year to year in this tournament. So he's one of the players who has grown quite a lot in terms of his control and consistency. So another over comes to an end. The score is 56 for 3 after 18.
Yes, indeed, Stacey shows that he would have been working on his game, would have been working on those weak areas, and we are seeing him now look a much improved bowler from last year. So the 18th over is been bowled. Barbados is 56 for 3. 56 for 3 Barbados.
So Michael Clark to continue. One a bit too straight and walk down to that man and fine leg.
Stacey, your impressions of the wicket so far? We have seen the opening bowlers were able to extract some bounce out of the wicket, and now we are seeing a difference with the two different bowlers are on. Of course, the ball is not as new, but this is a short ball that was pulled this time by Morrison to mid-wicket, and the batsmen were able to go through for 2 runs.
Yeah, really good execution from Joshua Morris. You saw his partner and Akeem McCullin unable to put 2 shorter deliveries away on that occasion. Morris just waited on it a bit more, got in position quite early and just found the gap. So it's something that I'll continue after this delivery. Too much bounce on that occasion.
Wow.
Call wide. Striving for that extra bounce.
Yeah, this
Too
is
much.
the first one that we see really climbing from Clark this time. More or less, he was full in most of his overs.
Yeah, it's playing similar to the last game, really. I mean, earlier, you get a bit of tennis ball bounce, as my co-commentators alluded to earlier. And then as the sun comes out and dries out the surface, it becomes a decent batting track. So you're not seeing a lot of awkward bounce apart from that one. Just now, I think that was the bowler's effort on that part. But it's been pretty decent so far. It hasn't really had any sort of demons to cry about so far from the batter's perspective. And the bowlers, I mean, once you bowl in that good length area, as we've seen from Deshaun James and now Michael Clark trying to keep it as full as possible, you will get reward. So,
and you're so correct, Stacey. Wicket so far shown that whatever the bowler puts in, you get out. So there's something there for bowler and batter. As you rightly alluded to, there is no devil in the wicket. Once the batsmen put their head down, and once the bowler bowl the right line, they will get the punches. And here is the delivery. We just spoke about it a while ago, Stacey. A very long hop outside the off stump. And is it Morris? Yes, it's Morrison.
yeah, that's
China forcing shot and just holding out to cover.
Yeah, that's such a disappointing way to get out. And the way he's admonishing himself right now, you can see that he is not impressed with that shot. I mean, delivery was there, it was short, it sat up quite nicely, and he just played it straight into that fielder's hand. Took an easy catch in the end.
Yeah.
So Winter taking a reasonably easy catch.
So Clark has picked up his second wicket, and not with any brute of a delivery, so to say. 2 bad deliveries, one down the leg side, a tickle from Brathwaite, and then now a very long short ball outside the off stump, and Morrison give it away.
Yeah, it was a lot of hands on that. He really reached for it. Joshua Morris didn't try to play it down, really played it with no purpose, if you say it that way. Didn't try to play it down, even tried to go up and over. The fielders, a well-packed field as well by the captain, having those 5 men there in and out on the offside area. So the new batter, Nathan Seeley, a disappointing way to get out for Joshua Morris. And the score moves to 64-4. So 2 wickets really that, I mean, probably the 4 wickets, if you look at it that way. Really some ill-advised shots, and nothing really in terms of troubling the batters out there. to have them on the back foot. It was just 4 injudicious shots really from the batters.
And yes, this is so often we see this happening in cricket. You have a good partnership building, and then afterwards, some injudicious shots, so to speak, from a delivery that really should have been put away. But nonetheless, 59 for 4 Barbados, really losing their way here after a very good start, I should say, a very steady start. Not an explosive start from what I've seen, but a building partnership and then losing wickets. So here is Clark again to the new batter. Seeley, a very seasoned campaigner. Stacey?
Yeah, similar delivery to start to the one that got Joshua Morris and Nathan Seeley, just deciding to leave it alone. Played a fighting knock in the last game for his team when they were under some pressure. They scored 38 runs, so something similar is needed here from him, along with Akeem McCollin at the other end.
He has got a good shoulder on his head and good concentration. Coming in at a time when the Barbadians need to rebuild their innings again. And I think he knows exactly what is required of him. So he has a good look at the first 2 deliveries. So the 19th over has come to an end. And Barbados are now 64-4. 64-4. I'm now joined by Kato, fellow commentator, back in the commentator's booth. Good morning to you, Kato.
Yeah, good morning to you and good morning to our viewers.
Your impression so far?
Well, it's safe to say that having insulted the opposition, I think Jamaica will be happy of the 2 teams. Getting 4 top order wickets so far really would have encouraged them. The Barbadian team, we mentioned their top order struggling throughout the tournament. They will really depend now on the middle order to get them to a respectable total.
So we've seen the start of the 20th over by Redwood. That delivery is played on the onside. McCollin facing up to Redwood. There's a delivery. He's tickling on the leg side. Square leg runs around to his right. A single resulting. So Kato, you have been looking on and you have seen Redway since he has been introduced. What are your impressions of him so far?
Yes, he has been relatively steady so far into his 5th overs, none for 6. So hasn't given a lot away. Hasn't looked as threatening as he was in the previous encounter on this particular wicket. So I'm getting a 6-wicket haul versus the Windward Islands. But so far, he's not amongst the wicket. He has done a very good job for the captain in terms of stemming the flow of runs.
Yeah, there's a delivery running off the outer portion of the bat down to where a third one, where backward point moves to his left field. The batsman cross for 1. Total goes up by 1. Barbados 61 for 4. 61 for 4. Seeley was able to open his account there with that single. And here's a delivery. Keeper whips the bills off, but batsman foot was grounded. No damage done. So still a quiet period here after the water break. Barbados trying to rebuild, trying to post a formidable total, but has been losing wicket, Kato. When they seem set to build a partnership, they lost the wicket.
Yes, some very soft dismissals so far. Jamaica, they've bowled relatively well, but some of the dismissals from a Barbadian perspective, they'll be a bit disappointed with those. The likes of Brathwaite and Morris. The type of deliveries we really expect to see players at this particular level being dismissed with.
Indeed. So long off has been brought in to a short mid-off position. The delivery outside the off, some guided down by McCollin to the backward point area. We're able to cross for 2 runs. 2 runs to Barbados. The total goes up to 64. 64 for 4 Barbados. We are in the 20th over, the start of this game. We have seen the ebbs and flows. Wicket taking at intervals, patches. There's a delivery down the leg side. Batsman has a switch at it, misses. Your impression with the keeper so far as well, Kato?
Yes, Trevon Williams has been very impressive. We mentioned that earlier on commentary last year. So, having seen him in last year's tournament, very agile, gets across very well, and so far he's been very effective for his team. It's always good to have that kind of surety behind his stump. Affected a couple of dismissals as well.
You would have seen most of the matches, Kato. Your pick in terms of the keeper thus far? Are you impressed with whom?
Well, it's hard to look past Trevon Williams. I mentioned I've been very impressed with him throughout his tenure in the tournament last year as well as this year. I've seen a couple of the games now from Jamaica and has really performed very well. Joshua Morris is also very impressive behind his thumb, the Barbadian keeper. So we've seen quite a bit of these keepers in the tournament. Hopefully they'll be able to elevate their games and improve as they seek to elevate themselves to the higher level.
Okay, Trevon. It's a name we'll have to look out for. Trevon Williams. And he does a bit of batting as well?
Yes, right arm batter. Hasn't had the type of scores maybe he himself would be relatively pleased with. But it's another game, another opportunity for him in this particular game. Big final.
So Clark. This one wide outside the off stump, the batsman doesn't have to place. Wide signal by the umpire. Total goes up by one extra to 65 for 4.
An interesting decision, Sylvanus, in terms of Seeley coming ahead of Jatara Prescott. We have been singing his praises all day. He's the leading run scorer in the tournament, 169 runs. And he's really impressed one and all with his batting, his temperament in the middle order for the Barbadian team. But we're seeing the captain being promoted ahead of him.
So we look forward to this other person, this name, Joshua Dawn and Preston. 169. It's commendable. Kato, we know that the format after the passage of Hurricane Beryl has been changed from a 3-day format to a 2-day format. You think that would have had any effect on the players?
Well, ideally, you would have wanted to see the 3-day format. It gives the opportunity for more outright victories. So far in the tournament, the Barbadian team is the only team that has really managed to pick up a win. They won against Guyana in the last round. Some of the games have been affected also by bad weather and the field conditions not really being conducive enough to have play for the maximum duration. So the 3-day format would have really lent itself to perhaps more cricket and more opportunities to see competitiveness.
There's a delivery that taken in a half of the bat as the batsman tried to drive. Nathan Seeley gets it out to back forward square. The batsman gets 2 runs, so the total moves up to 2 to 67 for 4 Barbados. And Kato, we have seen Clark losing some concentration there with his line. He has bowled some wide off stump, and now he has been strained a bit down the leg side as well to a pack offside field.
Yes, Michael Clark, he's a key player for the Jamaican team. Normally comes in after the opening bowlers. A steady type of bowler, doesn't have the type of pace, but what he does have is a bit of control. Haven't seen that being in total exhibition so far.
Here he is down the leg side again.
Yes, but so far he's had 2 wickets, and that's something that he has managed to do throughout the tournament. He actually has 9 wickets now in the tournament, the third leading bowler in the tournament in terms of wickets. So he has managed to do a very good job in terms of coming in after the opening bowlers and managed to take wickets as well as being effective.
Yes, he have been concentrating on getting that ball fuller length up. Just in this over, he have strayed somewhat, but here's a short delivery, and Seeley is swinging him around, swung him down to backward square into the boundary. It goes to 4. The Barbadian total now moves up to 71 for 4. Short ball for Michael Clark. Not too many short balls you would have seen him in his spell thus far. As I say, he started out bowling a fuller length, but after about 5 overs there, about into his 5th over, I think, he somewhat lose a bit of concentration there. So Barbados, 4 welcome runs. Total now 71 for 4.
There's a disappointing delivery there from Michael Clark. We mentioned he doesn't have the pace to really trouble the batters at that particular length. And a very good shot there by Captain Seeley. Hitting that one in front of square out to the square like Bungry for a Bungry. A welcome Bungry for him. His first. 71 for 4. The Barbados team having been inserted this morning here in the final of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-19 tournament.
Still a lot of work to do here by Barbados if they were going to get anywhere close to 200 runs. So these two batters need to concentrate, put their head down and build a partnership. Of course, they would want to go to lunch and then show that they'll come back and see Barbados through to a reasonable total. So it's McCollins facing up to Redway, and for this delivery he is in defense, plays out on the offside. Short backward point. Moves to his right, picks up, no run. Redway bowling to a slip. Or 2 slip, I should say. Redwood, sorry. And here's a delivery pitched up, driven to mid-off. Batsman scampered through for another single. So McCollin takes another run, pushes the Barbadian total up to 72 4. So it's Redwood and not Redway. Redwood, the leg spinner for Jamaica. Doing a very good job here thus far.
I think so far what we've seen from the Barbados team throughout the tournament is that they pride themselves on building partnerships. So even in the previous encounter versus Guyana, they were struggling at one point, 37 for 5. But they managed to string a couple of big partnerships in the lower order. We mentioned Prescott, Seeley, and the rest of the lower order. So that's something that they themselves would be looking to do and replicate in this final as well.
Here's a delivery on the middle stump, plays out on the onside. Mid-on runs around to his right but can't stop the single. Another run to the Bajan total. It goes up to 73 for 4. Of course, the Jamaicans will be pleased with their performance thus far, keeping the Barbados total down. We have not seen K2 any explosive attack by the Barbadians thus far in this game, and we wait to see what would happen. As we said, they were losing wicket, building partnership, losing wicket, and again, you can't afford to lose any wicket now going into the luncheon interval. This is a very important partnership. If Nathan Seeley and McCollin could really push them up to the possibly 100 mark before the lunch break.
Yes, the scoring rate was of just over 3 runs per over, so it hasn't really got away from the Jamaican team. We mentioned not being as attacking as perhaps they normally would be, like to score quickly, put pressure on the opposition. But so far they have not been given the opportunity to do so due to some steady bowling from the Jamaican team. I don't think the loss of those top order wickets as well would have helped in terms of the scoring rate.
But it's always a good thing when it's a team game, and everyone that goes out there Kato, with a bat should be able to really, bat and do the job that is required of them and help to build an innings for their team. And we have seen Collins and Seeley doing that just now.
I haven't seen a lot of McCollin. I think this perhaps is his first year at this particular level playing for the Barbados team. What we do know of Seeley, he's the type of player who would walk the ball around. He's not the ultra-aggressive player. He's also the captain as well, so he will want to lead from the front.
There's a delivery that he's defending and he's scampered through hurriedly for a single and he gets there. No harm done, another single. Another addition to the Barbados total. Total goes up now to 75.
Well, that's good batting there by McCollin. Just working the ball into the gap, into the cover region, and right away good communication between these two. That's going to be critical as they seek to build this partnership.
Indeed, and they need to definitely put some pressure on the Jamaican fielders once they're not getting the boundaries. This delivery from Clark is driven up to mid-off. No run. Yes, and that's what cricket is all about. It's not just hitting the ball to the boundary. You have to find the gaps in the field and push the ball around, get the singles, put the fielders under some pressure. So far, we haven't been seeing much trace by the Jamaican players to balls going to the boundary. So Barbados will have to have a different strategy here. Here's Nathan Seeley in defense, and there's a throw in from the man at short mid-wicket, hit the stumps, but no harm done. Collins get back quite safely.
There's a bit of indecision there between these two. The first time you've seen that. But I think in the end, I think it was a very good call by Nathan Seeley to send his partner back.
Yes, good decision by Nathan Seeley as he awaits Clarks again. This time he lets it go outside the off stump. And that brings over number 23 to an end. The total 75 for 4. After 23 overs, Barbados sent into bat by the Jamaicans. 75 for 4. Easy going here right now for the Barbadians. Kito.
There's another study over there from Michael Clark. I'm going back to the Clark that we know in terms of just bowling on a good length outside the off stump, not trying a lot, not really doing a lot with the ball in terms of movement. We haven't seen any extensive movement on this wicket. What we have seen is relatively comfortable bounce for the batters, a bit of tone for Redwood on occasions, but nothing really to cause any alarm.
There's the delivery, and Collins is in defense. Plays back to the bowler, no run. We are speaking about the transformation of this ground since the World Cup. You would have seen, of course, and the pitch in particularly when Afghanistan and the other teams would have played here, and we have seen the wicket was pretty lively. How do you compare it since the World Cup? Any thoughts?
Well, it was always going to be somewhat of an unknown in terms of how the wickets would behave. These are relatively new wickets, so it take a while for them to really settle down. Night cricket as well was being played. We have never had night cricket here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
That's true.
Based on what we saw during those games, it offered a lot in terms of pace for the pace bowlers as well as assistance for the spinners. In this tournament so far, I think a lot of the teams really lost a lot of top order wickets, so they have really struggled to put up any sort of significant totals. We saw Barbados in the last round scoring 200. They have actually been the only team to score 200 on more than one occasion. So they are the batting team in terms of form in the tournament. But the pitches are reasonably good for batting. If you're really willing to buckle down and bat long, you can actually score runs.
Couldn't agree with you more, Kito. As we watch Redwood again trying to pick up his first wicket. This one is played on the onside. Mid-on runs around to his right. Batsman go through for another single to push the Barbadian total now onto 76. 76. That brings the 24th over to an end. Yes, and these are new relayed wickets, and so far I'm pleased with what I'm seeing, Kito. And yes. In it, I see there's something for bowlers and batters, and once you concentrate, once you focus, you should be able to get results from here, whether you're a batter or whether you're a bowler. But so far, Steven in this game, Jamaica won the toss, sent in Barbados, and was able to get some success. And now we're seeing a change of bowling here from the southern end, number 22. Jordan Johnson.
No, actually, it's not Johnson.
Is it Johnson? Yes.
Samuels. Looks like Samuels.
Samuel?
Yes. Odell Samuels.
Oh. Right arm. It's number 7, actually. It's a little byplay there. It's Samuel. Odell Samuel? Wearing the number 7 jersey. 18 jersey. 7. Odell Samuel is picking it up for the change of bowling. He will be replacing Clark. The second delivery. Here he is. And here is a ball, a pitch outside the off stump. The batsman going for a big drive, gets it out to backward point. Fielder run down to that area and throws back. Just one run. 77 for 4. 25th over is being bowled. Pretty cool conditions for cricket. Players are able to enjoy the coolness. Sun is not coming through that brightly. Samuel bowling to a slip, a cover, an extra cover, backward point in the mid-off. Here he is with his third delivery, the 25th over outside the off stump. Batsman, watch it goes by to the keeper. No harm. This one is a fuller length and Seeley is playing it out to cover region. Batsman get another single. Total goes up to 78 for 4. Kato, these two are playing very, very quiet indeed. I think they don't want to take any chances going into lunch.
Yes, just about 10 minutes or so before the lunch and break. I'm sure both of these batters will want to go into the break, assess the situation of the game, enjoy some of the lovely lunches that we have been privy to so far, and come back after lunch and try and build on this partnership.
And it's not to say that the bowlers are bowling badly, so the batsman has been very watchful, and Jamaica continued to plug away a very tight line. All their bowlers have been bowling well so far, except for the odd delivery that might have been a little bit wayward off target, but so far they would have got most of it right. They're radar right. So the 25th over has been bowled, and the total now, Barbadian total, is 79 for 4. 79 for 4. 3 runs coming off of that first over for Odell Samuels.
Yes, Samuel, a relatively steady off spinner, a tall man, tend to get a bit of bounce. Doesn't turn it a great deal. So far in the tournament, returns of 6 wickets. So he has managed to make important breakthrough for the captain. Just playing a second fiddle ready to Redwood, who is the premier spinner in this outfit.
So these two teams, Jamaica and Barbados, in contest for first place. There are other games that are playing throughout the country at Cumberland and at Park Hill. We have no scores for those games. Hopefully sometime during this match we'll be able to give you some scores. Here's a delivery from, there's a change of bowling again?
No, it's Redwood to continue.
Redwood continuing from that end. There's a second delivery, Kato, here's a delivery from Redwood. Pitch outside, middle, turning away, and here is Collins going for the big drive. We were just speaking about them playing carefully before lunch, and here it is again, losing the wicket to a very poor shot.
Yes, he actually attempted a similar shot in the previous over versus Samuel, but managed to just evade the man there at a backward point region. On this occasion, that delivery outside the off stump, turning further away, looking to go over extra cover, getting the outer portion of the bat, and a very good catch there by the man at backward point. A disappointing end to the innings there from McCollin, as this partnership was looking to build, and we could see the dejection in him and the disappointment in his batting partner, Nathan Seeley, looking on from the opposite end.
Yes, indeed, and Tammy Redwood have picked up his first wicket before lunch. He has bowled 7.2 overs. He's now taken 1 for 13. Yes, a very disappointing end to what would have been a very good partnership that was building between McCollin and Nathan Seeley. Extravagant drive, looking for that extravagant drive. A teasing delivery from Redwood caused him his downfall. Just prune it to short backward point. So he has to go back to the pavilion. And the Barbadian total now is now on 79 for 5. Barbados reeling at 79 for 5 and we have seen fall of their wickets really from some injudicious shots, poor shot selection, and the Jamaican would be happy with that. Before going to lunch, they have taken a wicket, another wicket, and would like to see another scalper to going back. Here's a delivery now to the new batsman.
Yes, Prescott, the man we were speaking about earlier, coming into the wicket and right away hitting this one into the gap for a single. He's up and running.
He's tall, yes, Prescott, tall right-hander, playing that one up to mid-on and opening his account with a single. Total Barbados 80 for 5. 80 for 5. A little adjustment is made to the field. We see the man at point now moving to an extra mid-off, and extra mid-off move back to extra cover. And here's a delivery that have him all squared up. That's Nathan Seeley. Very good delivery there from Redwood. Ball trickles out to backward point. So here at Annisvale, for our viewers, we are looking at the CWI Under 19 Rising Stars tournament. Barbados versus Jamaica. This finals. Very keen contest indeed. Sun comes out again as Redwood bowls. The batsman plays back to the bowler. Bit cramped for room there as he was on the back foot and has to hurry that shot. So a very good over there for Jamaica, Kato.
Yes, a successful over for Redwood. We mentioned he's bowled well without a lot of reward so far in this particular innings. And that over was really gifted a wicket on that occasion. McCullin really losing his concentration on that occasion. And a good breakthrough for the Jamaican team. They've managed to take wickets at regular intervals. So the Barbadian team has never really gotten away from them in terms of the scoring. And so far, it must be said their decision to bowl first has been justified.
And would you say, Kato, that the Barbadians are known for getting themselves into this position, but they have batting right down to the end that they will be able to recover?
But that's what I alluded to earlier in terms of so far in the tournament, their top order hasn't really shown, but their middle to low order has managed to dig them out of whatever hole they have been placed in, and they'll be looking for more of the same here from Captain Seeley as well as Jatara Prescott. Okay,
we have seen the reintroduction now of Deshaun James. Just before lunch, you will have another ball, and Seeley is facing up to him. Here's a ball that pitched on about off stump. Seeley picking up the line and just watching it go by to the keeper. And yeah, we have seen James in the earlier spell. He would have bowled well. Were you impressed with his earlier spell?
Yes, he's normally that type of bowler who's running in hard, hit the deck very hard as well. A bit short at times. I think he can actually bowl a fuller length. Also a West Indies under 19 international. So he's pretty comfortable at this level. And I think it's a very good move from the captain to bring him. This might actually be the last over before the luncheon break.
It's another good delivery, and Nathan Seeley watching it all the way, cover his stumps nicely, picking up the line and allowing it to go through. Another decent delivery there from Deshaun James. Sure, Captain Barnes would be happy with that. He's bowling to 2 slips and a gully cover. Extra cover on the mid-off. Backward square, deep. Mid-wicket and a mid-on. Here he is with his 4th delivery for this one. Seeley is in defense and was able to get a single. As the ball rolls out to short mid-wicket, we'll have to do some running in. Couldn't stop the single. The total for Barbadians up by 1 to 81 for 5. Still a quiet period for Barbados. I think Jamaica would be well pleased winning the toss and sending in the Barbadians. they will be well pleased so far with what they would have been able to achieve. Barbados losing 5 wickets. Keeping the Barbadians under pressure. We know the Barbadians are very attacking. Here's the delivery. Preston in defense. Short cover fields. And here's K2, and this is still good practice for both teams, because after this tournament you will have the one-day tournament to go into, which again is a different format.
Yes, it's an opportunity for them to get used to the conditions here. Some of the matches will be played right here at the Annesville playing field.
Here is the delivery that pitched up and driven by Preston, knocked down by extra cover. Very good field there by number 17. That's Captain Barnes throwing himself to his right. Half stopping it. No run resulting. Barbados, accustomed to being in the finals in this tournament, and would have lost it last year to Jamaica. And here is a delivery pitched up on the onside. Preston a bit disgusted with himself that he didn't get hold of that. It is the end of the over. It seems as if it is lunch. Yes, it is lunch here on the first day of this final match between Jamaica and Barbados. Barbados going to lunch at 82 for 5. 82 for 5. And indeed it was a very good match session so far before lunch, with Jamaica winning the toss, sending in Barbados to bat, and would be pleased, as we said, having Barbados reeling at 82 for 5. K2, your impression so far?
Yes, having won the toss this morning, elected to field first. And then the Jamaican team would be the happier of the two, and getting 5 wickets in that session. I think it's important for them now to try and limit the scoring opportunities of these two. We mentioned that the fact that these are two of the more informed batters for the Barbadian team, so they'll be looking to come out after lunch and try and restrict the Barbadian team as to a lower total as possible. Barbados, on the other hand, they might be disappointed with some of the dismissal that they were given, and they'll be hoping to build on this start after the lunch break.
So from here at the stadium of Annesville, we go to lunch. We'll join you back in another hour or so after lunch.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Arnesville Playing Field, where we are locked in battle here with Barbados and Jamaica in the finals of the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars here at St. Vincent and the Grenadines with Barbados 82-5. We are about to commence play here this afternoon with the first ball being bowled. This one is just on the leg stump. Not a very good start. With me here in studios is Osnet Kato. Osnet, good afternoon and welcome back.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Martin, and good afternoon to all our viewers.
So a very interesting game so far on hand. 5 wickets have fallen, 82 runs on the board. Barbados, Jamaica.
Yes, so far, Martin, a lot of the players got a start but never really went on. Zion Brathwaite, 19. Joshua Dawn, he looked good for a while. 11 from 14 deliveries. Joshua Morris, I think he'll be most disappointed with that dismissal. Went for 18. Akeem McCullin, 14. So at the crease at the moment, Nathan Seeley, the captain, he's on 11. Jatari Prescott just joined him, he's on 1. This one is walked out to the man there deep, mid-wicket by Seeley. The first run after the lunch break. In terms of the bowling for the Jamaican team so far, Deshaun James, 6 overs, 1 for 15. Javon Winter, 5 overs, 1 for 23. Michael Clark, bowler lengthy spare, 7 overs, 2 for 26. Maybe the pick of the bowlers. Redwood, 8 overs, 1 for 15. And Odell Samuel bowled a solitary over before the lunch break, none for 3. So it's safe to say that Jamaica, having won the toss and sorted the opposition in, they'll be reasonably pleased with their efforts so far.
Yes, I do agree with you there, Osnet. 8-3 for 5, you can't complain about that. 27.5 overs have been bowled by the Jamaicans. Redwood have 1 for 16, as mentioned before. And Prescott, the chief scorer for Barbados, thus far in this tournament, has joined his captain Seeley. This one has been punched to the man at the cover, who have done a really good job running to his right and fielding. So, another over have been completed here, the first one after lunch. And the Barbados are here now, 83 for 5. 83 for 5. Really, Osnet, you've seen this game so far, you have seen the tournament. What would be a good score for Barbados here in the first innings at 83 for 5?
Well, our co-commentator Stacey mentioned that 200 mark being like a threshold really that most of the teams can use to really put some pressure on the opposition. We haven't seen the best of batting in the tournament from most of these teams. Most of the Jamaican team, I mean, they're littered with a lot of experienced players, both at the under-19 regional level as well as West Indies under-19. But so far, they haven't really put their hand up and be counted. So I think from the Barbados perspective, 200 is a reasonable total for them. We mentioned that they've scored 200 on more than one occasions in this tournament, and they'll be hoping to do more of the same today.
Well, I do agree with you there. Jamaica, who have not gone past 150 in the tournament so far, I think Barbados should be actually looking for like 150, even though they're 83 for 5, just to give you that psychological advantage, really, going into this day and a half remaining. And really, if they do that, I think it will be set for a really good game. 83 for 5, and here comes James. As he continues, he started from lunch, and he continues here after lunch. Good delivery straight again. Looking for 1, but good feeling by those fielders in and around the bat. That is something that we have to commend them for. We have seen these teams field through the tournament, and we have not seen a lot of catches being spilled.
Yes, very good catching throughout the tournament. That's one element of the game that we have seen a stark improvement in. This partnership, though, very critical for the Barbadian team. We mentioned these are 2 of the more informed players for Barbados. So the Jamaican, I'm sure during the luncheon interval, the management team would have discussed the importance of breaking this partnership and the role it would play in terms of limiting the scoring opportunities of the Barbados team.
I do agree with you there. And the same talk would have been held in the Barbados camp, knowing that these 2 are the mainstay here, Seeley and Prescott. Really, they have been the ones who have held Barbados together. They know how important this partnership would be going into looking for a total, really, of 150 plus. They need to put on a partnership here and take it to at least 140 before anyone else comes to that crease. But James will be really looking to get one of these wickets and really try to get Barbados out at under 120 or so. This one is a good lifting delivery outside the half stump into the keeper's glove. That one is taken over the head.
Yes, continues to get that ball to go through at a reasonable pace, Deshaun James, getting a bit of lift, bit of carry there. Nathan Seeley coming down trying to inspect that particular spot.
Well, wicket had some sun on it this morning. Ball seems to be coming off the wicket a little quicker than it was this morning. Some of the moisture has really disappeared, and James has settled into his walk here. Short delivery down the leg side, lifting delivery again.
In the last encounter, Martin, we were speaking about that partnership of 66 between these two. Also, we need to note that Prescott, he made 75 not out in that encounter versus the Guyanese. So, a good partnership given the context of that game, having been reeling at one particular point at 35 for 5. That partnership, as well as other small partnerships along the way, really propelled the Barbadian total up to 201 for 9 declared in that last round of games.
Well, they were hoping to repeat that here in this game, the finals. This one is a good delivery, hitting the inner portion of the bat and running down to third man. The O's and the R's went up, and Seeley gets a cheeky single there. But a good delivery from James again.
Yes, good delivery here from James. Just getting a bit of zip off the wicket. We mentioned that the sun would have baked this wicket a bit. Should have been dried out, maybe losing a bit of pace. But so far from James after lunch, I'm not sure if it is a wonderful lunch that he had. Would have really given him that extra step.
So you said wonderful lunch. Have you took part in those proceedings?
Of course, it's always good to enjoy that meal. That's my favorite meal of the day. I don't know about you, Kelly.
I like breakfast. James continue. Good lifting delivery again, finding some life out of this wicket here, James. Hitting the upper portion of the bat, splice really. And Prescott, a Friscoing player he is.
I don't think James want to get too carried away here with this particular length. Prescott is a tall man, played that one reasonably comfortably. I would still like to see him use that fuller length, especially having these batsmen resuming after the luncheon break. They have to start again. So that corridor of uncertainty and a good length is still a very good delivery. But so far he has managed to bowl short of a length and got a little bit of a lift off the wicket, but definitely doesn't want to get carried away here.
Well, there's a man deep square leg. Fine leg, a man at mid-wicket. This one is cut backward point. I don't think anyone would catch that. It is running close to the rope. It goes over the fence now. A short delivery outside his half stump, and he just pounced on that Prescott into the fence before. Easy shot for him. Lovely, lovely hands.
Well, it's a shot of a man in form, Kenroy. Delivery again on the shorter side. He was just explaining he doesn't want to get carried away with that particular length, and that was well played by Prescott. Minimum of fuss, just easing it away, really past backward point, well timed. In the end, the outfield we mentioned has quickened up, and he gets his first boundary after the lunch break. Yes,
a good boundary that is, and that brings you over to an end, and carries the score now to 89 for 5. 89 for 5, 29 overs bowled. Something to be aware of as well, as that is that the amount of overs that these teams have been batting in this tournament, really, they have not been batting enough overs, in my opinion. I see teams being bowled out for 25 overs and all that during the tournament. I think they need to spend more time at the crease, even though it's cut down to 2 days, the tournament. They need to spend more time batting at the crease.
Yes, it's a two-day tournament, and it's still a lot of overs to bat, really. So, as you mentioned, spending time at the crease is always important. You can't score runs in the pavilion, as your coaches would say. And we haven't seen enough of that batsmen willing to really do the hard yards in terms of staying at the wicket and scoring, manoeuvring his strike. That was a very good example of manoeuvring his strike there from Nathan Seeley as he punched this one out to a deepish cover. Jordan Johnson, cannot prevent the single. Just to bring you abreast in terms of the other games being played in this particular round, remember we have the third place playoff between the Windward Islands and Leeward Islands. The last score we have is 35 for 3. And at Cumberland, TNT versus Guyana. Guyana, they're 26 for 2. So those are two other encounters that perhaps that are not being televised. You could also follow those scores on the Windies app, and we will bring periodic updates for you as well, as this one is punched out again to Jordan Johnson there, and another single. So they're doing it in singles here, walking the ball into the gaps. Good batting.
Yes, indeed. And this partnership, as we mentioned, is pretty critical in the Barbados innings. And these two batters are not two batters to be bogged down. Sealy, he scores rather freely as well. So Jamaica has to be careful here as to how they go about their task between these two players here. They are running between the wickets good. They are calling because they know their job. They know what is required of them. And you have seen where Prescott is trying to hit the ball through the onside because there's a pack offside field. And Sealy has done the same thing. So they have already worked out the plan as to how they're going to get their runs, these two batters.
Yes, both of them seem to have a very good understanding as well in terms of the running between the wickets. Perhaps spending that amount of time together in the last game really helped.
Again, this one is just pushed up, brings you over to an end. And really, James 7 overs for 21 runs. With 5 for 21, he got one wicket apiece there. Charles Clark, he bowled pretty well in the middle, hitting lines and length and pick up 2 crucial wickets as well. So some good bowling by the fast bowlers for Jamaica. The spinners have not really put anything in the tin yet or given Jamaica any reward. That's Redwood. That's the only spinner so far. But the fast bowlers have done a very good job for them this morning into this evening session.
I think what we see from the Jamaican team is the use of Redwood for a prolonged spell from that Beckway end, and then rotation of fast bowlers from the commentary box end. Also have the likes of Samuels, the right arm off spinner. I'm sure we'll see him at some point this afternoon.
So it's James who continues, 1 for 21. So Jamaica, semi-attacking, semi-defensive against Sealy and Prescott.
That is going to be very important in terms of the captain during this particular period, Kenroy. They want to be too attacking and allow the Barbadians to get off to a quick start after lunch. But also you want to give yourself the opportunity to actually effect a breakthrough and dismantle this particular partnership.
Yes, must commend the captain for doing a good job. Shot outside the half stump. Seems to be the plan, really, after lunch to bowl into these batters. You have to give yourself an opportunity to get wickets, not just sit back and allow them to score freely. So those gaps are plugged mid-wicket, also short extra cover. There's a man deep on the square leg boundary. For that short delivery, there's not a sweeper. There's one slip waiting for that edge outside the half stump as James just continue to bowl well, consistent as usual for the Jamaicans, keeping the pressure on the batters. Oh, that's a good delivery. Keeping a little bit low, really, but well played by Sealy in the end.
Yes, that delivery kind of jogging back on Nathan Sealy there, getting the inner portion of the bat. So far, most of the deliveries from James seem to be going away from the right-hander. On that occasion, coming back, causing a little bit of discomfort there for Nathan Sealy. But thankfully for him and the Barbados team, able to get some bat on it. Gets a single as well. Score goes up to 93 for the loss of 5.
The old saying goes, 1-1 fills the basket. Another thing to look at, I was not really too impressed with the way that the batters got out during this morning session. Really have not seen a difficult delivery or well-bowled delivery that got any wicket this morning. I think the batters rather gifted their wicket away for Barbados.
Yeah, some pretty soft dismissals. More so than Joshua Morris, who we're super disappointed with his dismissal. short delivery really. Could have really put that one anywhere. In the end, put it straight into the hand of the man there at cover. He was already looking good. Did the hard work. But in the end, just not carrying on really. Should be the disappointing aspect from the morning's performance by the Barbadian team.
Yeah. 9-3 for 5. This one is whipped off his pads. Good feeling by the man at mid-wicket. How it catch him. Probably was in the air for a little bit. But it came off the middle of the bat of Prescott and had the man at mid-wicket scrambling there.
Yes, Michael Clark there at mid-wicket. Saw him effect a catch earlier. Quite controversial, I must say. But Prescott, that's a shot he plays very well off his legs. Looking to hit it too hard, just timing it nicely. But on that occasion, not finding the gap. I think from the bowler's perspective here, he has to be mindful that both of these players have different techniques. Prescott is tall, whereas Seeley is more diminutive. So his lengths have to be different.
See some reinforcement on the onside for Jamaica. As he bowled that one into his body, there's a short mid-wicket, 2 short mid-wickets really. So a good over, change of plan really from the Jamaicans in the last delivery. And after that over, it's a 9-3 for 5 Barbados. After losing the toss this morning, they have been sent in, and I could understand that as well from the Jamaicans, sending the Barbadians into bat. They have not had a very good time with the bat so far in the tournament. So losing the toss and electing to field, I could understand that as well from the Jamaicans.
Yes, you mentioned their somewhat inept batting performances in the tournament so far. So I guess they're just giving themselves the opportunity to walk themselves into the game. Having said that, they have given themselves a good start, just about driving home the advantage here this afternoon. The second session is going to be crucial, really, to the outcome of this game.
Well, you mentioned it, crucial session between now and tea. Barbados could find themselves being bowled out or propelling themselves to a good total. That puts pressure on the Jamaicans. Jamaicans could find themselves batting this evening some point, but they need to remove one of these batters in the middle. The Barbadian team has really batted well in the middle. As we mentioned earlier, these two are the main contributors. So far, so good for Barbados with these two, hoping that they would carry their bats a little further. Good feeling again there by the man at short cover, just on the edge of the circle, something that has been implemented all game.
Yes, Michael Clark doing a very good job in the field. He's been in the wars really. Saw him in the slip cordon earlier. Now he's stationed there at point. This one is punched down the ground, should get close to the boundary. Man comes around there. I think that's Morgan. Can't prevent the second, but juicy full toss. I think Seeley there will be reasonably disappointed with the outcome there.
Probably caught him by surprise. I haven't seen a loose delivery like that for the game. So probably caught him by surprise, but he still got 2 runs from it. Really should have done better, but he's still there batting.
I think they normally say the full toss is a difficult delivery to get a wicket, right? I'm not too sure how often you would have been dismissed from a full toss.
On a few occasions, trying to maximize finding the hands of the fielders, so it could be detrimental as well.
Another single there by Seeley, working it out to the right of the man there at mid-on, and good running again between these two. 96 for 5.
Oh, there's a loud appeal. I think that one probably struck him somewhere outside the leg stump, but it skid on and struck in Prescott somewhere in the leg stump, not outside the umpire, but that's the end of another over. And after that over, Jamaica sending the Barbadians into bat there, 95 for 5, with Prescott on 6 and Seeley, the skipper, on 19 from 41. And Timara Redwood has bowled just about 11 overs and 22 runs have been scored off of his bowling. He has 1 wicket.
Well, he was hoping that he can get add a second to his name, but on that occasion, that delivery pitching outside the leg stump and should not be given out. An umpire, Mukan, sorry, agreed.
So James continues. He's into his 9th over. Good delivery just on the off stump again. Well fielded by the man at gully. So after the last delivery, that man who was a short mid wicket has come back over to the short extra cover. So he would revert to bowling this hard red cherry straighter. That's James. It's very consistent. Very impressed with that from him. It's a nice line and length outside the off stump. Keeps things tight. Don't give away much from my observation. Again, tongue that off stump, 4th stump, 5th stump area.
I'm thinking, Kedra, if he's going to persist with this line, especially to Sealy, I think he can bring that man from mid-wicket into the slip cord. And we have seen a couple of deliveries going through that region. And I think if he's able to get that lift and zip, especially to Sealy being the shorter of the two, I think maybe that man at mid-wicket can be a wicket-taking option somewhere there at second slip or even a second gully for Deshaun James.
Well, Sealy, understanding his role and responsibility as captain as well, just shoreline arms, not flirting with danger. Again, same thing. So when you look at it, Osnet, would you think that Sealy would get out at the slip, in the slip area, backward points, cover those areas, or you would want James to bowl a little straighter, causing him to play, knowing that you need a wicket in this session?
Given the feel that we've seen from him, he's a man there at mid-wicket, a man at deep square leg and a deep fine leg, so it tells me his line perhaps would be a little bit straighter. But so far he's really utilized that off-stump line, and as I speak, I see Captain Barnes going into that second slip region. So maybe the captain is hearing me, Ken, right?
Well, he's agreeing with you as well. So reinforcement in the slip cord. Now he bowls straighter. So James just doing the opposite, straighter. And Sealy is equal to the task, really.
It's all about being patient on this wicket. This is not the type of wicket where you really blast out these players. It's just about being patient with your lines and with your lengths. And that is what is going to be needed here this afternoon by the Jamaican team as the sun continues to bake this wicket.
Yeah, saw some hostile fast bowling from the Leeward Island fast bowler just after lunch. 2 games before, a game before this one. This one is a short one and he's pulling that to square leg. There's a deep square leg. Sealy just jogging. Picks up another single. Seems to be rather prolific on that pull shot, Sealy. Liking that.
Yes, well played there by Sealy, hitting it down out to the man there deep mid-wicket. And in the last over, we were speaking about the lengths that Deshaun James seemed to be preferred to bowl here after lunch. Haven't seen a lot of full deliveries from him. Not too sure if it's a ploy by the Jamaican team to bowl that short of a length to both of these players. Also not too sure that is the right way to go.
Well, let's see how that works out for the Jamaicans, but there's a different field being implemented here for Prescott. 2 men at short mid-wicket. Full delivery. That one is bisecting both fielders. It's gone for 1. He's calling for 2. So some really smart batting here by Prescott. Just stroking that through the 2 fielders. Looking rather professional there is Prescott, knowing what he's doing. And it really looks sweet from my vantage point.
Yes, easy pickings really for Prescott through that onside. We mentioned it's a strength of his. Works the ball nicely through the onside. On that occasion, James erring in line and presenting that opportunity for Prescott to get 2 more to the total. It's now 99 for the loss of 5, this partnership. Although it's in its infancy stage, looking very promising for the Barbadian team.
Yes, these two look rather settled now. After lunch, they are hitting the ball in. The ball is hitting the middle of the bat, and they are picking up their singles. I've not seen a boundary so far. And Sealy just comes into his crease and just turns it to the man at mid-on. Seems like he has already made up his mind. He's going to just whipping it off his legs. That brings up 100 for Barbados as the supporters and the players on the bench congratulate the team for getting to 100. 33 overs have been bowled here at Annisville so far. 100 for 5 Barbados. Finals of the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars. Prescott again on the back foot. Seems to be very comfortable doing so.
Yes, and Redwood not really showing the type of consistency that we're really looking for. That's one criticism of him throughout the tournament. Just kind of string enough deliveries in that area that will cause problem for these batters. Mention also that the art of leg spin is a difficult one.
It is. Control, turn, accuracy, variation in flight. This one is hitting, it's in the air, it's calling, somebody's getting under it. It is falling between 3 players. My word, what has happened there? 3 players converging and the ball has dropped to the field. Would this be a turning point in this game? Look at that. Prescott looking to go to the onside, hitting the outer portion of the bat. Leading edge, and it's falling between 3 players. No man's land.
No man's land indeed. 3 players there converging on that one. None of them really making the effort to get close to it. Prescott, as you mentioned, trying to go across the line. I was going to mention earlier that the fact that they're looking to play him through the onside presents an element of risk attached. And on that occasion, looking to force that one over long on, perhaps Prescott getting a leading edge. But thankfully for him and the Barbadian team, none of the Jamaican players there got anywhere close to it. Captain Barnes running from cover. I think the man there on the long off boundary, he perhaps was in a better position to take that one. Samuels, but never really looked confident in terms of effecting that dismissal.
Yeah, nobody actually committed themselves to take that catch, and that was a mistake. This time is a full toss, ball to Sealy. He's flipping it out so deep mid-wicket. Fielder comes down on the field. No ball signal by the umpire. Was above the waist, a full toss. So no ball signal by umpire by him. And really they made a mockery of that, really. Those 3 players. How much would that hurt the Jamaicans? Left to be seen. A man who is in form giving you an opportunity like that. It is to be taken. Really. But he's on strike now. This time he's just turning it off his pads. He's gone for 1. Coming back for 2. Really, Jamaicans should have been more hungry to get this man out, knowing this is a finals and he's a chief scorer for Barbados.
Yes, we mentioned that the partnership was looking reasonably comfortable. So that opportunity was really what the Jamaican team needed at that particular point. Still just about 100 on the board. 100 for 6 definitely looks a lot better than 100 for 5, especially with the absence of Jatara Prescott.
Yes, seeing him walking back to the field would have been great news for the Jamaicans. But 105 for 5 Jamaica against the Barbadians. Notwithstanding that the Barbadians have a good bowling attack as well. They have defended whatever total they have put on the board, and that is the reason why they are on the leaderboard with the most points in the tournament, having won the only game outright in the tournament. That tells you that they have a good bowling team. Once they put the runs on the board, they would defend it. But Prescott and Sealy, the skipper, are still there. Prescott is 11 from 21, and Sealy 22 from 49, skipper. Redwood have just completed his 12th over. He's 1 for 28. Lovely sunshine here at Annisville as James continues to bowl here for Jamaica. In this, the finals of the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars, held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in beautiful conditions. James Another delivery down leg, as I've not seen much of that from James. As we welcome back Stacey and Adams into the commentators' booth. Stacey, and good afternoon and welcome back.
Good afternoon, Kenroy. Good afternoon to all the viewers. Been impressed with the spell from Deshaun James, although it hasn't been a successful spell so far. It's been really smart bowling plans from him. I noticed the way he's been operating. He's been trying to bowl that length, that fifth stump length to the batters, and then try to get that delivery swinging back into them. As you mentioned, so far it's been a bit too, was a bit too full and wayward in the first delivery, and just that one a bit too short.
James has resorted to bowling a short delivery at least twice in every over now. See, he has changed his plan. Earlier in the game, he bowled just on that fourth and fifth stump, really being patient. He picked up 1 wicket so far, but he has resorted to bowling that short delivery to Seeley and Prescott.
Yeah, something you've been actually asking for, but he seems to be quite metronomical in his operation, the way he plugs away at the bowler. So I think my co-commentator Asned Kato is saying he wishes that he can be a bit fuller to the batters, and I agree with him.
This one is full, as you ask, but Seeley is equal to the task and plays it nicely to the man at backward point.
Yeah, I don't mind that length. I just think the line could be a little bit straighter, and then he might be in business as slip cordon as well. I noticed that the second slip has come out of play. I recall in the over before, the second slip went in, and now the second slip is out.
Well mentioned, semi-attacking, semi-defensive Jamaica, looking for that important wicket of Prescott or Seeley. Was given the opportunity a while ago and really made a mess of it, the Jamaicans.
Yeah, right on target. I think that's a good length and a good line as well to these batters. And yeah, it's not something I've noticed from Prescott. Looking at him in his first outing in my first time looking at him in that game against Guyana, he really plays an imprudent shot. He looks to play it on its merit, and on that occasion, just losing his concentration, trying to go across Redwood, and a chance goes a begging, fell in between three of them. Unbelievable cricket, really.
Well, it has happened. So you got to believe it. Believe it or
Definitely.
not, it has happened. 105 for 5 here at Annisville playing field in lovely conditions. This one is turned neatly off his pads, Seeley. Good single taken by him, and he's looking better and better as his stay in the crease continues.
Yes, and it's a familiar pair as well in the wicket for Barbados. These two, they put on a partnership of 66 runs, and they're currently in the last game against Guyana, that is, and now they have a partnership of 27 and going here. So they don't want to be, Jamaica should be looking to break this partnership as early as possible. You don't want them to be settled even more than they are and get into their work, as they are capable of switching gears. That's what I've noticed about both of these players.
That's true. Now it's James in his 10th over. Second spell. Good shot by Prescott. He was looking to go onside, but he hit the outer portion of the bat really. And there's no mid-off. Picks up 2 easy runs.
Yeah, nice balance from him. He just waited on it, and all he had to do was pick the gap, which he did so quite well to pick up 2 more. Good reach as well from Prescott to end the over, 108 for 5.
Prescott reminds me of Roberts, from Jaden Roberts from Barbados. Similar build, and both of them are all-rounders as well. Roberts played similar roles for Barbados in the last tournament.
Yeah, funny that you mentioned that. I was having a conversation with Joshua Morris's mom, Miss Morris, in the last game, and she told me that Jaden Roberts' parents said hi. And so hi to Jaden Roberts' parents. And I said to her, Prescott, he's so impressive in this tournament so far, and he actually reminds me of Jaden Roberts, just like you mentioned, the role that he comes in and play for Barbados as well in this tournament.
Yeah, so a very good replacement for Roberts, and he's done an exceptional job for Barbados so far and doing well here. Well, Barbados and Jamaica locked in battle here at Arnisville. Redwood continues. Another full toss to Sealy. Not looking to chance it, just hitting it on the ground to the man at mid-on. Sealy just trying to be careful. Sealy. Playing a captain's knock here, Sealy.
Yeah, and both of these players do that quite well. They play the situation of the game well. And you're seeing they're doing much of the same here today.
This time he's driving outside the off stump. Chance in his hand. Really. Packed offside field looking to go through. Just got a full toss. Didn't take advantage of it. This time he just whipping it off his legs to the man at deep mid wicket. Picks up another single. So really, how much you think that catch would impact this innings?
Well, the missed opportunity because it didn't even get to hand. It'll be left to it'll be left to be seen, to be honest. I mean, the further this game gets, and such a key wicket of Jatario Prescott, we already know he's a leading run scorer in the tournament, and the way he bats and his concentration as well, and that occasion, just losing concentration a bit, looking to play across the leg spin of Redwood.
Roberts driving and throw comes back to the keeper. Doesn't take and clean. He gave the batters opportunity to take an extra run over through.
Yeah, and then you'll have that, a bit of frustration coming in as well, because certainly the captain would have expected someone to take that catch. So 110 for 5 after 36. So back to the question you asked. It's left to be seen. We'll wait and see.
Well, crucial wicket. Off there he goes, trying to go to the onside, hitting the outer portion of the bat, leading edge. 3 players converging here, everybody none, and it fell between 3 players. How much would that impact the game is left to be seen as this game continues here at Arnisville. I think that was a big blunder, really. And if Mr. Prescott goes on to score a half century or more than that, the Jamaicans would be very disappointed with themselves not being able to take that opportunity given to them. 110 for 5, 36 overs have been bowled as you see James continue to bowl here after lunch. He's bowled a pretty decent spell so far, bowling to Prescott. Short delivery, turning it off his hips, it's going straight to the man, close to the fence. They have come back for 2. So good running between these two as well. That's something as I have to commend them on communication.
Yes, their communication have been really good, and also they've taken advantage of the fact that although the field is in, the majority of the fielders are in, they're not quite tight under the bat, so they've taken advantage of that. So, for example, where that deep point is placed, you've seen them use soft hands and get a single there. Now you see that the 2 fielders on the on side, they're a bit tighter to cut off that single because they actually collected a fair bit of singles in that region as well.
Indeed. James, good delivery. Putting some more effort into that delivery. You could see it from here. Had some bounce as well. Made Prescott just a little bit uncomfortable. Although he's a tall lad. Had to make some extra height to get on top of that delivery. So James looking to dismiss one of these batters. Opportunity lost. Have to find that opportunity again. Create it. This one is outside the off stump, stays on the leg stump and just have a swish at that one, going past edge into the keeper's glove.
Yeah, a very workman-like spell here from Deshaun James, albeit no wicket for him in this spell, but I mean his plans are very clear to these 2 batters and his execution has been spot on for the most part.
Yes, just floating with danger there is Prescott. outside the off stump. One slip waiting for that edge gully. Square cover. Wicket keeper. This one is driven to the man at short extra cover. Had some power on that one.
Yeah, just over pitching on that occasion. Fortunately for James, Prescott wasn't able to find the gap, although he got in a nice position to drive it.
Rising stars, they are from all the Caribbean territories, Jamaica, Barbados, Grenada, making up the windward, St. Lucia. You have those from Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Leeward Islands, St. Kitts, Antigua. Strain on the leg stump. I think he's just tiring a little bit. He started his spell just before lunch and he came back and continued. Something I must commend the skipper from Jamaica for. He has always been on top of his game, really. His field setting is really good. And he has really not just waited on something to happen, but he's been trying to create opportunities so that and cause the pressure to be applied on the batters, looking for that wicket.
Yes, I agree with you. And while you mentioned the other countries in the tournament, just to give you an update, Guyana, they're 28 for 2 batting, and the Windward Islands are 41 for 3 in that game against Trinidad, in that game against Leeward Islands.
Again, on that similar line and length outside the off stump. Brings you over to a close. Sealy 24 from 58. Brathwaite he had 19 from 50. Morris 18 from 35 deliveries. And the leading bowler for Jamaica, Clark, he has 2 wickets. Deshaun James 30 runs, 1 wicket. 11 overs he has bowled. Prescott is at the crease with 16. And Sealy, the skipper, is not out on 24. Finals between Jamaica and Barbados, 2 of the stronger nations in the West Indies. History would tell you that. Jamaica and Barbados have produced some exceptional cricketers over the years for West Indies. Wouldn't start to call names. Might get myself into trouble. But really they have done service, human service for West Indies and producing players, and they continue to do so. Redwood. This one is hitting the outer portion of the bat. The man at slip couldn't get it. And another easy single there for Sealy. My co-commentator mentioned something between these 2 players. I think they have understand each other, their rules and their responsibilities as players. Their team is under pressure and they are really applying themselves and doing a good job, these 2 batters. Oh, good delivery there by the leg spinner. Just spinning across the bat of Prescott, looking a rather airy-fairy somewhat, giving opportunities. This time he's hitting it short of the fielder. And sometime in this period, it's only a matter of time. But Prescott looks a little bit unshaken here. I've been given a few opportunities to the Jamaicans.
Yeah, probably the first time I've seen him uncertain against a bowler since I've seen him in this competition. That is, I only managed to see him against Guyana and now here against Redwood. Redwood did almost got him a few overs ago.
Quick cut delivery by Redwood, keeping him on strike. I think he's looking to play a different game, Prescott. Probably just trying to survive, trying to bat as long as possible. But we know him as an attacking batter. So he's probably in between whether to attack, whether to defend. Not too sure. It's a little bit of confusion probably in his head. Redwood continues. Again, good delivery. And Prescott is long forward. Slimly built. That brings you over to an end. 113 for 5. here at Arnisville playing field. Jamaica versus Barbados. Jamaica winning the toss and inserting the Barbadians.
You saw the value of communication in that over.
Yes.
Particularly you see an experienced player in Nathan Seeley going to his younger countryman after that near opportunity where he played across the line and almost getting a leading edge to that fielder. Seeley just went up to him, have a word with him, and you saw the way he went about to play that over. The rest of that over, looking to block it out, looking to see off Redwood. So again, the value of communication coming into play there.
Well, skipper Seeley, knowing how important it is for Prescott to carry on here, came down and had a word with him, telling him, reminding him of his job, telling him probably two things. Say you had to be safe, play up each ball on its merit. Don't be too enthusiastic. Just wait. Play through this session, get through this session, and things will change for us. Change of bowling. Winter comes back. Starts straight at delivery. Seeley. Been told that he's been selected to the Barbados Tridents CPL team. So, well, just reminded the Royals. They have changed their name in it. Yeah, these things happen so quickly. You have to keep track of what is happening. So the Royals, congratulations to him. This one is a short one. He's pulling it through mid-wicket. Into the fence. 4 runs, a short delivery, and he pounced on it. Beautiful shot by Seeley, 4 runs.
Yeah, he really helped it to that mid-wicket boundary. Used the pace well and just hit it up and over. Made sure that he got full value for it. Getting the elevation on that occasion over that short mid-wicket fielder.
Well, Seeley seizing the opportunity to pounce on that short delivery. Just swivel and just pulled it through mid-wicket, finding the gap. Good comeback by him. Good straight at delivery. In the recommended area to be bowling. Barbados continue to add runs to this partnership. 117 for 5. Critical partnership this is. Critical stage in the game as well for these two teams. Again, this one is short and he's pulling it. Somebody's getting under it. The man has taken the catch at that fine leg. And Seeley has lost his wicket to a loose delivery down the leg side. The man at fine leg just run to his left and took an easy catch. And Barbados have lost wicket number 6, captain of Seeley.
Yeah, another short delivery. I mean, he dropped his bat as if he didn't know that fielder was down there. But Matthew Morgan, well placed. He's been down there for most of the game. Every time you had a bowler operating from this end, the fast bowlers, and Nathan Seeley still shaking his head as he's walking off. Just pulled it aerially and an easy catch in the end to Matthew Morgan. So a well-needed wicket from Jamaica's perspective, breaking that partnership of 38 between Prescott and Seeley.
Well, Jamaica have struck gold. The wicket of Seeley, now 117 for 6. Easy dismissal again, soft dismissal in my opinion. It was a short delivery, similar to the one that was pulled through the boundary for 4. This time finding the fielder in the way, and he has to go back to the pavilion. 117 for 6. A good break for Jamaica, bad news for Barbados.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he was a bit hurried for pace on that occasion. The ball before, he had more time to just place it, take his time and place it over that mid-wicket area. And this occasion, he decided to go aerially, much finer on that occasion, and picking out that man, Matthew Morgan, on the fine leg boundary.
So that brings Zishan Matara to the wicket for Barbados. 117 for 6, 38.4 overs bowled. So, Winter, 2 for 27. This one is a good delivery to Matara to start the proceedings here. partnership just been broken just about 45 minutes after lunch. That catch being spilled, then Skipper Seeley pulling one true square, 2 mid-wicket for 4, then hitting it straight into the hands of the man at fine leg. Short, and he's edging that down to third man, into the fence for 4. Fortuitous edge there, but it gives him 4.
Indeed, fortuitously played by Zishan Mutara. I mean, it was short, it was outside the half stump. He reached for it really. All hands on that occasion and getting a bottom edge, sailing all the way to the third man boundary for 4. So valuable runs there from Zishan Mutara.
Well, 4 welcome runs there for Barbados, 121. And I still remain, and I'm still saying that 150 here on this wicket to the Jamaicans will be an uphill task, knowing how well the Barbadians have bowled in this tournament and knowing that the Jamaicans have not really gone past 150 in this tournament. So 150 would be very, very good for the Barbadians. That psychological pressure.
Yeah, I still think 200, I mean, you cannot be too relaxed against this Jamaican batting outfit. They do have a lot of experience in their batting lineup, and they have some firepower as well. So, I mean, 200 should surely be the score that Barbados is looking at.
Oh, he's bowled. Quicker delivery by Redwood, and Prescott caught on the crease, bowled off stump, and Barbados have lost 2 wickets in succession here.
Yes, and that big wicket of Prescott, I mean, he should have had him a few overs ago, looking to play him on the back foot. A well-deserved wicket from Tamari Redwood. He's worked hard throughout this game, and Jataria Prescott looking to go on the back foot. Really caught in no man's land, and a well-deserved wicket from Redwood.
Well, he should have applied. He should have applied for that portion of land that he occupied. Unfortunately, it wasn't approved, and Redwood told him, "This is my land. I already bought it, and I have the deed." Really. So a wicket goes, bowled Redwood, and really a good comeback here for the Jamaicans when things look rather nice for Barbados. All of a sudden, cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties, it has proven itself that. And Jamaica has now taken 2 wickets and Barbados 121 for 7.
Yeah, and just like that, you know, they say 1 brings 2. And Raniko Smith, the new batter in, I mean, Jataria Prescott, every time he goes on the back foot to Redwood, that's when he looks the most uncertain to him on that occasion. Ill-advised, going on the back foot first delivery.
So that brings Smith, Raniko Smith, to the crease. This one has been edged fortuitously down to third man. He's called for 1, he's back for 2, scampering. He completes 2 runs, 2 more runs to Barbados, but a fortuitous edge there by Smith to get off the mark.
Yeah, all of a sudden, a lot of things are happening out there in the middle. An edge right away off the bat of Raniko Smith.
Oh, how things have changed in the matter of deliveries, really.
And what I've seen of Smith so far, he's not one that's going to hang around. He's going to play his shots.
Well, you just said it. He went for it. Somebody's getting under it. Would he get there? No, he doesn't. It goes over the fence. 4 runs. You said it. And he said, I'm going for it. 4 runs to Smith. 4 runs to Barbados. Flighted delivery went, hitting the outer portion of the bat, but eluding that man at mid-off into the fence for 4 welcome runs for Barbados.
Yeah, I suspect he's going to go at Tamari Redwood, so, I mean, there's that fielder out at long off.
Again, he goes across the line into the keeper's glove. As you said, he's not going to wait around. He's going to take his chances here. He knows how to play one way, and he would do that. That is Smith. This time he just opens up the face and runs it down to third man. Comes around and picks up a single.
Yeah, nicely weighted by Raniko Smith. It was a bit slow on that occasion from Tamari Redwood. had him coming forward early. He saw it and he just checked his shot to get a single there. So well played by Raniko Smith.
And all of a sudden, this game had just opened up. 127. Barbados looked like they were cruising like 150. 2 wickets in succession by Tamara Redwood and his partner, the bowling partner, Winter, from the other end. That brings you over to an end. 128 for 7. So Winter 2 for 31, Clark 2 for 26, and Redwood 2 for 39, bowling for Barbados. Wickets been shared among the bowlers.
Yeah, I see Jordan Johnson with the ball in hand. He's been hinting to the skipper, you know, can I get a ball? This is the second time I'm seeing with the ball in hand going up to the bowling crease, but I don't think the skipper is going to take him on anytime soon. Both of the bowlers in operation have picked up a wicket each, so unfortunately, Jordan Johnson, you have to wait your turn.
Unfortunately, his skipper is telling Jordan Johnson, I picked you for batting, not bowling. My bowlers are doing well. I'm sticking to my bowlers. Yes. As Winter continues, 31, 2 wickets. He's behind that, but pad close. That is Matara. Good session here for Jamaica. Barbados looked like they were just inching ahead. Partnership between Seeley and Prescott been broken, and all of a sudden Barbados seems to be playing a catch-up game. Again, Winter on that nagging length, just on the off stump, pushing him back. Good field setting here, keeping things tight. So Stacey, and that 150 looks far away or close?
Yeah, 150 looks quite far away now. I mean, we've seen Kyron King had a really good partnership with Jatario Prescott, but no set bat at the wicket at the moment. So that'll be the difference here compared to that last game that they played. They have no set batters, and there's Raniko Smith. If he gets in and he gets a few, you know, once he's there, runs are going to be scored. But so far, 150, it certainly looks like a tough task at this point in time.
Well, I think that these two batters are going to take the opportunity once it presents itself. And Jamaica has to be careful. It's a good lifting delivery outside the off stump. Well played by the batter in the end, but it was a good delivery from Winter. Just on that foot stump coming back at the batter, really, and into the keeper's glove. Lovely delivery. Bright sunshine here at Arnesville. No threat of rain. So we're expecting a full day's play. Hopefully that is. This one is driven nicely to backward point. He's gone for 1. It's back for 2. Sweetly timed shot there by Matara. Looking like a number 3.
Yeah, I'll recant my statement a bit. I'll say 200 because that's the score that I was saying they should be looking for. And you are adamant that 150 is a really good target total to Jamaica. So from what I've seen from the batting unit of Barbados so far in this tournament is that they do seem to have a capable batting 11 compared to most of the teams in the tournament as it overcomes to a close 131 for 7. As the likes of Kyron King came in and he was able to bat, and we were saying off air, he doesn't look like a number 11 batter at all. He looks much more accomplished than that. So 131 for 7, so surely they should be looking to get to 150 at least and then see how much more they can get out from there. But you might have another opinion, Kenroy?
Well, 200 in my opinion would cause Barbados to be in the ascendancy. In my opinion, 150 would have the game open to both teams. The team that bowls the best or the team that really apply themselves will get to that target. But 150 would give Jamaica an opportunity to really get first innings and put Barbados under some pressure. Not forgetting that Barbados comes into this finals with just 44.6 points and Jamaica on 36. So they need to win first innings at least to get close to Barbados.
Yeah, also to note, to get a batting point in this
Yes.
tournament, you have to get to 200 runs. So that magical figure of 200 runs is what Barbados surely would have been looking for today.
So really and truly, Jamaica needs to outplay Barbados in every aspect of cricket in this game to win this tournament.
Indeed, because they're ahead by points. I mean, they have accumulated so far.
Oh, full delivery, missed it completely. There's an appeal for LBW. The umpire says not out. I think it struck him high. Not too sure. Yes, it did.
Yeah,
Just seeing that again on the replay there. Would be very
dying.
interesting.
It was dying all the way, all the time.
Somebody's asking what it is missing. I'm not too sure. Full toss, missed. All it missed was the bat, really. My God. Another delivery. We're not too sure what happened there, but it was a full delivery on the replay. There it goes, full toss. Missing the bat completely, in my opinion. That's really a full toss and should have been in the pavilion. But umpire's in the best position to do so. And this one is driven up to mid-off this morning. An unfortunate incident occurred. This one is probably just making up for what went on. Stacey, what do you think?
No comment, Kenroy. So the over comes to an end, 132 for 7. And as a first hour of play after the lunch break. And we will also take a break here as the players refresh themselves. Yes, welcome back after the drinks break. We have a beautifully poised game between Barbados and Jamaica. It's the final. Jamaica elected to bowl first this morning. Barbados are currently 132 for 7. So, and I have with me in the studio Mr. Sylvanus Morgan Horn. Welcome, Mr. Horn.
Yes, welcome back here at the Annisville Stadium. Cricket, lovely cricket, and how this contest between Barbados and Jamaica continue to swung like a pendulum. One time it's Jamaica keeping things steady and was in front, and then Barbados, we know, always staging a comeback, and then we see the fall of wickets. And after every break, we've been seeing that, Stacey, how the game has been changing gears from time to time.
Yes, we've seen that quite often. The game has changed gears. No one team is on top of any other. But just for the viewing public's knowledge, I will, after this delivery, I'll just give that bit of information. So Javon Winter, beautifully bowled, coming back in there to Ranika Smith, and well played as well. So just for the viewing public's knowledge, any points that were accumulated prior to the final, or prior to this round, will not come over. So we're starting fresh on points, just for the viewing public's knowledge. So any points that were accumulated before, consider that null and void right now, as we have a fresh game on hand. It's the final. Oh, beautiful in-swinging delivery there, just narrowly missing the leg stump there, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, attempted Yorker there from Winter. A very good delivery. I almost had the batsman on his face, but luckily it was just half stopped by the keeper. No damage done, no run resulting. So we have Winter operating from our end again in this segment of the game. Stacey, seasons, summer, autumn, winter, spring. We have Winter here with us in summertime. And here's a shot. Jibbing airy-fairy up to deep mid-off, but in no man's land. Luckily, the batsman went through for a single. That takes the tally for Barbados up to 133 for 7. It's 42.3 overs. 133 for 7. Barbados trying to reach that magical figure of 200. But their first hurdle, no doubt, would be to reach the 150 target to make a match of this, Stacey. Here's a delivery that is ill-directed down the leg side. Keeper moving to his left, collected cleanly, no run resulting.
Yeah, perhaps searching for that in-swinging Yorker that he got previous 2 balls ago. And he started it a bit too straight on that occasion, so just heading down the leg side. Well taken by the keeper, Trevon Williams.
Mutara playing that one out in the offside. It's a much better directed delivery from Winter. Slimly built. Have some pace. Especially with the new ball, I would have seen him really coming off. Especially when he bent his back.
Yeah, he operates similarly to Deshaun James, but the difference is he has some more pace to him. That is gorgeously done there by Zishan Mutara. It will just be 2, but very well placed by the young man to pick up 2 more runs.
Yes, a nice forward-looking defensive shot. Just caressing it out to deep extra cover by Mutara and getting 2 comfortable runs that help the Barbados total to a healthy 135, inching closer to that 150 mark. That could really put Jamaica under some pressure. So it's the Jamaicans who now have to take grip of this segment of the game. This session after lunch, always Stacey after lunch, there's a little lethargicness in the players.
Yeah, you don't want complacency to set in, and you notice there are some teams that have an issue getting rid of the lower order batters. So Jamaica, they should be really looking to grab the ball by the horns, so to speak, and try and get rid of this lower order batting as quickly as possible.
So it's Smith facing up to Redwood. For this delivery, he is defending. Ball trickles out to first slip. And how well Redwood would have bowled throughout this match, keeping a very steady line. Very few bad deliveries for the batters. Here he is again, and this one is guided down to the third man area, and the batsman crosses for 1. Total goes up by 1 to 136 for 7.
Yeah, he's been largely immaculate in his bowling so far today. And I mean, those of you who have watched this tournament would notice the progress in his deliveries and his accuracy compared to last year.
And he has been bowling a marathon spell throughout. This is his 17th over on the trot.
Yeah, and that's largely how they have used him, even from last year to this year. He bowls in large spells, and he's somebody that the captain finds quite reliable. He's a wicket-taking option as well. And this year, he has even evolved to be that economical bowler also. So very much reliable, Tamari Redwood.
So short mid-off is now placed into first slip area. So there's a slip and a short gully. And here's a lofted shot over to the mid-off area, who has to runs around to his left. And the batsman crosses for 2. That was a well-played shot.
Yes, I've noticed Raniko Smith after that first over, he has reined in his aggression a bit. He's showing a lot more control in his approach. He realizes the situation, and he knows that he needs to bat as long as possible for his team to get them to a formidable target, or even get them to that batting point of 200.
But having said that too as well, Stacey, that's 4 run from an ill-directed delivery. That's one of his very rare bad deliveries from Redwood. Pitch outside leg, and the batsman was able to get bat onto ball, runs down to fine leg, and that's boundary there for Barbados. A boundary to is it Smith?
Yes, bally line there, but Raniko Smith just got done well, got some bat onto it, timed it really well. Raniko Smith, so he's doing a job for his team, looking to stick it out and play each ball on its merit so far.
But I've noticed, Stacey, that all the batters have been very, very watchful, and they're not taking any chances with Redwood, because he has been bowling a remarkable line and length.
Yeah, he is 143 for 7. Smith did try to take him on in the first over, and notice now, as I mentioned in this over, he's a lot more watchful, a lot more prepared to play the ball on its merit. So he's looking to...
So 44 overs have been bowled. Barbados inching to the 150 mark. Is now 143 for 7. 143 for 7, and they must be commended. We have seen partnerships in parts, and that would have helped them. Each batsman have a role to play. They would have seen how their colleagues before them get out, and they will come in, and based on certain instructions given from the dressing room, they will have to put their heads down if they really have to get past the 150 mark and give even anything close to 200 to make a match of this Jamaica. Winter is taking it up again from the southern end. It's down the leg side. Stifled appeal. Umpire not interesting. Keeper collects, no run. He's bowling to a slip. A gully, a cover, extra cover, short. Mid off. Mid on, backward square. Fine leg. Short mid wicket. Sun is out. Today has been a very good day for cricket here at this Annisville Stadium, which is in remarkable form. Picturesque Annisville. Many has rated it as one of the best looking grounds in the world. Stacey, you agree with that comment?
It's a very subjective opinion there, and I think a lot of people around the world might be saying that their ground is the most beautiful one in the world. And because I'm from St. Vincent, I'll agree with you.
Yes, and definitely there was quite a lot of work that being done to refurbish this stadium in preparation for the World Cup T20 just completed a couple of months ago. We saw pitches, replacement of stands, seat, roof. What used to be the party stand and all has been upgraded and looking very, very, very good indeed. Winter. This one, Motara is in behind it. No run resulting as it plays it up on the onside. Motara settles. The delivery, he's in defense, plays back to the ball and a run. Stacey, it's often said that cricket is dying in the West Indies. Don't know how much you concur with that statement. Do you think that the youngsters have been playing enough cricket leading up to this cricket? Because after this, we should be having some cricket here at Annisvale. We know quite a bit of funds have been injected here, and we expect to see a lot more cricket. But in terms of the youngsters themselves, before this under-19 tournament, we know we have the under-15 and the under-17. So there's still a lot of cricket that's being played. Others would think that the youngsters are not playing enough cricket, hence the reason we see so much low scores and players not concentrating for long period. Your views?
Well, I mean, I am not privy to what happens in the other domestic countries. I know for St. Vincent, I know that West Indies are trying their best to have the youngsters play a lot of cricket. You have an under-15 tournament, you have an under-17 as well. Here we have the under-19. And the good thing is that in this tournament, they've actually tried to schedule 2 forms of cricket. So you have the 2-day, which was supposed to be 3 days, but because of the weather, the passing of Beryl, we had to shorten the game and try to compound the tournament and try to get them to play some form of two-day cricket, which we're seeing happening now. And then they've extended that by giving them 50 over tournament as well. So I must commend them for that, because a few years coming in, we've actually had one format being played. So I think efforts are being made to have the youngsters play a lot more cricket. Added to that, we are seeing a lot of the young players being added to their senior domestic side and international. Odell Samuels, new bowler, getting an edge there. Off the bat of Zishan Motara, they pick up 2. So yeah, I think efforts are being made to have the youngsters playing a lot more cricket, and it's just a matter of time before we see longer concentration and more confidence coming through. A lot of these players are making their debut as well in this tournament.
Yes, to our viewers, you're not missing any cricket. It's always interesting to hear my fellow commentators' views on where cricket in the West Indies is going. Odell Samuel picks it up from the southern end, and there's a ball that is short and bangs away to the offside field. Covers giving trace close to the boundary, pulls it back, but the batsman already crossed the 2. And that's all there will be. 2 runs, 2 good-looking runs from Montara.
Yeah, look at Radniko Smith. He was running hard, looking for a third there. Zishan Motara was just jogging back to his crease. So Radniko Smith is prepared to get as many runs as possible. And Odell Smith, since his introduction today, hasn't quite found his line and length on the surface. It's been a bit too short or too full on occasions. He has 6 wickets in this tournament so far. So maybe a bit of a part-time bowler that the captain goes to give him a few overs in between, but he hasn't quite found his rhythm in this game so far.
Indeed. He's a very tall bowler, but to me, his demeanor seems a bit lazy, his approach to the wicket. It's a very short run from, there's a full toss that is banged down to deep mid-off, and the batsman goes through for 1. Smith moves up by 1. total move inches to closer to 50 is now 150. 150. The Barbados have reached that very psychological mark of 150. That surely could be an inspiration to them, Stacey.
Yes, indeed. Our co-commentator Kenroy Martin kept speaking about that 150 score, and he believes that it should be a challenge to this Jamaican batting outfit.
There's a delivery that is pitched. There's an appeal for out caught behind.
Yeah, the umpire is not interested though. He finally lands one in the right area. Unfortunately, not producing an edge on that occasion. But that's more of what the captain is asking of him as he overcomes to an end. Score is 154-7 after 46 overs.
Yes, that was a beautiful delivery ball by Odell Samuels. One of his best deliveries we would have seen since then. One bounce and turn, beating the edge of the bat. Players were up in arms, appealing for caught behind, but the umpire says not out. Barbados have rallied on to 150. Very patient knock. Very patient innings, I should say, by the Barbadians. At one stage, they look like they're going to make 200, and then wickets start falling. Then the partnership builds again, and then they lose wickets again. And so for Barbados, it was like a seesaw kind of innings here. But nonetheless, they have reached the magic score of 150, which is a very good fighting total here. It will be interesting to see when the Jamaicans have their turn what would happen.
So Michael Clark is the new bowler introduced. Bit of width to start, kept low as well.
Yes, and the ball would have lost its shine already, Stacey, and a bit getting older, the seam getting a bit softer. So we see no bounce in that delivery.
Yeah, so Michael Clark, has picked up 2 wickets so far in this bowling innings. One might consider himself lucky with the dismissals. He had Zion Brathwaite strangled down the leg side. And Joshua Morris basically just easing one into the hands of cover off a short and wide delivery. But he has brought about some sort of control for Jamaica. And I think that's the way they use him. Just to run in and bowl that patient line and length.
Yes.
And in the event of doing that, he actually picks up wickets as well. He has 11 wickets to his name in this tournament.
Yes, more as a stop bowler. He's into his 8th over, and for this delivery, Smith is guiding it down to gully. No run. No doubt the Jamaicans would like to see these remaining wickets come quickly, but the Barbadians are not going to give it to them that easy. They'll have to work very hard. Stacey, it's not easy when you have the different stages of the game and different periods of the game. You have the tea break, you have the lunch break, and you still have to come out there and concentrate.
Well, nicely worked into the offside there from Ranico Smith. Seeing some patience coming into his batting and gap finding to perfection as well. Showing his batting pedigree, Ranico Smith, known for his fast bowling.
Yes, he seems a very workman-like type of player who likes to get on with it, Stacey.
Well, going back to what you said there, Mr. Morgan, that's why it's called test. That's why it's called test cricket. You will have very attritional periods where it's not a lot of run scoring, not a lot of wickets taken, but it's about the patience as well from these youngsters.
There's a ball. Attempted Yorker. Low full toss, I would say. Couldn't do much with that. Bowler feels.
Yeah, he's out.
Yes, so Clark still looking to get the breakthrough here. Barbados 7 wickets down. Jamaica still looking for that 8th wicket. There's another ball outside the off stump. Guided away past gully and backward point. Chase. Batsman able to come through for 2 more good looking runs by Smith. Full pitched outside the off stump, and he just guided away past point. Barbados now move up to 154 for 7. 154 for 7. Clark would have bowled 8 overs. So he has bowled 8 overs for 28 runs and have taken 2 wickets. Smith is on 21. Barbados is pressing on, seeking to have the advantage here in this game.
Yeah, we've already pointed out that Barbados seems to have a good batting lineup from 1 to 11. All of the batters that have come out so far have shown that they have batting capabilities.
And this is exactly what the game is all about. Whenever your team is in a rut, somebody must be there to come and really steer the ship to course. So Smith and Mutara is doing just that now for their team. Their next landmark would be the 200 landmark. Here's a short delivery from Samuel. Was not put away by Mutara as he rushed back on the back foot and looking to pull. Did not time it well enough. Shot make where they could feel. This delivery is pushing forward on the offside. Samuels will be well advised to keep that ball on about off stump. Keep things tight. And here he is giving a very wide delivery on the off stump, allowing the batsman to free his arm, which he slaps through the cover region, deep cover, and get 2 runs. 2 runs to Montara. Pushes up the score to 156. 156 for 7. We're in the 48th over. And is he bowled? Yes. Mutara is bowled. Completely bowled there by Samuels. Getting his first wicket.
Yeah, it's a wonderful delivery.
Wow.
I mean, it actually came back in. I mean, Zishan Mutara was shouldering arms there. And delivery that just came back in and clipped the top of...
It's a beauty. Yes, it's a beauty. It's a beauty from Samuel. Just pitched just on about the off stump and went through bat and pad. At one time, the batsman was a bit confused as to... Well, he's gone, and this is the fall of Barbados. 8 wickets, so now they are 156 for 8, Stacey. Beautiful delivery there from Samuels.
Yeah, I'll say, if you're going to shoulder arms like that, you need to bring your front foot out a bit more to the pitch of the ball. Probably could have seen the ball crashing into his pad, and on that occasion, I mean, with the line there, the umpire probably would have adjudged him not out had he hit his pads, but he wasn't fully forward to that delivery, Jisan Matara, and he just came back in and bowled him. So Odell Samuels strikes, picking up his 7th wicket of this tournament so far.
So the new batsman in is Kyron King, left-hander. Kyron King coming in at the total of 156 for 8.
Yeah, the only left-handed batter in this lineup for Barbados. Getting a bit of promotion ahead of Sorav Warrell, who's in the 11 today.
So Samuel's figures, 11 overs, 1 wicket so far. He is into his 12th over. And King faces up. And for this delivery, King is forward. It runs off the inner half of the bat to a short leg slip position. Batsman was able to scamper through for a single, so King is off his mark. Open up his account with a single, and the score moves on to 157. 157 for 8. So Jamaica getting that breakthrough that they are looking for, while Barbados game is still in a balance. They still have enough overs that they can reach the 200 target, but Jamaica is not allowing that. They have to work very hard in order for them to get those remaining 43 runs if they have to reach up to that 200 mark. But you're seeing an interesting game of cricket here, Kato, as I'm now joined by my fellow commentator.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Mr. Morgan. Good afternoon to all our viewers, the viewers in Jamaica. I'm sure they'll be reasonably pleased with the performance so far. They managed to nag away at this batting lineup of the Barbados team.
Yes, delivery that is ill-directed there again from Winter. No, Clark, sorry.
Yes.
Clark. Clark has come back into the attack from this end, bowling around the wicket to the new batsman in. We've seen the fall of the wicket of Montaro, bowled a while ago by Williams. There's this delivery being played out to backward square. No run. And an interesting period right now, Kato, after lunch.
Yes,
Jamaica still having the edge.
Yes, I mentioned that Jamaica have managed to take wickets consistently. The total so far 157, not a very daunting total. But given the frailties we've seen in the Jamaican batting order, I'm sure the Barbadian team will be pleased with this total and be very confident that they can put some pressure on the top order of the Jamaican team.
Well, I would say that it has been an all-round contribution from the Barbadian batters, because everyone would have gotten a start but just wasn't able to push on. And from the Jamaican perspective, the bowlers have stuck to the task and have been doing the job for their team. There's a delivery ill-directed down the leg side. King having a swish at it, made no contact to the keeper. It's more or less quite a defensive feel now for Clark, Kato. The ball not as shiny as it was. And of course we'll get a little bit softer. So too is the wearing and tearing of the pitch. There's a delivery that is choking out on the offside, and a bad miss there by, I think it's Winter, in the covers, and the batsman were able to get a single. And Kato, we see how important at this stage of the game you will want to tighten and ensure that the Barbadian don't run away with this game.
Yes, they'll have to limit the scoring opportunities here of the Barbadian low order. We mentioned that in the tournament so far, the low order of the Barbadian team really stood up and be counted in terms of forming partnerships all the way down. And the likes of Prescott and Celia are back in the hut. That will be something that the Jamaican will be pleased about. Renico Smith, we know that he has the power to really be aggressive and pile on the runs here this afternoon.
Smith is in defense to this delivery. This is very interesting that Jamaica continue to bowl at nagging line, that they continue to press on, they continue to take wickets if they have to restrict the Barbadians under the 200 runs mark. Barbados sent into bat this morning 158 for 8. 48 overs having been bowled. Michael Clark taking 2 for 39. Samuels 1 for 12 off his 3. King is 2, he's the new batsman in. And Renico Smith is on 21 off 26 deliveries.
We mentioned a promotion for King. Given what we saw in the last game, he was able to form a very important partnership with Prescott. Prescott is no longer there, but he'll be hoping that he can do more of the same here with Renico Smith.
And here is King forward, playing up on the onside. Yes, Kate, I think somewhere interested in how Barbados have gone about their strategy. They have seen wickets tumbling at one end, and then they will build a partnership. We really have not seen any big injudicious strokes. Yes, there are some batsmen who did get out from some bat or post shot selection, but really and truly, as I mentioned, most of their batters got a start and was able to, dig in and help the total to push on to where it is now. A single brings this total up to 159 for 8. So, long partnerships are very important. Keeping your head on and on reading the game and understanding where you are in the game and employing yourself as the Barbadian batters have been doing, makes good for a good total.
Yes, we haven't really seen any high individual score as such. What we have seen is partnerships scattered right throughout the innings. And they'll be hoping that this can be one of those as well. And as you mentioned, the closer they get to 200, that would be like a psychological boost for them coming into their second innings in terms of bowling.
Indeed. Samuel to Smith. For this delivery, Smith is forced in defense. Plays up on the onside. That's the end of Samuel's over. Barbados 159 for 8. 50 overs have been bowled. Jevon Winter has 2 for 37. Samuels, he has 1 for 13 off his 4 overs. Smith is on 21 off 29 and King 3 off 9. So the tail continues to wag here, Kato, for the Barbadian, and we see how much longer they can wag and ensuring that the Barbadians get to that magic landmark of 200.
Yes, they want to get as close as possible to 200 to give themselves a bit of comfort, a bit of room for breathing, as they would say. And cricket is all about momentum. If they're able to get up here close to 200, then that will give them a bit of momentum going into their bowling innings. Similar thing happened in the previous game where they were able to recover and made 201 for 9 declared. So I'm thinking that they will be using a similar template here in terms of putting a reasonable total on the board and then put pressure on the opposition from the offset.
Winter is forward to this delivery, plays upon the offside. Smith seems to be a good all-rounder, Kato. Have you seen him before this game, actually?
Yes, he played in the tournament last year with right-arm seamer. And we have quite a bit of players similar profile to him throughout this tournament. Some fast bowling medium, some bowlers bowling fast medium, and also very handy with the bat. So that's good to see from a West Indies point of view. This one is hit down to square leg, should get close to the boundary. A very good shot there by Kyron King. Continues to impress throughout this tournament.
Indeed, a very diminutive figure, and this was pitch on the hip area, and he just turned inside of it and get it down to fine leg, deep fine leg for a 4. Good shot, brings the total up to now 163. Barbados 163. Winter would prefer to bowl more middle and off stump to this left-hander. Yeah, he's pitching a bit wide, and a bad miss there by the wicket-keeper. Ball didn't get up at all. It went, beat first slip. Batsman able to get a single. It's now 164. 164 for 8. So we are seeing a little bit of the ball keeping low at the other end now as it get older, softer.
It's something that we spoke about in terms of as long as the sun continue to beat on this wicket, it will get slower and lower. So I'm thinking the Barbados will be reasonably pleased with their position at this time. And given the fact that they have a couple of spinners in their armory as well, they'll be hoping that they can just put a total on the board and be able to put a bit of pressure on the Jamaican batting lineup. In terms of Kyron King, there's a lot to like about him. A very good technique for number 10, number 11 batsman. Has a good head on his shoulders, walk the ball into the gaps. And I think it's important from him to continue to try and form a partnership with Ranico Smith. We'll also see him later on with the ball in the hand. Bowled a very long spell in the last game, so tend to be a fit young man.
And here is Smith playing a very, very classy shot indeed. One which would be welcome into 20 K2.
Yes, a very innovative shot there from Ranico Smith. He mentioned that he has the power really to cause problems for the Jamaican team. I did it on the line of the middle stump really, taking it off his stump, but very effective in the end, get it past the man there out at deep square leg for a welcome boundary. So they continue to pile on the runs here, the Barbados team, and you could see a bit of dejection in the Jamaican fielders at this point in time.
Yeah, that was very good innovation there by Smith. Very smart thinking as well, and it looks good by that shot, but a very risky shot indeed. Had he missed it, there could have been a shout for a leg before, but he played it well and gained good results. 4 runs, total now 169. Smart cricket by Smith. Tries it again, but this time hitting the pad.
Well, I think he was actually there for a similar shot. This one more on the line of the leg stump. The previous delivery took it from the line of the middle stump. I'm sure you'll be very disappointed to miss out on that delivery. As another over comes to an end, it's 168 for 8 Barbados.
Yes, Smith on 25 of 32 and King giving him his support at number 10, coming in at number 10. He's on 7 of 12 deliveries. But to go back, Kato, to some deliveries that were keeping a bit low, you know, at the northern end. Actually, Clark was bowling here from the southern end, so we're seeing that. Do you think it would be a good thing? Barbados must be pleased to see this. You have seen their bowling attack. What do you think?
Yes, they have a good seam bowling attack, the Barbadian team. The likes of Ranico Smith and Kyron King opening the bowling. They also have spinners as well. So they have a good all-around attack, which I think would definitely cause problems here for this Jamaican outfit.
Yes.
Mentioned that the top order for the Jamaican team really short on confidence. They have some very good players in their ranks. Some players experienced at this level. Also played for the West Indies under 19 team in terms of Weatherborn, Jordan Johnson, Warren, Brian Barnes, the captain himself, Adrian Ware. So they have some firepower in their batting unit. It's just a matter of not really performing throughout this tournament so far.
So, Kato, if you were the captain of Barbados, would you declare now? Is it too much runs for Jamaica?
I think they will continue and try and get as close as possible to that 200 mark. They still have further 32 runs to go. But we will see maybe a bit more positivity from the likes of Ranico Smith in order to get there as quickly as possible and give yourself as much overs at the Jamaican team this afternoon.
See a little byplay there now by King and Samuel, as he wasn't quite ready to pull out of the attack there. Samuel have to go back to his mark and come again. And for this delivery, King is trying to force in shot. Misses, keeper collects. Yes, no doubt Barbados would like to go over that 200 mark, pile up as many runs as possible. Probably wanted to bat once in this game would have been a good thing. No one knows what tomorrow bring. We're having a fair days of cricket. Good sunshine.
They will also want to accumulate that batting points, those batting points as well for scoring 200 runs. Remember, our co-commentator Stacey spoke about the fact that the points accumulated in this game is what really matters. So the batting points will be critical as long as they're not bowled out as well. That means they will not be giving the Jamaican team those bowling points. So there's a lot of scenarios at stake as it relates to a declaration.
Okay, and the thing is, Barbados should be the first to get those points. If they will be able to get up to that 200 mark, they will accumulate their 4 set of points in this game. So it's interesting. Game of glorious uncertainties here. And the contest between Jamaica and Barbados continue. The guys from the land of wood and water and the guys from the land of the flying fish who will come out victors. We wait to see that between now and tomorrow. But we have a match on here. It will be interesting to see when the Jamaicans take their turn at the crease. What would happen, how the wicket would play with the Barbadians' attack. So we now see a change from this end. James. Deshaun James will take it up. Wearing the number 19 on his t-shirt. There's a baller taking a thick outside edge, beating the four slip. That was a poor bit of feeling, I would say. Kato, we speak about this, Jamaica having bowled so well, but they need their fielders to back it up. Then we are seeing some sloppiness in between.
Indeed, so in the last couple of overs, we're seeing a bit of sloppiness creeping into the play of the Jamaican team. Adrian Ware, their force, they really didn't make the best of efforts. It was a difficult take. It actually fell short of him, but you would think at this level you should be able to cut that off. And Deshaun James, a very frustrated man.
Adrian Ware, very heavily built man. Take some time to get down a while ago as that ball eluded him. Harris Smith playing a forcing shot up to mid-off. Didn't get hold of it, just chopping short of the mid-off fielder. Luckily for him, He has to take into consideration that the ball is not, it wasn't to the pitch in the first place. He was trying to force in shot, trying to go over the top, trying to clear mid off, but didn't get hold of that one. So he lives to fight again, no danger done. As James, he really been carrying the lead here for Jamaica. So he runs away from us. For this delivery, and again, a jump catch, no doubt, an easy sitter through the hands of Ware. Just now it eluded him on the ground and go for 4, and this time it's through his hands. A simple dolly. Kato.
Yes, his reflections there, Adrian, were really left a lot to be desired. A little bit short of length outside the off stump, so he should have been expecting it in that slip cord and taking the outside edge there from Ranico Smith and burst through his hands really before he even got them up. So not very good anticipation there from Adrian, not very good execution in terms of effecting that catch. And Deshaun James really, once again, his frustration showing, lying on the ground like he's on Miami Beach enjoying the weather.
Indeed, and it's not easy. He has been really toiling here, toiling out. It's hard for Jamaica, and to see that catch go begging straight down the throat of Ware and straight through his hands, unfortunately. So he will try again. But that should have been taken. It's a dolly. And this time he's in defense, covering nicely. Ball running out to Gully.
Well, those two deliveries really showed us the inconsistencies in terms of pace in this wicket. The first one falling short of Adrian Ware, going through his hands, and then the next one going past him at head height. So it shows that there's a bit of inconsistencies in terms of the pace and bounce in the wicket.
Yes, it's
but really no excuse for Adrian Ware. He should have really taken that, given his experience at this level.
Indeed. The old saying goes, catches win matches, and bowlers need the support of the fielders. There's a short delivery, given room. Cross for 2, short delivery, and Smith is banging it through the offside. Nicely played shot there by Smith.
Yes, not the best of delivery there, Deshaun James. Perhaps thinking about that opportunity earlier on in the over. Seemed to be still thinking about it, walking back to his mark here. Not to show that he and Adrian Ware will be having a drink anytime soon.
Clearly not. He surely would have been walking back to his mark thinking that he should have gotten a wicket there, but it's a game of glorious uncertainties. You have to keep trying. Forget about that. And here's another one taking the edge again, but this one he could be pardoned for it. Had he taken it, Kato, it would have been a beautiful catch by the wicket keeper. I won't blame Wade for this. It's going to his left. It was dying, and it was a little away from the wicket keeper as well, and keeping very low. So you finding the outer edge again. There is James from the bat of Smith. So we are seeing some things happening in this over.
Well, I'll tell you what, I was singing the praises of Trevon Williams earlier. On that occasion, just moving a little bit late on that one. If there was anyone to take that, it would have been the wicket keeper. In the end, no, well placed from Ranico Smith. Just between the wicket keeper and the first slip there, Warren Ware. I don't think Warren Ware was ever going to take that one, dive into his left. But another opportunity created there by Deshaun James. He'll be very disappointed with what took place in that over, but not so the Barbadian team. They continue to motor along, really. The scoring we're picking up in the last couple of overs, 182 for the loss of 8.
Yes, and runs is runs, whether they come off the edge of the bat, they're extras. They really add into the total now and putting the pressure on the Jamaicans. Here is Williams, and King is driving up to mid-on. The run resulting. So yes, a lot of drama in that last over there from Deshaun James. He should have gotten a wicket or 2, but it didn't happen. And the Barbados are pressing on. Right in their luck, as we would say, onto the landmark of 200. They are now 182. And we would say, Kato, that in cricket you do need some luck. Sports in general,
Yes.
as in life.
And it's been that type of day really for the Jamaican team. We have seen some balls hit officially falling short of the fielders. We saw that misjudgment earlier where 3 fielders converged and none of them really got close to the ball. We've seen a couple of drop catches as well. So it's been an almost kind of day for them. And they'll be hoping that they'll get a better run of luck when their turn at the crease comes in terms of their batting.
Samuel plowing away from the southern end, or northern end I should say, as the delivery is driven up to mid-on, straight to the fielder, no run resulting. Clearly the batsman will have to try and walk the ball through the spaces. Seems not to be in any hurry to these batters, but they're just piling on the runs, taking the odd boundary. They have been very selective at their shots as well, particularly Smith.
I don't think we're going to see any shot in anger really from Kyron King. His job here really is to just stay there and form a partnership with Ranico Smith. We'll see more of the aggression coming from Ranico Smith. He's the one that has been there for a while, 39 from 38 deliveries. So in terms of batting as a partnership, Kyron King's role here is just to stay there. I won't see anything fancy from him.
Indeed, and Smith looks a very dangerous customer, especially in this latter part of the Barbadian innings, so he can be the one who we are looking for the bulk of the scoring.
I think we see a change of personnel in the four-slip region. I think the captain, Brian Barnes himself, is there now. Agent Ware moved out to extra cover. So maybe a change of personnel, a change of luck.
Well, Kato, as you know that sometimes it doesn't matter where you go on the field, the ball follows you. So we see what happened with that change in the field placement there. Skipper Barnes positioning himself at first slip. We're now at extra cover. James. For this delivery, Smith is playing up to mid-off. The straight bats continue to look good. In a very good hand here for Barbados. You have seen wicket fallen for the time he has been there. He looks like a no-nonsense player. He's a player who wants to get on with it, and he's been doing that, rotating the strike, compiling the runs, mixing aggression with defense. Again, he tries, but just didn't get hold of it as he would like. Up to mid-off. In spite of those drop chances, I would say James continued to bowl a fairly good length and line.
Yes, he's a bowler with a big heart, Deshaun James, into his 13th over. Still running in hard, trying to give it all for his team. Mentioned the disappointments of his last over, but that hasn't really perturbed him in any way from giving his best.
Really, for his effort, he should have been rewarded with more wickets. But here he is again, trying. But this delivery, this one, lifting as Smith tried to go over the top. Misses completely. That was a good delivery, Kato.
Yes, getting a bit of lift on that one, and we have seen that from this particular end. Deshaun James just getting the ball to zip off the wicket to some extent. He's not the quickest of wickets, but he has been able to bend his back and get just a little extra bounce and pace at times on and about that off stump.
Yes. Not big muscles, but he seems to be a very strong lad. Working up some steam here now as he goes in. Well fielded in the gully as this one was pitched up, and Smith opening the face, running it down to gully. Diving effort there, resulting no run. Barbados 182 for 8, no doubt having their eyes on the 200 landmark. knowing the brittleness of the Jamaican batters at the top, whether they would want to reach that landmark and declare, we left to see. Here's a delivery, trifling short, brings Smith under defense. That's the end of the over. 55 overs being bowled. Barbados 182 for 8. And K2 really and truly, I think the Barbadian batters now, again we are seeing another partnership building. There's no need for you to do anything rash. Just continue to bat as long as possible.
Yes, I think that would be the aim of these two. Tea time is fast approaching as well. As long as they get through to tea, I think they can do an assessment. The management can decide how best they think they should move forward. So both of these will just look to continue to score and take the team to at least the tea interval for now.
Okay, with tea time just a few minutes away, we have Samuel will be bowling to King. He will be coming over the wicket this time, changing his line of approach, right arm over. And here's a delivery that is struck back to the bowler. Okay, it was interesting to see Samuel's approach to the wicket. We would have seen many bowlers who tend to have a little run-up, a longer run-up or a jump at the, but you're not seeing it. You're seeing a walk more or less and then a hop, and then he bowls. It's as if it's easier Sunday morning.
Yes, he's not the type of spinner to really attack the crease, as you would say. Has a reasonably high arm action. Doesn't turn the ball a great deal, but he's reasonably accurate in his bowling. He's 7 over 1 for 13, so hasn't given a lot away.
Just putting it there on the spot. Say, come and get me if you want me. King circumspectly forward, playing more or less the anchor role here in this innings, K2, while Smith take the attack to the bowlers.
Yes, and rightfully so.
Mind our viewers, this is West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 cricket tournament. Match played at the Ansville Stadium between Barbados and Jamaica this morning. Jamaica winning the toss and elected to field. Barbados are now 182 for 8 or 56 overs. 182 for 8.
Jamaica here managing to squeeze in another over before tea interval. There's always going to be touch and go, but umpire Mokan giving the green light for one more over.
Yes, the umpire watching his watch there and say, yes, we'll have one more over before the tea break. Batsmen converging, having a little chit chat before settling back to their crease. Streams picking up, which would be likely the last over, and it's a Yorker length delivery, but well played by Smith, not taking any chances. Plays out to extra cover. And it's veil bathing in bright sunshine here. There are quite a bit of activities taking place around St. Vincent. Of course, Kato, we have just concluded also our carnival celebrations. And some of these players would have been here to take in some of the action. But it's hard work now. Cricket is the focus. Here is James. And this one kept very low indeed. He never caught up. So we are seeing a little bit of inconsistent bounce again, K2, from that end.
Yes, we spoke about that earlier. Just on that line outside the off stump, we're having some of these deliveries going through at a reasonable pace to Trevon Williams. But on a couple of occasions, we have seen the ball dying on its way down. Not really good signs for the batting team. Batting second.
I'm looking at the landmark of James when he bowls. If you're not seeing him, say, going wide at the crease or running even closer than the umpire. We look at him now so that he can get a little bit more variation. He's straight as an arrow coming down that straight line. You know, sometimes bowlers do cut the crease, go wider the crease, and give a different angle. So we have not really seen that from him, except for his action that really helps him to get the ball to bounce at times when he bends his back into the wicket.
Still a relatively young man, we mentioned, still learning his trade. Guess as time goes by, he'll just pick up these things that he can do differently, especially when conditions are not in his favour, like what we have here. Reasonable batting wicket, not the quickest of wickets here at the Annesville Sporting Complex.
Indeed.
That delivery again, a bit of a lift. So it further illustrates the point that we were making in terms of the inconsistencies at times, in terms of the bounce and pace, just on and about that off stump line. Well played in the end from Raniko Smith as well.
Yes, Raniko Smith continues to steady Barbados onto a good total here. Seems to have a good head on his shoulder. Seems to be concentrating for long. There's a short delivery. Oh, he was in two minds. He wanted to cut, he wanted to pull, and eventually gets it up just to mid-off. No run. And it's really good to see Kato. Bright sunshine here, good weather, so to speak, in comparison to a few weeks ago. And we know that we have here in St. Vincent a lot of, what we should say, people in shelters, people who are displaced from the passage of the Hurricane Beryl. And St. Vincent being host to a lot of these people now. Here at Annisvale, in spite of a lot of rain in a few weeks, we still have very good drainage and we could have cricket. Here is James and this one nagging line on bring Smith in defense. That's the end of the over. I think it's tea. Yes, it's a tea break. So at the end of 57 overs, Barbados 182 for 8. 182 for 8 of 57 overs. And your impression, Kato, so far after lunch, what would you have seen? Or were you impressed with the bowling of Jamaica? And would you be impressed, what would you say with the batting of Barbados?
Well, it's pretty even, Stevens, I would say, with a slight edge going to the Barbados team, given the fact that they've been able to recover to some extent. 182. We mentioned that magical figure of 200 being a score that can put some pressure on the opposition. The Jamaican team, they've managed to take wickets, but hasn't done it as consistently as they would have liked. They really missed a couple of opportunities as well that didn't really help them in any way. But they'll be looking to finish off the proceedings as quickly as possible and get their batting innings up and running.
Okay, so it's tea time. We sign off here. We'll come back to you in the next 30 minutes or so with Raniko Smith going to tea on 39 of 50 deliveries. And Tyron King is on 7 of 30 deliveries, doing the job here for Barbados. And Odell Samuels, he has 13, 1 wicket for 13 of 7 overs. Barbados 182 for 8. We'll be back with you in half an hour.
Good afternoon and welcome back to this post-East session in this final between Jamaica and Barbados in this Cricket West Indies Under-19 Rising Stars Men's Tournament. So far, it's an interestingly poised match between these two. Jamaica, they've won the toss this morning. They decided to field first. Barbados, they're currently 182 for 8. I'm joined by Osnet Kato.
Good afternoon to you, Stacey, and good afternoon to all our viewers.
Yeah, so batters in the middle right now, Raniko Smith, he's on 39 off 50, and Kyron King, his other fast bowling partner, is there with 7 off 30 balls, playing a supportive role.
It's a partnership of 26 between these two, Stacey. I think from a Barbados perspective, they'll be looking to get past that 200 runs total, get there as quickly as possible as well, trying to give themselves as much time this afternoon to have a go at the Jamaican top order.
So Tamari Redwood is going to start after tea. He has 2 wickets so far. He's bowled a pretty decent spell. He's been quite accurate for the most part of the day. Got 3 fielders out for him, a man at long on, mid wicket, and somebody at backward square. So Redwood to start things off. Delivery that's played straight back to him from King. King on strike. So the first run after tea of the bat of Kyron King. So I say it's interestingly poised so far, Osnet, because 200 runs give you a batting points, but if you dismiss the team, you also get bowling points. So the question is, what will happen if Barbados are to lose a wicket anytime soon before they get to that 200 target? And that's the interest that lies in this match so far. So Redwood to Smith. And a bit of misfield there allows them to get that single. So you can't afford that. I've noticed just before tea, that the Jamaican team been a bit ill-disciplined in their fielding and bowling effort just before tea, allowing this partnership to grow. They don't want that to continue post-tea.
Yes, that's been a disappointing aspect of their performance so far. Hasn't really covered themselves in glory in the field, both in terms of catching as well as some of the ground fielding that we have seen.
So far, Winter, Michael Clark and Tamari Wedwood, they have 2 wickets apiece, and Deshaun James and Odell Samuels 1 wicket apiece. So that's how the wickets have been shared amongst the bowlers for Jamaica, each bowler chipping in and picking up a wicket. This one is walked to that mid-wicket area. They're looking for 2. Just keeps it to 1. So at the end of the first over after tea, 3 runs from it. Barbados 185 for 8.
It's a rather sedate start after lunch. Once again, Jamaican team seems to be just waiting for something to happen. The Barbadian team maybe just looking to get as much runs as possible in this first innings, try and put some pressure on the Jamaican batting lineup. In terms of the other games being played, here in the CWI West Indies Under-19 tournament, we have the Leewards versus Windwards. They're playing for 3rd place at the Cyan Hill playing field. The Windwards, they are 94 for 9. And at Cumberland, the 5th place playoff between TNT and Guyana, they're 118 for the loss of 5. So not the best of batting performances, something that we have said throughout this tournament.
Yeah, especially the top order. The top order batting hasn't been great in this tournament. Maybe it says something about the opening bowlers as well in the tournament. The bowling has been quite good, but the top order batters have largely failed in this tournament so far. Seeing a lot of middle order rescue, middle to low order rescue in this tournament, as Deshaun James has the ball in hand. So full delivery to start.
James in the middle of a reasonably long spell. Ball just before the tea interval as well. So far he has shown a lot of commitment, good fitness as well. Space hasn't really dropped off as such. Into his 15th over now, 1 for 45. Not a bad return for the young man. Would definitely have loved to have something, a greater figure there in that final column.
Yeah,
but unfortunately, from his fielders really let him down in that pre-tee session.
Yeah, he created 2 chances. One being dropped by Adrian Ware and the other a very difficult chance by the keeper. 2 chances that didn't go to hand. So drop chances have really come back to bite Jamaica so far in this game. There was that chance as well that went up in the air that no fielder got to when Jatario Prescott and Nathan Seeley was batting.
From a Barbados perspective, I don't think they'll want to hang around too much here without the game moving forward. They would like to take the game forward, and the only way they're going to do that is perhaps getting Smith more of the strike. So it's very important here for Kyron King not to soak up too many dot balls and just keep the game relatively stagnant. From their perspective, they just want to score some quick runs here and get at the Jamaican batting unit as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I'm sure the discussion during tea would have been, they surely would have set themselves a target to get at least 15 runs in because 200 runs, as we already told you, is a batting point in this game. And we also mentioned, and I guess it's worth repeating, that it's a fresh start for this round. The points that were accumulated prior would not be carried over, would not come over into this game. It's a fresh start for both teams. So all the points that they accumulate from here on going forward is very important. So that's why they are looking to get that batting point first and foremost. And just going back to what I mentioned about having that target in mind, I mean, they would certainly be thinking, let's try and get these 15 runs in the next 8 overs or so at least, or even before, and see if they can declare and insert Jamaica as quickly as possible. Probably looking to give themselves at least maybe another 45 minutes to an hour of batting in the days preceding, if it's possible.
Yes, I completely agree with that, Stacey. I mentioned that the onus is on Barbados to really take the game forward. They're in the relatively pole position to do so as well. 185 for 8. Reasonable comeback, and given the start that they had.
Yeah, change of angle from Deshaun James to King, looking to angle it into the left-handed batter. Has been spot on so far.
King has shown a reasonable technique so far. In the 2 games we've seen him played here at the Johannesburg Sporting Complex, he has shown good technique, good temperament. Seemed to have a good cricket head on his shoulders. For number 10, getting in line. It just goes to show that it's still a very good batting wicket. Having your number 10 not being in any sort of bother.
Change of angle once more. Going over the wicket now to King. It's not been without trying so far from this Jamaican unit. They've toiled hard today, which resulted in them getting 8 wickets. But perhaps, as we mentioned, if they'd held on to a few of their chances, they'll probably be batting by now as the over is completed and 185 for 8.
Yes, I mean the over there completed by Deshaun James. Continues to toil hard here for the Jamaican team. 185 for 8. Kyron King, he's been there for a while. He's occupied the crease, 9 from 41 deliveries. And Renico Smith 40 from 51. As I mentioned before, I think from a Barbados perspective, we'll be hoping that Smith gets most of the strike here. The strike rate is more superior to Kyron King.
So Redwood to continue. It's a big hit down the ground, and this will clear the man quite easily at mid-on to pick up 4 more runs there off the bat of Ranico Smith.
Yes, it's a shot that he attempted earlier on in his innings. Got it straight as well. I think that's the important part there, hitting it straight. There's a man there back at long off, but really had no chance to come in around and effect a catch or even prevent that one from rushing into the fence. So very good start to the over here from Ranico Smith. Barbados will be hoping for more of the same.
Goes across this time, and an even better hit. 6 runs on this occasion, so 50 up as well from an entertaining knock from Ranico Smith, known for his bowling, but dare I say he'll be done as an all-rounder after today.
Yeah, a shot worthy of bringing up any 50. Well played from the young man. Another flighty delivery there from Redwood. Going across the line this time, but getting close to that delivery. I was able to comfortably clear that fielder there at deep mid-wicket. 6 more added to the total, so 50 from 53 deliveries, 7 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, he's lined them up now. He's decided he's going to take on Redwood, not allowing him to settle into his spell after tea. So that's 10 runs from 2 balls so far. That man has gone all the way back on the boundary now, Jordan Johnson. Looking to play that one late to that deep third area. So that delivery.
It was brave from Tamari Redwood at second delivery, having been hit down the ground the first one. He tossed it up once again, but it was just a very good connection there from Ranico Smith.
Yeah, on that third delivery, he pulled his length back a touch as well to Smith.
Noise you're hearing it from the Barbados camp there. Players giving Smith all the support that they can.
This one he sweeps aerially, and an easy catch taken by that man at square leg. So all the fun has come to an end now from Ranico Smith, and Tamari Redwood accounts for his wicket.
Yes, very good bowling still there from Tamari Redwood. We mentioned that it was a brave attempt on the second delivery to continue to give it some air. Once again, flighting it, and Ranico Smith, his eyes lit up once again, trying to replicate the shot he played earlier in the over. This time getting the outside edge, a top edge, and well taken there by the man there at square leg. So the end of a very good innings from Ranico Smith, but it's also a very good breakthrough from Tamari Redwood. 3 for 61 his figures. He has toiled hard all day. Look at the replay again. This one outside the off stump, turning away, and not the connection that Ranico Smith needed, but still well played to the young man.
Yeah, very entertaining knock indeed from Ranico Smith, and a very important 50 runs as well from him. So the new batter is Saurav Warrell, a spinner that's in for today's game. The catch was taken by Odell Samuels.
We spoke about their catching all day. That was perhaps the easiest of the lot. Well taken from Samuel.
So 195 95 now for 9. Redwood with 3 wickets to his name will be looking to wrap this up as quickly as possible. First ball from Warrell, working it into the onside. It's also the last ball of the over. So a successful over for Jamaica. It's 195 for 9.
Well, what started as a difficult over there for Redwood turned out that he was able to get some success, getting the big wicket there for Ranico Smith. Smith really had the potential to take this game further away from the Jamaican team. So very good breakthrough there from Redwood. 195 for the loss of 9. 60 overs completed.
Yeah, so Smith probably looking to bring up that 200 runs with a mighty heave to the onside. Unfortunately, it's not to be. It's just 1 wicket away now from bowling out the team. And Barbados need 5 runs to get to that batting point. It's a game within a game right now, wasn't it?
Yes, it is, and you would have mentioned it before. Just a small contest here in terms of who's going to get the bowling points as versus the batting points. So 5 more runs. Barbados will be looking to get those as quickly as possible, and Jamaica looking to really dismiss the Barbadian team. And Kyron King continue to toil away. 9 from 42 deliveries. I'm wondering if we'll see anything different from him. Do you think he has that attacking prowess?
I haven't seen it quite yet from him. He's prepared to just get stuck in there. And his defense is really good. He plays that supportive role well, and what we've seen of him from last game and this game. It's an edge and well stopped that time from Adrian Ware, correcting his mistakes. And I think the bowler will be quite pleased by that. Well, it's actually Brian Barnes, I beg your pardon, that dived and stopped that.
I think Adrian Ware was relieved of those slip duties many years ago.
Yes, going back to King, he's a senior partner in this partnership, so the onus will be on him to try and find those 5 runs that Barbados team desperately wants to get to.
Where they at mid-wicket, I'm sure his mind would be on his batting innings, which shouldn't be too far away. Really need a score under his belt.
Yeah, he has 1 half century to his name in this tournament so far. But I think he'll be thinking that he's better than that and he can give more to his team in an effort to see them be back-to-back champions in this tournament.
Kyron King can compact. Still hasn't seen a change of gear from him. Still seem to be cruising. It's frustrating the Jamaican to some extent. And Jordan Johnson there at mid-on. I'm sure he also will be thinking about his time at the crease. Stephen Witherbone as well, he's at mid-off.
It's one he pulls this time. Not a lot of power on it, but they should be looking to get back for 2, and they do so quite easily in the end. So 2 more runs added to the score.
Yes, a pull shot there, but just not really having any type of power to really challenge the boundary on that occasion, Kyron King. But a bit of intent from him at last. 197 for the loss of 9.
I didn't mind that angle around the wicket coming into him too much. If you notice the way he defends, he doesn't really have that big stride out to the ball. So that angle probably would have been a bit more threatening to him. He seems a lot more comfortable when it's over the wicket to him. So a dot to finish, and the score is 197 for 9.
Yes, 2 runs coming from that over. Barbados here just coming a bit stuck, I must say. I'm not sure they would have anticipated losing Smith. Just not able to get the type of impetus that they might have wanted by now into their innings. The 2 batters here, Kyron King, Saurav Warrell, in phase 1 delivery so far. I just want to get another partnership going, which has been the order of the day for the Barbadian team. No one has really had that big score, but what they've had is a succession of partnerships along the way. which has led to this total of 197 for the loss of 9.
So a change of bowling. Redwood has been replaced by Javon Winter. Deciding to get some quicker stuff into the last man in, Saurav Warrell. It's a bit of wit to start, a flashing cut shot played by him, but no connection.
It's not the most attacking field you'll see going around. You have a man there at slip, Captain Brian Barnes, Jordan Johnson there at a gully region, man at short cover, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, man at mid-wicket, and a man at fine leg. So not a lot of close-in fielders at this point in time. We like to think with the number 11 in, might give him a bit more company.
It's not a drive this time, beating the outside edge. He decided to leave that cover gap open, an inviting gap for Warrell. He tried to get it into that gap on 2 occasions now, but hasn't been successful. Bit of wit again offered. It might be tough for him to do so, but maybe the plan might be just to drop it somewhere closer to, well, he's deciding to bring another fielder in, and in that slip cordon it appears. So now that gap will be open, so Warrell can look to just drop it in there and get his senior partner on strike, King. Senior in terms of this partnership, of course. So another man in that slip region. Is well behind it on that occasion, Warrell.
Game pretty much at a standstill at this point in time. Jamaican team hoping really for a mistake here from one of these batters.
Oh, he gets it into the gap this time. Won't get to the boundary, but they pick up 2. So too much wit offered on that occasion from Winter, and accepted quite well by young Warrell to get off the mark.
Well, he has had a lot of practice in terms of that shot all the way around in this over. So it was a third time lucky there for Warrell, slashing at that one outside the off stump. Timing it reasonably well, not getting the boundary that he was looking for.
It's a fuller pitch delivery. It's a better delivery. I think bowling as straight as possible is best. Why offer him room when you don't have cover in that area? As the over comes to an end, just 2 runs from it, 199 for 9.
Yes, 2 runs coming from that over from Javon Winter, who was also toiled away. Both seamers here, opening seamers for the Jamaican team, working hard today. Hasn't had the kind of success that they perhaps were looking for. They continue to toil away to try and get this batting effort from the Barbadian team to be over. 199 for 9.
Yeah, Javon Winter, who went down after bowling that delivery, seems to be in some bother. He's hobbling off the field.
Seem to be going off. Replacement fielder being Vogo, Kevon J. Vogo. Not in the starting 11 for this game.
Yeah, so far you mentioned whether or not King would be a bit more attacking. So far, the deliveries his attack has been short of a length or shorter. So full at that time. So perhaps Jamaica, seeing that, can look to just bowl him a bit short and ask him to play an attacking stroke. Maybe miscuing it, that might end up going in their favor. So for the deliveries, he's just been very defensive against them.
Is that we've had good weather all day? So we've had very good weather all day. Very good weather for cricket. Been some inconsistencies in terms of the weather the past week or so. It's good to see that we have been able to have a full day split today. Hopefully the same holds for tomorrow. Saturday afternoon here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
This one is fuller driven, but not a lot of power out to that man at cover.
King trying his best really to get some form of connection on these deliveries. Just hasn't been able to time them well enough to pierce the infield. Not too sure he'll be too perturbed by that. He's been there for a while, 50 deliveries. He'll be just getting warm for his bowling effort. So a marathon spell from him in the last game, and I'm sure we might see more of the same again in this game.
And they run through for a single, which takes them to 200. And I was just about to mention that sort of communication can come into play there. The fielders are deep enough where they can play with soft hands and get a single. And I mean, right on cue, 200 runs and they're off. So they just wanted to get that batting point, which they have secured. And they are also going to deny Jamaica of bowling points as well, not bowling them out. So 200 for 9, Barbados, and the declaration have come.
Yeah, it's a similar total to the last game where they got to 201 for 9. So it was always going to be that type of game in terms of trying to get to 200. Took them a bit longer than I think they would have expected after the tea interval. But at this stage, they're going off 200 for 9. Barbados having been inserted this morning. And we'll have the batting effort really of the Jamaican team in a while from now.
Well, 200 for 9, Barbados, an expected declaration on their part. And when we come back, Jamaica will start their first innings of batting. So we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have that batting innings from Jamaica for you. Welcome back to the Annisville playing field in this Cricket West Indies Under-19 men's tournament final between Barbados and Jamaica. Jamaica, of course, the defending champions, and they've had their task cut out for them. Barbados just declared on 200 for 9 after Jamaica elected to field this morning. A spirited effort with the ball from Jamaica, but they would think that they should have prevented Barbados from getting to 200. At one point in time, Barbados were 121 for 7. So that last 3 wickets produced 79 runs. Kenroy Martin, I welcome you back.
Indeed. Good afternoon to everyone, and good afternoon to the viewers. Good afternoon to you, Stacey-Ann. And you did get what you asked for, Stacey-Ann. 200 for Barbados, and they are sitting in the seat of ascendancy, in my opinion.
Well, don't say what I asked for. I was just saying 200 will be a competitive score. I think, given the fact that it gives you a batting point, and it also gives Barbados momentum. We've seen this in the last game. We talk about momentum, and Barbados finishing on a high, being able to declare, have the ball in hand, and you'll see that flowing through into their bowling effort. I mean, you must admire the ability from Barbados to fight and recover after being in a precarious position.
Yeah, indeed. A really nice hand played in lower order. They played sensibly as well. Smart cricket, and actually got Barbados up to 200 and put them in a very good position here just after tea, really. And we wait to see what happens here this afternoon in respect of Jamaica's reply to that 200 for 9 declare.
Yeah, so that batting effort was led with bat in hand by this man who has the ball in hand now, Raniko Smith. It's a forced delivery, angling a bit into the right-hander, Adrian Ware, who's partnered by Matthew Morgan at the other end.
So Barbados middle order really coming through for them again, and the lower order, as you said before, led by Smith, taking them to that total of 200 in these finals. All they need to do now is bowl properly one side of the wicket and be patient.
A flashing drive and an edge as well, all the way over the slip. And if you're going to flash, they say flash hard at it. And that's what Adrian Ware did, and he lives to fight another day. Edge produced, but an inadvertent shot producing 4 runs to start.
Well, Ware starts off in Ware-like manner. That's how he plays. The ball is in his area. He's going to have a go. He's a very attacking batsman, Ware. And you need to take opportunities when they present themselves. He does that. And really that one, hitting the outer portion of the bat, the edge, flying over the top of the slips into the boundary for Jamaica off the mark with a flashing drive outside edge over the top for 4 from Ware.
Yeah, Ware came into this game with 111 runs, the highest run scorer for Jamaica. So a lot rely on him coming into this game. He has the only half century scored by any Jamaican batter in this tournament so far.
The thing about Ware, Station, is that he would give you opportunities to get them out. And if you don't take those opportunities, you would pounce on them and make best use of them. So Barbados have to be aware of that. When those opportunities do present themselves, they ought to take them.
Goes again, flashes this time, but not lucky twice. As the edge is produced and goes to hand, that man at first slip taking a catch, and the score is now 4 for 1. So Adrian Ware has to walk back quite early. Not good signs here from a Jamaican perspective.
Well, said it just the ball before that Ware would give you an opportunity. He did that just the ball before, went after it hard, it flew over the top of the slips, and he just pulled back his length just a little bit more, and Ware went for a similar shot, and the man at first slip took a very easy catch, and Ware goes back, caught that slip for 4, Jamaica here, 4 for 1 in the first over.
I mean, you look at the first 4 balls that has been played so far. The first one, left it alone. Second ball, flashed at it. A healthy edge that flew over the slip cordon. The third ball, he did the same, left it alone. And then the fourth ball, he decided, I'm going to have a go.
Yeah, and as the leading scorer coming in for Jamaica here in our finals, really, that's a disappointing ending to where knowing that you're one of the key batsmen for the Jamaican team and you've gone within the first over with a loose shot like that and really putting Jamaica under even more pressure here at Annisville. 4-for-1, looking for a target of 201.
Yes, so Jordan Johnson is in now. I think looking at the scorecards, this is the first time he's batting at number 3 in this game. I don't know. I think he batted at number 3 at the last game. I'll just have a check on that. But he's been coming in a bit lower in the order. I mean, we talk a lot about how aggressive some of these batters are in this tournament as Raniko Smith runs into Jordan Johnson. And right away he goes for a pull. Everybody is up. The whole team is appealing and the finger goes up as well. So another wicket goes down. Another injudicious shot played by a Jamaican batter. And Raniko Smith, the man with the bat, the man with the ball as well.
Well. Short delivery, forced delivery to Johnson, the senior batter for Jamaica. Went for the pull pretty early in the innings. The first delivery hit the edge into the keeper's glove. Barbados have taken 2 cherries so far, and they are now 4-for-2. What a time here at Annisville playing field.
And I was about to make that point about aggression. And we talk about players being aggressive in this tournament when they come out to bat. But what we are seeing so far is reckless aggression from a Jamaican perspective. And what they really need is more control. I mean, nothing is wrong with taking it to the Barbados bowling attack, but this is the first over. And Adrian Ware played an ill-advised shot. He's dismissed. And Jordan Johnson, a very important batter in this innings, goes first ball. New batter is Stephen Wedderburn.
The thing is, he was in no position to play that shot, really, Johnson. First delivery, forced to play that delivery, and really, he should have left that alone. Knowing the position that your team is in, and really they're depending on you as a senior batter, that's a really poor shot by Johnson.
Yeah, there's no other way to describe it, really. And Stephen Wedderburn, he's known to be a lot more controlled. He plays the patient game quite well. But let's see what he decides to do in the middle. I'm not too sure about the 2 shots that got the dismissed batters of the Jamaican team.
Reckless, Stacey, reckless. That's just reckless.
Yeah, so,
to be honest.
Wedderburn and Raniko Smith, he has his tail up at the moment. He's on a hat trick. So the hat trick delivery coming up. Oh, and that's a full delivery, tailing into the left-handed batter. They're all appealing. Everyone is appealing, but the umpire says not out. I'd love to have a look at that replay again. Yeah, really good decision
by the...
benefit
of the review here and the replay, really. Seems to be heading down leg somewhat. Looking at it again. Yeah, just about outside leg. Good decision by the umpire. So a very what?
I mean, it's
exciting.
I mean, there's only if that's how we'll describe it. From a Barbados perspective, it's exciting, a disappointing one from a Jamaican view. I mean, and must give credit to the umpire when it's due. I mean, that's a really good decision given the occasion as well. A hat-trick ball, the bowler has his tail up, a full delivery, and he stood tall and made the correct decision. So a really fired up start by Barbados. Kyron King has a ball in hand, a man that's known for his durability, his fitness as well. He has shown that in the last game. Bowled some really long spells for his team.
Well, dream start here for Barbados.
Something that you would have liked to see, I believe. I mean, I recall the last few times I commentated with you, you've been asking for the fast bowlers to have more freedom.
Yes.
To be able to bowl more than 6 on a trot.
And it has worked nicely so far.
This one, he pulls it, not in control, and almost offering up a simple catch to Jatario Prescott that shot mid-on. I mean, what is happening right now? Ken Roy, what's going on in the minds of these batters of the Jamaicans?
Well, the flamboyance continues. You're not really assessing the situation and the circumstances. Yes, we know you could play shots, but you have to really think about what you're doing and what position your team is in. And it's really not called for those sort of shots at this moment. So he has to be very careful as to how we go about his duties here.
Short ball. This time he decides to leave it alone. So just going back to Kyron King a bit. I know you said you really like to see that, but I think a lot of viewers may have a different perspective on it in terms of management of your fast bowlers. But we see that he's a very fit young man and he takes his time walking back to his bowling mark. He saves a lot of energy, I believe, walking back there, and he gives it his all when he runs in.
Yeah, see, Stacey, and the thing is that after this level, it's a senior level, representative level for the West Indies, and it's called for you to do much more than 5 or 6 overs. So you have to practice what you're supposed to practice and practice in the right way.
Yeah. So nicely behind it that time, Matthew Morgan. I think after that pull shot of the first ball, Wedderburn had his hands outstretched, asking him, what's up? Why are we doing this? Why are we playing that shot? And so far, he's tempered his aggression, and we're seeing some more attritional cricket from him, defending and leaving.
Well, Barbados with their tails up, having a wonderful day so far. Started excellently with the ball.
Oh, nice push to the onside there. I think that will run to the boundary. No, it doesn't. He just pulls it back in. So 2 runs to the score of the bat of Morgan, and he's off the mark as well.
Yeah, just guided down to the man at backward point. Well, it was the man at gully. Didn't feel it cleanly and gave up 2 easy runs there. So 2 runs to Jamaica. That carries the score out to 6. But King is bowling a nice line outside the off stump. He's getting some bounce as well. So he has to be careful as to how he plays or delivery outside the off stump.
This one is even short at that time. Really effort delivery there from Kyron King. And well left by Morgan.
Yes, the wicket has quickened up from my observation. Sun has baked it somewhat. You're not having that tennis bounce, but the ball is really kissing the surface and taking off. So that's a good sign, and King would love that.
Yeah, he predominantly bowls that shorter length to the batters, especially the opening batters. He had a day out, picked up 5 wickets in that game against Guyana, especially with that short delivery. Oh, this one coming back in a bit too high, I believe. Fielders all went up in appeal, but umpire Mukan said not out. Brings the over to an end, and the score is 6 for 2.
Well, just sitting above the knee roll, a good delivery. That one came back and really a better length by King, causing him some problems. So excellent start here by King and Smith for Barbados. They have started on a positive note, 2 wickets down. Jamaica, 6 for 2. A very difficult task here, Stacey, and as I saw it earlier, once you get to 200 runs, I think that you're sitting in their seat of ascendancy, really. Based on what happened in the tournament, this is Jamaican team has not gone past 150 for the tournament. So it would be a real struggle for them to get to that 200.
Yeah, I'll continue on that note after this ball. Yes, driven in the air. Misfield there by Motara. Wedderburn gets off the mark with 2 runs. So he was played a bit uppishly, just falling short of Motara there at point.
And this is not something that the Barbadians would want, that their fielders are letting down their bowlers. It have happened in 2 occasions, really. You have to be a little bit more tighter than that. When the pressure is on, you got to keep it on and don't allow the pressure to be eased.
Yeah, and just going back to Jamaica and their batting in this tournament so far. I mean, I think they themselves and a lot of the viewers from Jamaica will be disappointed with the effort. And so far in this game, I mean, they have 3 very senior batters in this team. leaving it alone outside the half stump in Jordan Johnson, Adrian Ware, and Wedderburn himself, who have all been a part of that under-19 team, that under-19 World Cup for West Indies. And we have seen the ability from these guys. We have seen Wedderburn play that patient game and find his way to 100 2 years ago in this tournament. We've seen Jordan Johnson temper his aggression because he's a naturally aggressive player and made his way to 100 last year against this same opponent, if I can recall, in last year's tournament. So, I mean, it's just been really disappointing shots from the two batters so far.
And you mentioned the 3 senior players for Jamaica and 2 already back in the shed.
Yes, and 2 very big wickets. Adrian Ware being the leading run scorer for Jamaica so far in this tournament, and Jordan Johnson, I believe maybe Jamaica would have been saying he's going to come good in one game, and here he is, the final match of this 2-day tournament, and he goes back without scoring.
Well, pressure is on Jamaica. Barbados in your seat of ascendancy, having a really good day here, Barbados. Good comeback. And now they're here with the ball has started positively. Smith and King.
Full on that occasion. So it's just a matter of these two just sort of seeing off this pair. I mean, that's really how you have to look at it. Just see off this pair and bat as long as possible. And that's very important. I mean, you might say bat out the day if you can. You don't want to lose any more wickets, especially back-to-back wickets and wickets in a huddle. Now, Smith and King, you have to respect that they have been bowling really well in this tournament so far. It's just a case of seeing them out. Of course, when the bad balls come, you put them away.
Well, it's just about a session to go, really. The important thing is keeping wickets in hand here for Jamaica. Trying to get a partnership between these two and try to get yourself back on track. Really, try to play as less as possible. Try and make it through the day without losing another wicket. Put yourself in a good position and really assess things for tomorrow if they can do that. I think that should be the plan for Jamaica. Just trying to get through this evening session.
Yeah, that's very important. Looking forward to tomorrow. And Smith with the last ball in this over. He's working up some pace, Smith. So at the end of the 3rd over, Jamaica, they are 8 for 2.
Yeah, excellent start for the Barbadians. Just a reminder that this championship has evaded them for the past 3 years. Barbados, they have played the finals for the past 3 years and they were unfortunate not to win on both occasions, just by a point, and the other one was about 2 points. So they are really hungry for this tournament, hungry to win this tournament, and they're looking to do the double this year, I was told.
Yeah, and they should be. I mean, I looked at the scorecard for that game against the Leeward Islands, and I was saying to myself, they have really remembered what transpired in that final against Barbados last year, where they showed a lack of intent to get the runs. I'll continue after this delivery from King. Pushed out to that fielder at short cover. Yeah, last year we all were on in the commentary and we were saying we're not too sure what the thought are in terms of the batting approach by Barbados. But this year, what I've seen in them is a difference. They're not prepared to leave anything out there. They are coming out and batting with purpose and intent. I mean, you've seen it in the way that Kyle Jordan has started for them and the way the middle to lower order has batted as well for them. So it's a case of learning from their experience last year.
Well, I'm Stacey, and just to let you know that the Barbadian team has about 3 players who have not really won a tournament. That is inclusive of skipper Seeley, and he has been playing now for about 5 to 6 years for Barbados. So he would want to leave this tournament with at least a win, being skipper for the last 3 years.
Yeah, and as a leader as well, leading his team, you want to have that title under his belt. And he's led his team quite well. The field placement and bowling changes have been good from him so far, from what I've seen. Bit of extra bounce on that occasion, well negotiated by Matthew Morgan.
But King is bowling a very hard length outside the half stump, but well negotiated there by the batter. And really Barbados, as I said before, in the seat of ascendancy, bowling in the right areas, keeping the pressure on the batters, 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, a mid-off. And really they are keeping the pressure on the Jamaicans, making them work for their runs. And
yeah, it's just a matter for the Jamaicans to say to themselves, you know, we have to exert some pressure back onto Barbados, and the best way to do that is by frustrating them with a partnership. So these two should really be looking to build a very healthy partnership, battle out of time for the most part. Firstly, battle out of time, and then look to drive home the advantage by piling on the score. Another short delivery from Kyron King.
You mentioned partnership, Stacey, and really that is something that has eluded the Jamaicans during this tournament. They have not really had a lot of partnerships based on the totals that we see. They had one good score, a half century from where he's gone back to the pavilion. So that is something sort of that has eluded them, and they have not done it well in this tournament. This is a finals. The pressure is on, and really somebody has to put up their hand for Jamaica and say, I can do this.
Yeah, nicely behind it that time, Morgan, to finish the over. 4th one down, Jamaica 8 for 2.
So very good bowling here by these two pace bowlers from Barbados, not giving them any room, not bowling any loose deliveries, hitting that hard length outside the off stump, making them work for it. And really Barbados look like they really want this thing. The plan is set, and they are doing what is required of them.
Yeah, well, you hope that any team that finds their way into the final will really want it. And so far, Barbados team, they have put their hands up. I mean, at one point in time, in Jamaica, they were all over them. They had them 121 for 7. And Barbados were able to fight their way back into proceedings and managed to get to 200 runs. And it just goes to show, I mean, throughout this tournament, the game is being played in periods sometimes. So far in this match, no one team has had the upper hand throughout. Of course, with the finish that Barbados had and the start that they are on top now. So it's up to Jamaica to basically answer back.
How well could they do that? Not sure. I'm waiting to see that. Good take by the wicket keeper Morris down the leg side. But the Barbados team has always fought well in this game. They were in some trouble earlier. Then they had a partnership between Sealy, and it was Sealy and Prescott. And then to the end of the innings, they had Smith, who came to their rescue and really propelled the score for 200. So they have always been fighting during this game.
Quick single take in there. Found the gap nicely. Need to see more of that as well if they have to put up a fight. This will actually be the first time that Morgan is going to face Smith in this bowling innings, and we're into the 5th over. This one is whipped, and whipped nicely. All the way for 6 off the blade of Morgan. So that's one way to start your answer back. Ken Roy.
Well, positive start here for Morgan. Batting the first delivery here from Smith. It was ill-directed on his pads and he just whipped it off his pads easily and it flew over square leg for a really wonderful shot. 6 runs to him. That's a really fancy shot here by Morgan.
Yeah, it probably is a case of not adjusting to the right-handed batter. He's predominantly bowled to the left-handed batter, probably 2 overs or so. And you see on that occasion, that line a bit too straight and well played, well timed from Morgan. Showing his power very early. Tries to play a similar shot. Has he been strangled down the leg side? No, said umpire Afran Bayam.
So Smith just struggling a little bit just to get it done. The off stump have strayed twice down the leg side, been whipped for 6. That one probably just a little tickle on the pad, not out, says the umpire. So as you said, you mentioned before, probably just struggling to adjust to the left and right combination. But needs to get it right to Morgan, who seems to be very strong off the pads.
A dot to finish after the 5th over. Jamaica 15 for 2.
Well, good fight here by Jamaica. They have lost 2 wickets in the process. 6 overs have been bowled. And really a good spell here by these 2 fast bowlers from Jamaica. Keeping things nice and tight. Picked up 2 scalps already. 2 big scalps they are. Johnson and Ware, 2 senior batters from Jamaica. As we welcome my co-commentator, Mr. Morgan, Sylvanus Morgan Horn. How are you doing, sir?
Good afternoon, Ken Roy. Good afternoon, cricket, lovely cricket. Ken Roy, I love the energy of the Bajans coming out here, replying to Jamaica's innings, or Jamaica replying to their innings of 200 declared, 200 for 9. I like the energy of the Barbadians. They really come out with their guns blazing. And of course, Smith is having a very, very good game indeed. He made 50 and now he already picked up 2 scalps.
Well, they have all to play for here. This one is just ill-directed by King on the leg stump. No signal from the umpire, so that's a run. And the Barbadians have really shown some serious dedication to cricket. And it has been shown in the game here. They have never gave up the fight. They were struggling while they were batting. And they came out this evening and really started positively picking up those 2 early wickets. And kudos to the fast bowlers. As you said, Smith is having the game of his life, really.
Yeah, and Martin, we've been saying it all along that often we have been talking about it. This is a new relay surface, and for the guys, have they assessed? The question is whether they have assessed the wicket good enough, because we have seen it coming out of the recent T20 World Cup games. Nepal versus it was Nepal and Afghanistan, when we see the ball was really coming off. And with this new wicket being laid here, the new ball tend to be bouncing around and really coming off, with the Bajan bowlers being that quick.
Well, it's a new surface, I understand that as well. But I really think that we have to lay blame where blame is. And I think the batters really didn't apply themselves. They played some indigenous shots. They didn't bat with responsibility, Ware and Johnson, senior batters. And the Barbadians, some of the batters had some really soft dismissals. So the wicket really, good delivery again, in my opinion, didn't play much in respect of those wickets being lost during the day. So they have lost just about 11 wickets so far for the day. And we have not been able to contribute that to anything that happens on the wicket.
I couldn't agree with you more. I would have really liked to see Wade sticking there because I know he can hit the ball. I've seen him play last year, and the Jamaicans would have really been relying on him, but that is not the case. He's back in the hutch already, and it's a matter of consolidating now. Morgan just sticking his hand up. He's not quite ready, so King has to return to his mark. So yeah, it's unfortunate that the Jamaican didn't get off to a good start, so now they have to rebuild a similar thing that we would have seen with Barbados. But Barbados came out with real aggression, and I think that would have really shaken them up. The umpire as well into some testing time, Martin, because the Bajans are really going up with the appeal, and of course you would have seen what, from our perspective, a controversial decision earlier, but we also see a very good decision from Bayam in an appeal that was turned down.
Short delivery, sliding down leg, one for the over, signaled by the umpire. He's not afraid to go into that deck, King. He has a pace, a lanky fast bowler he is. But I had no problem with just ducking under that into the keeper's glove of Morris. And Jamaica, in reply to Barbados, 200 for 9 declared. They are now 16 for 2. 16 for 2 here, these two. Fighting back for Jamaica.
Yeah, they're really reeling at this time, so they definitely need a good partnership here to really ensure that if they're going to get anywhere near that total of 2-9 and overtake that total, these two must bat and bat and bat as long as possible. Ken Roy, about the gamesmanship of the Barbadians, what do you think?
They have been pretty good. They have been fighting for their country, fighting for themselves. Really like the efforts that they're putting in. Just need to tighten up a little bit in their feeling. They have made a few mistakes. But I think all in all, the Barbadians have played some very good cricket here in this tournament. That's the reason why they're in these finals. And they have been very fair in respect of what they do. I've seen where they have, it looks like they are taking a catch and so on, but the fielder said no, he didn't take the catch. So the gentlemanish stuff is still in the cricket game. The fairness is still there.
Yes.
And really, they have some good players. Unfortunately, a couple of them didn't do as well as they ought to. But they deserve to be here in the finals. They have played to be here. I've not seen much from the Jamaicans. I've only heard of certain things and of certain players. But they themselves have a good team as well. Just mean they have struggled with the bat during the tournament.
Yes. Cricket is still a gentleman's game.
Good delivery there by the man of the hour, Smith, hitting that length, 4th stump, 5th stump there. A good delivery, 3 slips and a goalie waiting.
Yeah, definitely, that's a beautiful delivery. Having the batsman playing and missing, it's always good to see that. Just missing the edge, as we say, a quarter vanish. And Smith continued to plug away at the batsman, having a long knock today. And it's really good to see him. He's definitely fit. He's coming out here and giving it all his word for the Barbadians. And this is what cricket is all about. This is what sports is all about. You must be fit for the battle, Kenroy.
This one is driven sweetly through covers. It's running close to the boundary. Will they get there? No, they are back for 2. So a nice shot there by Weatherburn, the senior man, senior statesman for Jamaica, looking to take on the responsibility. He has to do that, really, Morgan. He has to do that. If he doesn't do that, then there's no one else in the hood, really, with that experience to do so for Jamaica. Weatherburn, so Johnson has gone back, and so has Ware. So he's the most senior batter here for Jamaica, and he needs to carry his bat through the innings if Jamaica is to get anywhere close to this total.
Yeah, he looks a good player. Gentle push, looking the part.
Again, just refusing to play that delivery. Smart on his behalf. Jamaica looking to get to that total of 200. Really had a difficult start, losing Ware and Captain Johnson, senior batsman Johnson. Weatherburn is there with.
I think
Morgan.
Kenroy, the Jamaicans have the ability really, if they really to put their head down. It's not that they can't bat or anything. It's just that a bit of lacking concentration, and at times, as we keep repeating, injudicious shot selection that has been their downfall. But I think if they really concentrate and bat, they could overhaul this total.
Again, good delivery outside the off stump by Smith. Really walking away on that off stump and into the keeper's glove. You can see the sideways movement and the shininess of that new ball. Because the sun is out, and really a good delivery again by Smith, doing some exceptional work with the ball. He did it with the bat, and he continues to do well here for Barbados.
Yeah, that was a peach of a delivery. Pitching and going a shade away, angling away, 2 slips. 3 slips and a gully waiting for that catch. Beautiful delivery. Well bowled.
Yes, as a slight breeze blows across Annisville. The sun is out. There's a few grey clouds above us. Annisville, picturesque Annisville playing field. Again, just a fuller delivery, fuller length. Not taken cleanly by Morris, but a good delivery there, good intentions there by Smith. Looking for that Yorker.
Yes, he's keeping the ball up and on or about, and his ball is still new, so he's getting some sideways movement. So once he continues to bowl just on about that nagging length, he's producing some trouble for the batsmen.
Well, Barbados with a magical start here with the ball. Smith and King to get into that 200, declared, denying the Jamaicans of an extra bowling point. This one is whipped off his legs airishly down to mid-on. One bounce over the head of the man at mid-on. He runs and fields, and really that shot wasn't really controlled. Had some bounce on it as well, but that brings you over to an end. He's safe, and he lives to fight another day.
Yeah, I think he was in 2 minds. He wanted to on drive, and then he wanted to sort of chuck in his shot more or less in a defensive mode and scoop the ball up just safely no man's land to the mid-on region. So he lives, as you say, to fight another day. But again, Barbados again piling on the pressure, making the Jamaicans work for every run. The Jamaicans, on the other hand, they have to stay there. They have to make sure they select their shots and the correct ball to play, because it's still a long, long way to go.
Well, the Jamaicans has basically another hour and a half here at Annisville to bat out this evening. They have to be positive, have to be smart, have to be sensible. So there's a short one, just swizzling on his leg there, the back leg, and just playing it down to the man at fine leg. Picks up another single. So these two have probably picked up the pace of the wicket now. They are batting rather comfortably against these pacers. Another run to Jamaica. Moves up now to 20 for 2. So these two have sort of weathered the storm somewhat for Jamaica after losing those 2 early wickets in the first over.
Indeed. And just your thoughts and King Kenroy. He's very small in stature. Reminds me of the Winston Davis build, but yet he's generating a lot of pace. I've seen him getting some serious bounce out of this wicket.
Again, that bounce that you talk about, he's tall, slender. Most of our fast bowlers are of that make, really. Stature. He's had some bounce as well. He's bowled coming off the wicket pretty good. I think he has a lot of potential. With the right coaching and the right direction, he should go. Not just at this level, but beyond. With the right guidance and so on. But he has a lot still to learn as a bowler. As you go up from level to level, it changes.
Yes, he's still learning the art, still young, still learning his skills, and he look a very bright prospect for the future once he's around the right people and he get the right kind of coaching, and he's willing to listen, Martin, because that's another thing that youngsters nowadays tend to don't want to do after they get on these levels. After a while, they feel they have arrived, and you may try to tell them a thing or two what you know, and they totally figure that what you're saying is nonsense. So listening is very key to getting the coaching as well.
Again, this one is punched off the back foot there. So Morgan just on top of that one, looking to punch it back past the bowler, but good feeling that the man had made off. Really, at this level, as Morgan mentioned, you have to be coachable. You have to be listening. You have to be willing to learn as well, because there are a lot to learn from persons who have gone to this level and beyond. And really, as a fast bowler at this age, there are a few things that you really have to add to your repertoire.
Definitely.
And that comes with listening and proper coaching and guidance to get you to that level.
And these two teams have a lot of past test players who they can go to and seek additional advice. Yeah.
Yeah. And, this year we have seen a lot, much better line and length being bowled by these fast bowlers. Their consistency is much better. The ball is not being sprayed down the leg side on a regular basis. They have used the short balls occasionally and got results. So that tells me that somebody's been talking to them. They have been given the opportunity to bowl longer spells, and really they have been effective in this tournament so far. So I'm happy to see that we are producing some good fast bowlers from all the islands.
And I'm in total agreement with that, Martin, because at least from a Barbados perspective, if you recall the fast bowler Leacock, named Leacock, should ring a bell to you.
Yeah.
He had some speed, but he was spraying the ball. He was very quick, but he likes the ball short, but he was short and wide. But this time we have seen a more disciplined Barbados bowling attack come to our show. So there is some work being done here by the coaches in Barbados, of course. And of course, again, back to the listenership. So no doubt these youngsters have been listening to the coaches and been working on their weak areas. So we are seeing that manifested now in the match.
Well, coaches should be commended when they are to. They don't normally be commended on a regular basis. They've been chastised. But when you see something good, you ought to attribute that to the persons who are in charge of these youngsters. And really, these fast bowlers in this tournament has been showing that level of consistency when it comes to bowling, hitting the right areas, and really, it's really lovely to see. The bowlers have done well, Morgan, and I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing.
Yeah,
they have done well.
So we have a bowling change at the southern end, Martin. Prescott.
Prescott comes in, a short delivery. His attack is different. He's coming around the wicket, and immediately we see Weatherburn having a little bit of issues with that short delivery outside the half stump. The plan here for Prescott is probably just to bowl into that area, just on the half stump, coming back into Weatherburn.
Weatherburn seems to be an attacking player for some reason. Current situation of the game, he's in two minds with that delivery a while ago. So he seems like he wants to attack and defend at the same time. But again, he must be reminded that he needs to bat on a bit longer if Jamaica is to get out of this rut that they started out in, so that they can get anywhere near this total. This is a partnership that is building. It's 20 now for 2. And I think if these two could really carry their batting through to the end of the day's play, they could put Jamaica in a very commendable position to start tomorrow.
So Prescott just outside the half stump, just not getting things right in the last 2 occasions. Looking for that half stump line. Weatherburn not worried. Shoulder in arms into the keeper's glove. I think he's looking to just get close to that stump and cause Weatherburn to play. But he needs to be just a little bit closer with that delivery, Morgan. There's 3 slips waiting with a gully. Cover point, short extra cover there waiting for that. Jamaica 20 for 2. Fuller delivery, squeeze out past the man at backward point. He calls for 1. His partner wants a second run, but no, says Weatherburn. He settles for one, so Morgan has to take strike. So 21 for 2. Jamaica posting a comeback here, fight back after being 2 for 4 in the first over. Really.
Yes, indeed. And this is what we want to see at this level, Martin, that whenever you have lost early wickets, that batters could come in, assess the situation, stick it out, and move on and go on and build big score and ensure that the team is being dug out of this hole. Martin, earlier we are talking about the wickets. I don't know. We are seeing some very tall bowlers in this game, but also the actions of bowlers are different. So I say that to say, when a different bowler comes on, even though he might have the height, we're still seeing some balls keeping low, and for some bowlers, based on their actions, are very rising. So is it the more than likely, not so much the pitch as you alluded to earlier, but it could be the action of the bowlers. But nonetheless, the Barbadian attack seems very formidable too, and once they bowl the ball in the right areas, it's making it difficult for the Jamaican batters.
Well, the Barbadians have backed their bowling during this tournament as well. They have batted reasonably well. Could have done better, really, but they have done what they have done. This one is edging into the hands of the man at first slip, really. I'm not too sure if that carried. Still looking. It's on the replay. Probably a chance going up begging. He's really wide of the keeper there. Yes, it carried. He was just, if he was a little bit closer to the wicket keeper, that would have been an easy catch on the left hand, really. And really a chance got begging there for that man. Weatherburn, actually.
Yes,
statesman.
Exactly. And I think Weatherburn was again in two minds whether to go forward or whether to stay back. So he was caught halfway and just hung his bat out there. The ball taking the thicker edge of the bat, and a catch going up begging. Definitely, if the fielder was a little bit up, more than likely it would have get it in his grasp. But that was not to be. Weatherburn lives to fight again. The Jamaican has not lost a wicket, so they live to fight.
And these are the little things that cause your game. The fast bowler is coming around the wicket, so the angle have changed. So the slippers have to come a little closer to the wicket keeper. Unfortunately, he was wide, and the ball played and came between him and the wicket keeper. He had time to react, but he was too far back and too far away from him, and eventually just getting the hand to it, and it went down as a chance, unfortunately for him and for Barbados, but fortunate for Jamaica that catch went down. Unfortunate
for Prescott, his first wicket has been denied, so he will have to come again and really try harder to see if he can get his first scalp before the day's plays ended. But it is King operating from the commentary end. And for this delivery, here is Morgan driving. There was indecisiveness there, indecision by both batters. Should I come? Should I go? No, come, no. Martin, these are the things that happens in the middle when a fielder really challenges the ball. You know, it puts you in two minds. Would I be able to get down the 22 yards in time or not? And in the end, no run resulting.
Some excellent feeling by the man there. Shot mid off to his left. Going to his left, really excellent stop, causing the batters to think twice of calling for that single. They met in the middle, and it could have been trouble for the Jamaicans. As we continue here, this one is driven to the man at mid-on. Similar situation, but they settled on that one. So they have to be careful here, these Jamaicans, with the calling between the wicket. The Barbadians did that pretty well. So they have to take a page out of their book as well and do the necessaries. Don't lose a wicket through the run-out route. That would be really disastrous for Jamaicans here.
So we say good evening to our viewers again, and to those who are enjoying the beach as we look out from our vantage point. Sea looks very interesting. Martin?
Good lifting delivery outside here or something by King. Does that on a regular basis, really. Wicketkeeper Morris taking it way above his head. That has some pace on it, and really a good delivery by him. Mentioned the seas. I'm not favored to the seas. I'm not a seagoer. I go to the beach. I do take a soak, you know, but to go on the boats and so I prefer to take a plane. To be honest.
There's an old adage in the midst of life, you know, that well, something, gotta take something to go somewhere. But of course, the sea is a good therapy, you know, usually after these game and long days in the field, Martin, you need to stretch, you need to get a soak. Some players at the higher level will go to in a pool and relax. After a hard day's work, get a drink and reflect on the day's play.
Well, some choose different method of relaxation. Sea is one of them. We have a lot of those here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Sea, sand and fun here.
Barbados is not relaxing here at the Annisville Stadium. They're really fighting here, and they have shown definitely their class at this level. Having been struggling all year today, and was able to hold partnerships that give them, took them to 200 plus runs. So that is a very good comeback by the Barbadians, and now they are putting in all they have now to dismiss the Jamaicans. Jamaicans doing well as so far, having lost 2 quick wickets. They are fighting back. They have not been scoring as fast as they would like due to some good bowling from Barbados as well.
Yeah, the fast bowlers from Jamaica has remained disciplined. You have not seen bad deliveries being tossed up or given to the batters, and they have not given them any room really to play shots. They have been very disciplined. Prescott catch now going down as he continues in the second over around the wicket. This one is chopping him. Short delivery. He went for the pull, Weatherburn, straight back to Prescott, and really another catch going up begging. And really, I think that wasn't really a good effort there by Prescott. I don't know if the ball catch him, but unfortunately it has gone down a bowl and caught.
Actually, Martin, I don't think he was even looking for it. The batsman was on the back foot looking to pull, and for some reason didn't get hold of it as he would like, and it went straight back to the bowler. Surprisingly, his hand was below his knees, and it just, get there too fast for him.
This one is whipped off his legs through mid-wicket. He's gone for 1. That will go to the ropes. 4 runs to Weatherburn. So after spilling that catch, a bad delivery on his pads, and he made full use of it into the fence for 4. Good shot.
Yes, good shot indeed. Fortune favors the brave. He was just put down there by Prescott, and the next delivery after that, he's clipping it nicely through mid-wicket for a well-deserved boundary. Well played, good shot.
Well, Jamaica keep pressing on home, pressing on here. 26 for 2. 2 catches. Good delivery again by Prescott. As you see, that first slip is still wide from the wicket keeper, with the fast bowler angling that ball into Weatherburn's bat. He should be advised to get a little closer to the wicket keeper. Sealy is at second slip. Dawn at gully. Prescott around the wicket. Jamaica. Fuller delivery. Just driving that up to the man at mid-off. Scampering an easy single.
This time the call was good, Martin. This one was played with some power up to mid-off, and they still was able to scamper through for a single. So that's a good call on the part of the non-striker. Good understanding between both batsmen.
Jamaica 27 for 2. They have just batted us over 10 overs, 10.4 overs, and the current run rate is 2.34. They now trail by 173 runs. And this is the finals of the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars. This one is punched. And really, these 2 batters fighting here for Jamaica. Weatherburn and Morgan.
So Kenroy, we are seeing all whites in this format of the game, including the umpires in their white and black attire. No doubt for the one days we will see that color change.
Well,
Is it the first match for Bayam? I can't recall seeing him in last year's tournament. He was the third umpire, I think.
well, he has umpired a game before. The one before, I think, is the Leewards Barbados game. He stand in that game as he overcomes on end. Another run to the Jamaicans. Moves up now to 28 for 2. He's of intention. Big up to you, Mr. Bayam. In your second game so far in this tournament, you're doing well. Big up to the umpires.
Yes, it's a learning process for him and a good experience, you know. And no doubt he has his eyes set on the higher level. And he has the example of Dighton Butler, who's gone to a higher level as well, umpiring in the IPL and those games. So that's the idea of going to the next level. So these games, you have to take them seriously. You start from the bottom and you rise. Of course, you're being tested and will be tested.
So King continues here for Barbados. Just to let you know that Mr. Bayam has umpired in 4 games thus far. So he's been doing well. King continues to bowl here for Barbados. Looking for number 3. 2 opportunities have been put down so far. They will not be so impressed at how they have gone about their business here in the latter part of this day. Those 2 opportunities really should have been taken, but unfortunately they weren't. And Barbados probably kicking themselves because they didn't take those opportunities. But Jamaica are pretty happy that they didn't. They are 28 for 2.
Yes. And they will be hoping that they will really get at least 50.
This one is
runs.
short and into the throat area. He just pounced on it, hitting in the outer portion, up in the throat of the bat, really. The neck of the bat, we call it, and it flew down to third man into the fence for 4. So a really sharp delivery by King, but it hit into the neck of the bat, really, and flew down to third man. No man had a chance of catching that. 4 runs to him.
Yes, Kenroy, that was a sharp lifting delivery, but Morgan ride it well and handled it, I think, in very well indeed to get it down past between second slip and gully. Well controlled shot, I would say. Very good shot indeed.
Yeah, just hitting on the splice of the bat there and taking off down to the fence for 4. King continues. Sharp delivery that was. Again, short delivery. Morgan just ducks and allow it to go through the wicketkeeper Morris. So some good, short, expressive bowling here by King.
Yeah, King, synonymous with King of yesteryear West Indies. Collis King, you remember that name? Kenroy? Don't know if he is anywhere related to him, but probably a seed, a chip off the old block.
Well, a king is a king, isn't it?
King is a king, and
Spelled the same.
cricket is in his king is in his DNA. Can't change. King is king.
So Morgan looking rather comfortable here now. Bat and pad close together. Not bad. Right behind of that delivery. Getting more confident as he goes on. Jamaica looking for that total of 200. Yeah, 32 for 2. Here at Tarnisville in nice cooling conditions. Sun is to our right, moving to the west. Shadows are just lengthening somewhat. It's just about minutes to 5 here, 4:45 in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This one is outside here, some drive loosely. Probably getting too confident there, Morgan.
Definitely, that's a loose shot. We're just saying that he started to look good and he has been tested with some very sharp delivery, but this one was pitched up just on about the off. So I'm inviting him to drive and he did take the bait, just missing it inches. Flew to the keeper, well bowled King, good delivery.
Well, he has had a pretty long spell so far, King. 5.5 overs, 8 for none. Seems like he's been bowling much longer than that. Another short delivery, well taken there by Morris, moving to his left. No ball signal by the umpire. That's 2 over the shoulder. And rightfully, that should be called a no ball.
Indeed. But I'm not too sure what is really might have gotten King walked up, but he's really walking up some pace right about now. He's bowling extremely fast, extremely quick. He have bowled some short pitch, rising deliveries, and both batters will be tested by him for sure. Morgan more so have been facing his deliveries.
Outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. No trouble there for Morgan. That brings you over to an end. And after that over, Jamaica 33 for 2. 33 for 2. And with that score, we have the first off play just after tea. And really in reply to Barbados 200, Jamaica are now 33 for 2 after that scare in the first over. So the players would have a break, some refreshments. As they do that, we would have a break here at Arnesville and bring you more coverage here in the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament here in St. Vincent and Grenadines. The finals between Barbados and Jamaica here at Arnesville Stadium.
Welcome back to the final hour of today's play. Encounter here between Barbados under 19 and the Jamaica under 19 team. The final of the CWI Rising Stars under 19 tournament. Here played at the picturesque Annisville Cricket Stadium. Barbados under 19. They were inserted earlier today and they finished on 200 for 9 declared. Jamaica in response after a tricky start where they lost a couple of wickets in the first over. They managed to stage somewhat of a recovery. 33 for 2, Weatherborn is there on 14, Morgan on 14 as well, and the man with the ball in hand, Chatario Prescott, into his third over, none for 8. He's managed to find that length outside the off stump and trouble with Weatherborn, having a couple of opportunities really to dismiss him so far. One a return catch to himself and one dropped in the slip cordon. As we say good afternoon again to Mr. Sylvanus Morgan.
Yes, and we continue here at the stadium as Jamaica trying to make 210 to overhaul the Barbadian total. 209 for 9 declared. There are 2 wickets down. There are 2 wickets. Jamaica out 33 for 2. Have lost 2 early wickets and are now staging a comeback, building a partnership around Weatherborn, the experienced Weatherborn and Morgan. And that is very interesting and very healthy for the Jamaicans, that they don't lose rapid wickets in quick succession, Kato.
Yes, they've managed to recover, as we mentioned before, having lost those 2 quick wickets. And they're hoping that this partnership can take them somewhere close to that Barbadian total. Stephen Weatherborn mentioned his experience at this particular level. Weston is on a 19 player as well. Has the ability to bat long. We've seen that on numerous occasions in the past editions of this tournament. He's been given a couple of lives so far, so he'll really want to take advantage of those second chances. As we look at the field, still have 3 slips, which is good from the Barbadian captain Seeley. There's a man at point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Man at square leg and a man at fine leg. This one is driven ferociously, well fielded there in the covers. Joshua Dawn, is it? Or I think it's Achilles Brown, substitute fielder. Not too sure who is off the field at the moment. I think it might be Smith, Ranico Smith. A very good stop there, was travelling. They managed to get a single, 34 for the loss of 2.
A very good shot there from Weatherborn, very powerful shot in the covers. That actually is Brown, yes, he's on. I'm not too sure for whom, but he has made a very good stop. That ball was travelling, and it seems, Kato, that
I think it's Ranico Smith. I think he's on for Ranico Smith, having bowled the spell earlier.
I was just going to make the point that Prescott enjoys bowling to the left-hander. He is bowling a nagging line, but here he is, Morgan the right-hander, and this delivery just beating him outside the off-stump and to the keeper, playing and missing, down the corridor of uncertainty, as we'll say, Kato.
Yes, just getting that delivery to move away slightly from the right-hander, the Morgan there. Rather loose shot, trying to play that one on the up. Prescott, we know, he gets a bit of bounce as well. In the middle of a very good spell, none for 9. Not really justifying how well he has bowled. He has created a couple of opportunities, which were not taken. And at the end of the 13th over, Jamaica responding to Barbados 200 for the loss of 9, the 34 for the loss of 2.
And we will be seeing a bowling change from the southern end. It looks like Nathan Seeley, the captain himself, is going to take it up from the commentary boot end. And is as expected, Morgan, at this Kato, at this time, as we go into the final hour of play, that we will see some spin.
Yes, the spin of Seeley left arm orthodox. 12 wickets in the tournament so far. The leading wicket taker coming into this round. I'm sure he'll be looking to lead from the front, having been set a platform so far in terms of his opening bowlers making inroads. He'll be looking to make further inroads.
Well, it's Weatherborn who will take strike, and we will see how he faces up to Nathan Seeley, the very experienced campaigner for Barbados in this tournament at this level. understand that he was called up for the Barbados Royals for the CPL tournament.
Yes, quite a
Coming up.
few of these youngsters being drafted into some of these CPL teams. You have the likes of Joel Andrew. You have Nathan Seeley, Isaiah Thorne. All of these players just getting the opportunity to play at the highest level. That's good to see.
That forced delivery from Seals spun across the batsman, but keeping low.
Nathan Seeley doesn't give the ball a lot of air. What he does have is a very good level of control, both to the right and left handers. And he's very experienced at this level. And this one is a poor attempt. They really a tired attempt. I think it's by Prescott. Not really getting down. He's a tall man, but on that occasion not getting down enough to really prevent any sort of run being taken.
Yeah, he's in the covers and he has just finished an over there. And that one, well, should have been fielded quite easily, but he took his eyes off the ball and loaded his grasp, so he has to chase.
So again, this partnership, we mentioned how important it is for the Jamaican team to form partnerships. That was the template really utilized by the Barbadian team. They're really hoping to do the same. Didn't start well, but so far both of these players looking to bat for a long period of time. Still have about an hour or so play remaining in the day's play, so they'll be hoping that both of them can be there and come back tomorrow and start fresh for the Jamaican team.
Yes, indeed, and I'm liking the approach of the Jamaicans so far. Been taking the time, they're not trying to play any rash shot, playing each ball on its merit and selecting their shots. Very good indeed.
It's the end of your another over completed. 14 gone. Jamaica under 19 did 36 for 2 here in the final of the CWI Rising Stars under 19 men's cricket tournament.
It's always good, Kato, when you have a left and right combination in the wicket. It poses some problem to some bowlers. I was alluding to Prescott bowling to the left-hander. He was bowling quite steadily. Most of his overs was to the left-hander. But then when Morgan faced up to him for the first time, he bowled a beautiful delivery at him. So he's continued to operate from the northern end. We'll see what he have in store.
This one is on the line of the leg stump. A chance for a quick single. Shy at the stump there by Worrell. Weatherbourne making it easily in the end. Good work being done there in the field to back up there by Captain Seeley. Another single added to the total.
I think another aspect of the Jamaican game they have to work on is the running between the wickets. I have seen some indecision by both batters. Luckily that they end up in their crease safely, but there is some hesitancy in their calling at times.
This one is driven upishly. Gets it into the gap there. Weatherbourne, 2 easy runs in the end. Seen some good looking shots from Weatherbourne. Hasn't really been able to time them well enough to get a boundary, especially on that, the bigger side of the ground.
Yes, he's one of the most experienced players in the Jamaican camp, and at least they would want him to go not out this afternoon and come back and set things right for them. So he has to bat pretty long into the innings, and of course once he does that, Jamaica will be pleased, and I'm sure they will be able to pose a healthy total.
Well, he'll actually want to punish the Barbadian team for giving him those 2 lives, as they would say. At this level, even at the international level, players will punish you whenever you give them those second and third opportunities. So that's something he'll be mindful of. I mentioned he has the experience before. Scored 100 in this tournament a couple of seasons ago. So he's someone who can actually bat long, has that temperament, and he'll be hoping that all of these qualities come together and he'll be able to put forth a substantial score here for his team. Barbados team, on the other hand, will be hoping that when the next opportunity presents itself, they'll be able to take advantage of it. Shoulders, arms to this particular delivery.
So Barbados still operating with the seamer from one end, and we have seen the introduction of spin for the first time from the commentary boxer in Nathan Seeley. Whether they will maintain that for the remainder of this game, we will see. They would have been successful already. The two early wickets coming from their seamers. So we wait to see the outcome as this contest continues.
It's working this one nicely, just opening the face of the bat, guiding it down to a third man region, comes back for a second, easily in the end. Not really going hard at that delivery, just allowing it to come to him. Played it with soft hands, and in the end, getting a couple of runs.
Yeah, he looking quite confident now, and it's just a matter of him building that innings that will even boost his confidence more, so that he can, once he stays in the wicket and bat on, he will be able to come out with a big total for Jamaica. At least he's getting the support from Morgan at one end as well.
We mentioned before that it's a very good batting wicket, and we are seeing that these two players trying to get used to the conditions as another over gets completed. At the end of it, Jamaica responding to 200 for 9, they're 41 for the loss of 2. Just to give you an update in terms of the other games being played, Windward Islands versus Leeward Islands, that game is being played at the Sinai playing field. Windward Islands, they were dismissed for 96, so disappointing batting performance there from the Windwards. Leewards in reply, they're 30 for the loss of 2. And in the other game, for the 5th place playoff between TNT and Guyana, a game played at Cumberland, Guyana batting first, they're 198 for the loss of 7. So those are the updated scores from those other two encounters. Back here at the Annisville playing field, the Barbados team, they were inserted this morning. Jamaica having won the toss. Barbados, they made their way to 200 for the loss of 9. And in response, we have Jamaica 41 for 2, as we see Captain Seeley continuing proceedings here from the commentary box end.
Indeed, this is a very poor performance by the Windwards playing at home. I mean, they're accustomed to the environment, and they expect playing at home would give them that added advantage. But unfortunately, they have fallen for under 100. They have some work to do there, but here at Barbados, here Seals trying to pick up a 3rd wicket for Barbados. This ball is played out on the onside. Short mid-wicket, runs around to his right and field. No runs.
Yes, the batting really in the tournament, we've mentioned that on numerous occasions, being a real cause for concern. Hasn't had enough players really trying to grit it out and trying to stay there and form some sort of partnership. I think a lack of partnership has been the problem for some of the teams in this tournament. Teams being dismissed less than 100 runs on numerous occasions. So it's not really something that we like to see, especially at this level. These are the next generation of cricketers. We like to see a bit more determination, a bit more commitment on the part of the batsmen.
Well, we do not know what could have gone wrong in that match for the Windwards. Is it poor batsmanship, or is it something with the wicket, some devil in the wicket? We don't know, but we'll find out.
It's a very good start here from Nathan Seeley. Saw him in the last game played here at the Annisville playing field. I'm sure he himself would admit by his own high standards that he didn't have the best of days with the ball in his hand. Just wasn't coming out too right for him. But so far we've seen him back to his old self. 2 overs, none for 2 so far. Being quite miserly. And that's a main over, 41 for the loss of 2, Jamaica.
Indeed, he's a very good economical bowler, one who I would love to have in my side. Keep the bowls a very tight line. And that is important at this stage of the game for Barbados, that keep that line as tight as possible so that the Jamaicans will not be able to run away with with the scoring rate. So he's keeping things nice and tight for Barbados. So Jamaica 41 for 2 after 16 overs, taking their time at it.
Yes, the scoring rate is nothing really to write home about. 2.56. Throughout the Barbadian innings, we saw a scoring rate of just around 3.2, 3.4 runs per over. So it hasn't been the quickest of scoring on this particular wicket. As Prescott once again persisting with that line outside the off stump. It's interesting in terms of Prescott. We see him coming around the wicket and just angling those deliveries back into the left-hander. Doesn't seem to have the ability to take it away. Most of those deliveries pitching and coming back in to Weatherbourne. Even that chance that he created, that delivery pitched and was angling back into the left-hander, got the outside edge. And McCullum really had a difficult chance there and couldn't hold on. But if it is that he could have gotten these deliveries to pitch on or about the off stump and move away, I think he would have presented more of a challenge to Weatherbourne. But so far, most of these deliveries just coming back into the left-hander.
Yes. And on observation, both teams and the bowlers have been very disciplined with their line, except for one or two that would have strayed. I think both teams are bowling a very tidy line. We have seen it from Jamaica when they started, and now we are seeing it now from Barbados. They are really working towards a plan. They're bowling to their feel, and that is what the captain would really, really like.
Into over number 17. It's good to see that the captain, Seeley, still employing free slips. Still looking to get wickets here, Seeley. Rightfully so. This one again, keeping a bit low. We spoke about it, some of the inconsistencies in terms of pace and bounce on this particular wicket. That was actually further evidence of such. A bit full as well. Never really got to the wicketkeeper on the full.
Yes, we did allude to that as the days go on and the wear and tear in the wicket, we would see some differences in some inconsistencies, I should say, in the bounce of the wicket, and we are seeing that now as we go deeper into the evening.
It's a shot and punched out to the man there at backward point. I think that's Mutara. Just falling short of him. Not timing that one as well as he would have liked there, Morgan. And maybe from his perspective, thankfully so.
I think he probably might be saying, I really should have placed that much better. The placement wasn't there. It hit it straight to a man, but it was short and asking for the hit. Should have penetrated the outside, but that didn't. Good stop there by the fielder in the covers.
Matthew Morgan hasn't seen much of him really. I think this perhaps is his first under 19 tournament.
It's the first time seeing him, but he looks like he has the ability to bat and to bat long, and seems to have some shots, array of shots in his repertoire as well.
I think replacing Virgo in the side. Virgo would have started the tournament. That this one is punched down the ground. Should get close to the boundary. I think he has timed it well enough. Yes, he has a full toss really shot. And took full advantage of that delivery. Not trying to hit it too hard. Just came forward and punched it through mid-on. A good on drive there from Matthew. And he gets 4 more. Total moves up to 45 for the loss of 2.
Yes, a very good shot there by Morgan. This one was over pitched by Prescott and full length. And all he do just come forward with a straight bat and just drive it up to mid-on. Very good shot indeed, and he resulted in a 4.
Correction there, 46 for the loss of 2. This one again is a full delivery playing across this one. Gets it down to the man there finally. Comes back for second. Prescott there with his hand on his head. Was another foolish delivery, and Morgan playing across the line to some extent. But thankfully for him, got a bit of bat on it. Got it down to the man there at fine leg. So he lives to fight another day. And Jamaica 48 for the loss of 2, 17 overs completed.
Yeah, it's interesting that Jamaica continue to bat throughout this evening. They're taking it one ball at a time. Both batsmen, Morgan and Weatherbourne, been very watchful and denying the Bajan their 3rd wicket, and hoping that they will carry their bat through to this afternoon session and come back tomorrow fresh. and build on this innings that they would have a nice little partnership building up here, Kato, for the Jamaicans. But Sealy will pick it up from this end. He would have different ideas.
Yes, a critical partnership. We mentioned that on numerous occasions. Partnership is the order of the day. Putting back a bit of pressure on the Barbadian team. They have been buoyant after that force over from Ranico Smith. But so far, these two have managed to nullify whatever threat has been thrown at them. Quite fortuitous on a couple of occasions, but you need that in cricket. They'll be hoping that they can capitalize on those opportunities, as this one is stroked up to the man. They Prescott once again at mid-off. Can't prevent the single. Good batting. I think they need more of that as well in terms of rotating the strike, especially against the spinners.
Yeah, at this latter stage of the game, definitely where the boundaries have been dried up, so to speak. The occasional boundary coming 1 in every 3 overs. They need to be penetrating, rotating the strike. 1-1 as they say, full basket. So if it's 6 singles, it's 6 runs. So that will add to the total. So, but so far so good for the Jamaicans. I really have to commend these batters. They're doing quite well after the fall of the second wicket.
Sealy continues, not getting a great deal of tone on this particular wicket. Both of the batters so far has played him well. Matthew Morgan 21 from 54. This one is coming back with the arm, gets it down to a fine leg region, should be able to come back for a second and does so successfully. 2 more added to the total. 51 for the loss of 2. I think we have the last of the sun here in all this glory. Shadows continue to make their way across the pitch for now. I still think we have good enough visibility for the players to be able to do whatever they're doing to the best of their abilities.
Morgan coming forward and smothering the spin there. Whatever spin there might be, as we say. Not a big spin of the ball is Nathan Seal, but use the arm ball a lot.
Covers up again there, Morgan. And Sealy completes 3 overs. Figures of none for 5 so far. And at the end of the over, number 18, total is 51 for the loss of 2. Jamaica under 19.
Yes, and Barbados really is up against it now with these 2 batters really putting their head down and bat, and it's showing determination and grit, and this is what is expected when a team is really fighting its way back into the game, having lost 2 early quick wickets. We are seeing signs of good batsmanship from these 2. Long concentration definitely from Morgan and Weatherburn. So Barbados, Jamaica now 51 for 2 and really looking good.
I think we're going to see a change in the bowling there from the backway end. I think we're going to see Saurav Worrell, right arm off spinner. Diminutive, a very good spinner, gives the ball a bit of a rip. Also have to remember that the Barbados team, they have Mutara as well as a leg spinning option, so I'm sure we'll see him at some point. Captain Sealy here opting for another spin bowling option in the form of Warrior. Coming over the wicket to bowl to Weatherburn.
Another name synonymous with a great of a pass, great pass, pass great. Orel. This time we have a bowler.
Already mentioned he's a relatively short man. Try and get the ball above the eye line of the batter. Hopefully extract a bit of tone from this wicket. This one is played across the line, and I think it's 6 runs For a while there, I think I lost that ball. Such was the ferocity with which it was hit. And 50 partnership coming up between these two. So well played to these two young men. Came in, a bit of pressure, but so far they've managed to handle the pressure being exerted on them. And that last shot, testament to the comfort level of the Jamaican team at this point in time.
Yes, Kato, these two batters were at the crease for quite some time now, and they've been seeing the ball, as we say, big as a breadfruit. That one was tossed up, and Weatherborn, make no mistake, hitting it right over the Frank Thomas Pavilion, over into the netball complex. A massive hit indeed to push the Jamaican total up to 57. They're 57 for 2. 57 for 2, Weatherborn is 29 or 49. And Matthew Morgan is on 23 or 57.
It's trying to locate the ball there, haven't umpire sending for a new ball. It was a big hit there from Weatherborn. He's a short man, but he cracks a punch. That one going over the mid wicket for a massive 6. I think that's a shot that he has in his armory in terms of playing his sweep shot against the spinners. So hopefully if he's there, he'll be able to bat against the spin bowling option being employed here by the Barbadian team. Yeah. He's putting some early pressure on Worrell.
It's a powerful man. Let's see how Worrell's going to respond to this after that hit. As he comes into bowl to Weatherborn. He's responded nicely.
Yes,
beating him outside the off stump, having him pushing and missing. Good comeback, Worrell.
I'll mention that he does give the ball a bit of a rip. Delivery there, just turning across Weatherborn, coming forward, missing it completely. This one again is flighted nicely from Worrell. I don't think he's afraid of actually giving the ball some air. We look at the field, there's a man there at deep, square leg. A man at mid wicket, a man at mid on. A man back at long off as well. So still prepared Worrell to give the ball a bit of air, and that is good to see from the young man.
Yes, indeed. That's what competition is all about. He's not afraid to give the ball that air, even after he's been struck for a massive 6.
So 6 runs from that over, and at the end of it, Jamaica responding to 200 made for 9. The Barbados under 19, they are 57 for the loss of 2. Weatherborn is there on 29. Matthew Morgan there with him on 23.
Yeah, a very good over there, except for that struck for 6 a while ago. This first over, and he has been bowling a very good line, a good tidy line. So we wait to see as he goes on throughout this match what he has in his armory. Already we have seen 1 or 2 went past the bat already, and it seems like he's getting some thorn as well. So Worrell, he could be a very danger man in this match if he continues to get turn and bounce out of this wicket.
Captain Seeley to continue proceedings from the commentary box end. Left arm orthodox has a man at slip in the form of Joshua Dawn. On that point, cover, extra cover. This one is driving and dropped. We just mentioned Joshua Dawn there at slip. It was a foolish delivery outside the off stump. There was Matthew Morgan going for that expansive drive, getting the outside edge, and put down again Barbados fielding here, leaving a lot to be desired.
Yes, indeed. And if they're really going to make any way of breaking this partnership, they have to be supporting the bowlers. This one, we don't see Seeley tossing the ball that much. This one was given a bit of air, inviting the drive, and Morgan did take the bait and got a tick outside the edge, but was put down at first slip.
So both batsmen being given a life in his innings, as Weatherborn is punching this one down to long on for an easy single. It was a difficult chance, but most players will tell you that there's no easy chances in the slip cordon. Really, it's a matter of anticipation. Some of the best slip catchers you would see would take those.
Catches win matches. You have to take them when they get them.
I was thinking about it cricketers like Mark Waugh. Those guys were very good in the slip cord, and Carl Hooper.
Yeah.
Even a great Soviv.
Hands have blue.
Yes.
Great catchers.
It's a specialist position, really. Come to think of it, not everybody can actually feel there. This one is driving at it again. Morgan
Well stopped. Well
can't
fielded.
get it past McCullin there in the covers. I'm sure Joshua Dawn will be replaying that catch again in his head. Could he have done anything differently? The stuck his right hand out. Have a look at it again at the end of this over. This one coming in with the arm. Well played by Matthew Morgan. 59 for 2. Nathan Seeley looking a bit dejected. You know that these opportunities are going to be few and far in between. This team really needs to get their catching up to the standard that we know they can. It's the end of the over. 1 run coming from it. At the end of it, 59 for the loss of 2. Jamaica under 19.
Yeah, unfortunately for Nathan Seal and for Barbados, another catch goes a begging. That could have been Morgan going back into the hutch there, but it was not the case. It was put down at first slip. A very sharp chance, at least once you're feeling that slip, Kato, you have to expect that this ball will be coming off very fast indeed. So the Jamaicans continue to live dangerously, having been dropped a few times, but chances, you have to take your chances as well when you get them. So they continue to bat on and to see Jamaica close of play with just 2 wickets, hopefully.
Yes, they will hope that they can continue to build on this partnership. It hasn't been with any sort of glitches for the Jamaican team. They've given opportunities for the Barbadian team to dismiss them, both of these batters. But so far, the opportunities have been refused, really, as we see Worrell continuing from that backway end. This one is short, turning further away. So getting a bit of torn, Worrell.
And bounce as well, as I was talking about earlier. So he's one where you have to be watch carefully, because there's some rough there from the bowler's foot mark, and once he delivers there, he looks like he's gonna make it a bit awkward, a bit difficult for the batters to play.
I'm thinking maybe a better option would be for him to come around the wicket, especially with the tone that he's extracting. You see a change in field as well. There's a man now at deep mid-wicket. Not that he would have prevented that previous 6. Captain Seeley opting for that man back on the boundary, as this one is on the line of the leg stump, where the ball would feel that he would have missed out there. And he sort of bat on that behind point. He definitely would have gotten some runs. So there's a man at deep square leg, a man at deep mid-wicket, a man at mid-on. There's also a man at short mid-wicket as well, a straightish, long off. Man at cover, point, backward point. And of course there's the man there at slip. So he has actually taken my advice. That's so much of the players have done all day. He's now coming around the wicket, trying to angle in these deliveries and getting them to turn away from the left-hander. This one is coming forward there with the ball. With the man mark at deep mid-wicket, I don't think we'll see that sweep shot being attempted, or I don't think it will be the best option for him. This one getting the inner portion of the bat. Joshua Dawn gives chase.
Well, he would be well advised not to go for the sweep shot with the man stationed there at backward square. If he does go for that shot, he has to make sure that he gets holds of it. But Kato, again, you must commend the Barbadian bowlers. They have stuck to the task throughout the innings, bowling to the Jamaicans. They have been bowling a very nagging line, and very few and far between you would have seen them straight. So that is very commendable for the Barbadian bowlers.
This was a full toss, and Matthew Morgan there, I'm sure his eyes lit up, aiming somewhere in the vicinity of that double-decker stand. But in the end, just getting it straight to the man there, McCullin at a short mid-wicket. He'll be disappointed. But at the end of the over, They are 60 for the loss of 2 Jamaica under 19.
Apparently that one just slipped off the finger there from Warren, and he should be counting his lucky stars. That should be somewhere in the double-decker stand over there, but Morgan did not make any good contact of that ball, so there was no run resulting.
$60 for the loss of 2, 22 overs completed. See Captain Seeley again to continue proceedings. $21 overs completed, correction. As we welcome back Stacey, and good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Osnet, and hello to all the viewers out there once more.
This one is a big hit. Is he got enough? Yes, he has. For a while there, I thought he had mistimed it, but it was a flighty delivery there, and Weatherborn went downtown with him and got a maximum.
Yeah, I was greeted with an expansive drive down the ground for 6 by Weatherborn. He has been dropped on 9 twice actually in this game after bowling of Jataria Prescott, making full use of those drop chances, taking advantage of that as Seeley continues to him.
Well, a while ago I mentioned that he definitely will want to take advantage of those opportunities, and so far we have seen that he's been prepared to stock it out a bit whenever the bowling has been good, but whenever an opportunity presents itself, he has taken full toll. 2 massive hits. So far, this one is a quicker delivery from Seeley, and Weatherborn gets it down to a fine leg region, comes back for a second. Good running. Morgan there a bit reluctant at first, but Weatherborn always coming back for that second run.
Yeah, and that's all that's required of Jamaica, really. They are naturally aggressive batters, and it's really good to see that they tempered that flow of aggression, and they've gotten into their innings, both of these batters, and they're prepared to take on any sort of ill-directed delivery.
Stacey, and you've followed this tournament the last couple of years, so you would know a lot about Stephen Weatherborn and his pedigree as a top order batter. Always someone who's willing to bat long. We've seen a lot of innings where he tends to occupy the crease a lot, but he does have that level of aggression about him as well. We'll come back to that in the next overs. This one is completed. 22 overs completed. Jamaica, the 68 for the loss of 2, trailing by 132 runs.
Yeah, 68 for 2. Yeah, you're quite right, Osnet. He plays the situation of the game well. I can recall he came in and scored 100 when Jamaica, they were really up against it, against that opposition at that time. He played a handy knock as well sometime last year, I think against Barbados as well, late off in the piece. So he's that type of batter. He has great fortitude. He's prepared to play bat time at the crease and then take his chances when it's offered to him.
See Warrell continuing from that Beckwith end, and he's beating him outside the off stump. Delivery just holding its own really outside the off stump. There was Matthew Morgan playing for a bit of turn, but not getting it on that occasion. Well bowled by Warrell. We've also seen a lot of Warrell as well, in both the one-day format and the two-day format. Does give the ball a generous amount of flight. There's 2 men back on the long on and long off boundary. It's offering a bit of protection here, Captain Seeley.
Yeah, I think that's good from Seeley, recognizing that his young bowler, he gives it a lot of air, gives it a lot of flight, so the batters, they're prepared to take him on.
As we speak, we see Jataria Prescott coming in. This one is sweeping across the line. Must have had some bat on that. It was reasonably straight. Gets it down to a fine leg region. We'll wait on umpire Byam for any sort of signal. Well, no signal, so it tells me that he had some bat on that, and thankfully for him, it was pretty adjacent. Jamaica continue to press on, 70 for 2. If you're now joining us, lost a couple of wickets in the first over. Ranico Smith really had his tail up, getting the wicket of Adrian Ware. It was a loose shot really. So all in the piece, not really getting used to the conditions. And Jordan Johnson, an equally disappointing shot from him, given his experience at this level. As Morgan is punching this one down to long on. And since then we've had this partnership of 66 so far and counting. The Jamaican team will be hoping that they can take it to the end of this display.
Yeah, and it basically tells a story of what can happen if you have disciplined batting, and that is what we have seen from both of these batters so far. They've been quite disciplined in their stroke play, played the ball on its merit. They've taken on the bowlers when an opportunity presents itself. So a really good display of batting between Wedderburn and Matthew Morgan. Partnership now of 67 between these two.
Barbadian team, they will have themselves to blame really. They've had multiple opportunities to break this partnership, and it's good to see that both of these players are unfazed by those opportunities that they were given. Both of them hoping that they can really capitalize, as we see another man come into that slip cordon. So Seeley trying to put some pressure here on Matthew Morgan.
Yeah, some reinforcements in that slip cordon. He had him edging and dropped by Dawn earlier. And right away that man comes into play, just dropping short of him on that occasion.
Yes, it's a good feel really. Nathan Seeley, one of your premier spinners, he's a captain himself. So really and truly, in terms of the level of aggression shown, he has control over that. This one is a bit short. Punching it out to the man there at cover.
Yeah, he came into this game as the leading wicket taker, Nathan Seeley, with 12 wickets to his name. So far, he's since been overtaken by Tamari Redwood with 14 wickets now.
This one is a chance there, a bit of a half chance. Prescott hasn't really had the best day in the field in terms of his ground fielding. We've seen a couple of missed chances, some misfields as well on that occasion. Punch to him. Maybe got to him a bit quicker than he anticipated.
Yeah, that needed a clean pickup and a direct hit, and I believe Matthew Morgan would have found his way back to the dressing room. Unfortunately, Prescott wasn't able to get down and gather it cleanly to effect any sort of run out on that occasion.
So another half chance, or would I say quarter chance, Stacey, and for the Barbadian team. They've had a couple of those, as we mentioned. And looking back, I'm sure when they do the analysis of the bowling performance so far, that's one area they would highlight that they need to do some sort of improvement in.
Yes, and with that, it also brings Wedderburn on strike. Seeley had found a nice line and length to Matthew Morgan. Hasn't quite found it to Wedderburn, who has taken him on a few times in his spell. So all of these things comes into play when you look at a misfield like that, for example.
But ideally, they'll want Worrell to bowl, from a Barbadian perspective, that is, they'll want Worrell to bowl more to the left-handed Wedderburn and Seeley to bowl to Morgan. Still hasn't seen Motaras yet. Be interesting to see when Captain Seeley introduces his leg spinner. But for now, that's the end of another over from Seeley. Complete 6 overs, none for 16 so far. And at the end of the 24th, Jamaica responding to 200 for 9. They are 72 for the loss of 2.
And that actually concludes the end of the day's play. Jamaica 72 for 2, heading in a much more comfortable position than where they were in that first over, where they were 4 for 2.
Yes, a very good recovery from them. It's a partnership of 68 between these two. Hasn't been completely flawless from them, but what they will say is that at least they're there at the end of the day's play, and they will be able to start proceedings tomorrow for the Jamaican team. We mentioned the level of experience in the Jamaican batting lineup, and so far we haven't seen it throughout the tournament. But from a Jamaican perspective, we'll be hoping that the likes of Weatherbourne and the lower order can actually mount somewhat of a recovery and actually get them as close as possible to that Barbados, or even overhaul that Barbados force in its total.
Yeah, basically, in summary, one of these batters has to bat deep and get a big one tomorrow for Barbados if they are to get some sort of bowling points and batting points. And just to remind the viewers that they're starting fresh in this round. I mean, the points that were accumulated before, they won't be transferred to this round. So all fresh points accumulated in these rounds will be added to see who will become victorious at the end of this final.
Yes, so just a recap for you earlier on today, the Jamaica under-19 team, they won the toss, selected to field first. Barbados, they made 200 for the loss of 9. And at the end of the day's play here, Jamaica in response, they're 72 for the loss of 2. So thank you very much for joining us for this coverage, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time.